Alright, sorry about that. I don't know what the hell is going on with my YouTube settings, but at least it's working now. But what's going on, everyone? Is my mic better? Right there, it sounds way better now. Fed Gehalt, what's going on, man? How are you? Hey, Zach, how's it going? Hey, Gravity, how are you? I'm fine, thanks. How about you? I'm doing good. Doing good, working on session manager for my project. Nice. Start my Visual Studio. What are you doing next? I'm working on my friend system. So yesterday we were working on that, so we're going to continue with that today. And it's going to look awesome. What's going on, Tima? How are you? Welcome to the stream, guys and girls. I'm doing good. How's everyone's Friday? How's everyone's Friday? Papoon Tripathi, how are you? Welcome to the stream. My Friday is good. What is your time right now? My time is currently 6:46 p.m. right now. It's a very good Saturday morning here in India. Nice. Nice. Well, welcome all the way from India. Nice to have you guys here. My time is 3:47 a.m. right now. Nice. Welcome, everyone. If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys drop that like button. It would really help out the stream a lot. I would greatly appreciate that. EC Nuke, how are you? Welcome to the stream. It's 8:47 in my time. Doing great, thanks. Nice. EC Nuke, where did you say you were from again? Mr. Stone, hello Anson, I'm from Cambodia. It's 9 a.m. here. Nice. Cambodia, wow. I think this is the first time we have gotten someone from Cambodia in the stream, so welcome. Our stream is like super diverse. There's people from all over the world. So, but not Cambodia yet, so you're the first one, so welcome. So let me just show you guys what we've been working on yesterday. And so we were working on this friend request feature. And the last thing that we did yesterday was made it so that we can receive the friend requests in real time. So what we need to do is we just need to make it so that way the user can actually accept and reject the friend requests from the front end. I'm from Indonesia. Where do you stream from, Anson? Well, I'm from Arizona, America, but my family's from Malaysia, though, so we're pretty close and neighbors. Just curious, are you willing to provide a certificate? Because my colleague's asking for a project certificate, and I follow with you on this messaging app, so done. Find else got a new skill. I don't think I have like any business that I can offer certifications because I don't run like a boot camp or anything like that. But maybe if I design like a program, like a boot camp, maybe I could. 7:50 p.m. here in Honduras. Nice. Nice. That's an hour ahead of me. Okay. Where's my keyboard cam? I decided to take it off for today. It's 5:50 a.m. here, Georgia, but then not Georgia. You think? Yeah, Georgia, the one right next to Azerbaijan, right? Will you be streaming long for today? I'll be streaming for a while since it's a weekend. But make sure you guys hit that like button if you haven't already, because we're gonna go for 500 likes today. So I think we could definitely have 500 likes within the next 12 hours or so. So make sure if you guys haven't already, make sure you guys drop that like button. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Georgia's a very beautiful country. I've seen a lot of pictures online of Georgia, and it's really beautiful over there. Have you tried GitHub Projects board, Anson? It's good for simple to do Kanban board. I have not tried it yet. Um, I'll take a look at that later. Thank you for liking. I appreciate that. Hello from Vietnam. What's going on, Skynet? How are you? Alright, so let me also open up my Figma real quick so you guys can see the current design that I want to implement. So this is the design that we came up with yesterday. It's a very simple design, and we just basically want an accept and reject button. So if you doing great so far. How about you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Amar, how are you? Welcome to the stream. I'm doing good. How about you? Can you show how to start designing in Figma? Sure, I'll do that some other time when we have like a brand new project. When we design the e-commerce project, I'll come up with something. Alright, so basically this is going to be the requests page over here, and when you receive an incoming friend request, you can either accept it or reject it. And you want to also drop an indicator to let them know whether it's an incoming or outgoing request. Kind of like how Discord does it, if you think about it. How's my day going? It's going really good. You know, I got off of work. I'm happy it's Friday. So I cannot complain, you know? So the accept and reject button, yep. When will you be done with this? I mean, I don't know what you mean by done, because we technically are already done with the basic features. We're just adding more features. Unless if you're specifically talking about the friend system. Well, we already have a friend system working already. Right now, I'm just working on some UI layout. We have it working so that way when you send a friend request, it appears live. So, yeah, I mean, there's no real definition of done, to be honest. What's going on, Devil Services? Welcome back. How are you, man? You've been popping up in my stream recommended when you stream. Well, welcome. Yo, guy, how are you? Grinder, how are you? Welcome to the stream, my friend. How's everyone doing today? I'm alright in this lovely fine evening. Nice. Well, that's good. Right now, I'm just showing you guys a quick little design of what I want to do. So, yeah, so you'll have incoming friend requests, outgoing friend requests. If it's an outgoing, we will not display the check button. Okay. So it will just look like this. I wonder if there's a better icon that I could probably use. I'm still working on rewriting member counter bot. There's quite a few things left to convert / commands yet. Nice. Yeah, I saw you working on that yesterday. Going well. I got inspired by your chat application. I decided to create one myself. Nice. That's good. I'm glad to be able to inspire. So let me see. Maybe I can find a cancel icon. If I can't find a cancel icon, we'll just search it through React icons, but it's okay for now. That's how it's supposed to look like. And yeah, that's really it. So let's go ahead and go into our friend request list container. And so we're inside our friend request item. Thanks for following my Twitch, Kelly Trick Them 513. You know, as a joke, I was gonna type code faster. I'm gonna start a GitHub and keep track of your sprints, but you completely diffused that in your intro. Which intro? Oh, because I said what's going on. Use the dustbin icon. Yeah, I mean, this is just a chill stream. You know, we're just building a project live. You know, there's no real deadline, but We've made a lot of progress though for the last 2 weeks, which is equivalent to 1 sprint. Hey Desplant, how are you? Okay. So let's see. Move this over here. So what I'll do is, let's go over to here. Okay, so we already have the avatar icon. I want to display the name and then these, whether it's an outgoing request or incoming request. So how do you tell if it's an outgoing request? Well, it's actually pretty simple. Basically, all you do is just check to see if the user.id is equal to friendRequest.senderID. And if the ID is equal to sender, that means that we are the person that is sending the friend request. If we are the person receiving the friend request, then the ID would be equal to the receiver. I want to create a styled component for this because I'm going to have the name and the status on the bottom, and on the right hand side I want to have the buttons. I was going to do a Michael Rosen reacts to software engineering companies as Anon. I think I'd take off, I don't know. This is awesome though, rooting for you. Thank you, I appreciate that. Sujay, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Add a button to accept all friend requests with confirmation modal. So I call this component friend request item. Yeah, let me go over here. Are you live? Yes. Addison, how are you? Welcome to the stream. What do you made the call of the accept and reject button a little later, not so strong, because of the design of the app? You know, I'm willing to try out some stuff and see what works out. Coding with Keaton. Yo, what's going on, Keaton? How are you? Welcome back to the stream. Here from Uruguay. What's going on, El Goro du Taco? Or Taku? Welcome from the Twitch chat. This will end up needing to be a flex box, so I should probably create a custom component for that. Let me do that real quick. We will slowly need to migrate to these components. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. just for columns. Not sure what else I'll need for now, but we'll add them as I need it. So this will be a flex box on the right hand side. Wait, space between, justify content, space between. This will also be a flex box too, or maybe we might not have that. I'll have to see. Where's keyboard cam? Decided not to turn it on today. Maybe I'll turn it on later. Let me look for React icons. Maybe React icons might have some better icons than what we can find on the... Yeah, I think I like some of these better. MD cancel. I think we'll go with MD. Let's see, where is the MD1? So if it's an incoming request, well, if it's an outgoing request, we can only cancel. So let's try size 32. Might be a little bit smaller. We'll see though. Why create a flex component? Because I can reuse it later on throughout my application instead of having to create custom ones over and over again. For example, I don't need to recreate an entire component just for this item, so I can create one that I can reuse later on. Well, actually, wait a minute. Yeah, I forgot I have the avatar over here. I can use a div with class names. I'm not sure what you are referring to. I can very easily just do class name and apply a class name to it. And it's not like I'm going to be not reusing the flex, so it's not really recreating the wheel. Because I can literally just reuse this component anywhere I want. Yo, Bobby, what's going on, man? How are you? So then what I'll do is I'll probably put these two in one div, and the icons will probably go on the other side. I'm trying to think. Let me see. I'll probably use. I think what I'll do is probably do this instead. Let me see. We have one. Move this here. 1, 2, and 3. So we need 3 elements. So I think what I'll do is, let's see. Good. Been watching this chapter for 2 days since I popped in my suggestions. Nice. Ambush, how's it going? How are you doing? Let me see. So let me actually move this out over here. So I have 1. This is where it's going to render the name and whether it's an outgoing and incoming. And over here is where we'll render the icons instead. So I think instead of rendering the icons over here, I'll render them right over here. And that means this item over here will not be a flex component. We'll need flex on right over here. So let's do MD cancel, and so if it's an incoming friend request, then we have two of these icons. If it's outgoing, we'll have this one. So I guess what we'll do is we'll conditionally render this green checkbox. So we'll have to I guess we'll write a function to check if it's an incoming friend request. So that way we can kind of like tidy up this condition over here. Actually, I don't even need this. Game Time, thanks for following. I appreciate that. Make it an iffy. So this can just be gotten rid of. Is incoming request, and then we'll render out the name. Otherwise, we'll render out this right over here. Though I could probably make this a little bit better by simply moving this out. Let me see. The name will always be rendered the same way. So I can just move that up here. And then just do incoming. There we go. So I think this would probably be a lot better. Let me see if I can fix up the avatar, the temporary avatar for now. Al Harbi, how are you? we don't have any avatars immediately. Or you know what? Let me see. Is there a library? Oh, what was that library called again? Gravatar? Someone recommended Gravatar. Right? What was that? What it was? Gravatar? That can randomly generate avatars. I need to do that for now because we don't have any avatars. Is your hometown in Japan? Nope, it is not. I'm originally from New York. Random avatar API. I forgot what it's called. Pravatar. We really need some avatars. Is there going to be a notification system? Well, are you talking about like just... Are you talking about like browser push notifications, or are you talking about like just like within the app notification system? Use DiceBear. DiceBear. Let me see. Docs. So I can just call this URL, right? And it'll give me a random API, a random URL, a random avatar. So sprites, so male, female, seed. What is a seed? Browser push notifications at some point, yes. Hi, I'm a beginner on coding industry, so what should I do? Well, if you're a beginner, you should continue learning what you're currently learning right now. So assuming, I don't know what language you're learning, probably once you finish learning that language, try building some small little simple projects. Could be anything. Depends on what language you're learning though. What language are you currently learning? Get avatars. Oh, so seed can be really anything. All right, let me try this. Am I in New York? Nope, not right now. Okay, so seed can be relatively any value. Now, with this really, I feel like this would not look nice in our app though, because it doesn't have like a. I want it to be like a square, so that way we can make the border radius circular. Probably won't use this one. You have the incoming request function flipped. Oh yeah, true. Let me just set the border radius for now. This will just be a temporary solution. I'm not really going to worry about that right now. Incoming friend request, outgoing. Alright, so let me just go ahead and I'm going to move this on the side. So this whole thing will need to be a flex. So let's do this. And let's see. I think what I'll do is I want this to stay here. I want this to be all the way over here, and then this whole thing to take the whole width. So I think what we could do is probably this. Flex 1. Whoa. Yeah, so I don't want this to grow at all. I don't want that to grow. If I set this to 1, that happens. So let's see, flex. Yeah, I definitely don't want that. I think what I was thinking of doing was probably put these two in a flex and then just justify concept between this and this. So let me do this. And now this just needs to be a flex. So let's do You're originally from NY, but are you in Japan? Nope. He gives me Filipino vibes. Something about this font, the weight of it feels really weird. I visited Japan last month. Too good, I loved it. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go to Japan probably in a couple months or so. I'm thinking about it. For UI, do you design a prototype before building? For the most part, yeah, like right now this is a program called Figma and I use this to design my UI. And so usually it makes it a lot easier for me to base everything off of. But how is Japan for you though? So we have this, and then we have this. There we go. Is there a better icon that I could probably use? But for now, this is okay. So outgoing friend request, I can cancel it. Incoming friend request, I can either accept or delete it, or reject. Incoming friend request, blah blah blah. I might increase this a little bit, or maybe I'll add some padding on the from here to here, because it looks kind of too far spread apart. Let me see. Yeah, with Discord they have like a little sidebar over here, so it's not too far off. I came back to New York this September because you school, but I went there. I was blown away by the tech they have, especially in toilets. If it's an outgoing request, you should show cancel. Mangas, katana, and a dash of rice, and you got yourself a Japan weeb. Yeah, Japan's really beautiful. I really would like to go there. I'm not that I would like to go there, but I will be going there sometime in either December or probably around December time. So if it's an incoming friend request, show that. If it's let's see. Let me look at Discord real quick. Do I have any outgoing friend requests? I don't. Let me see. Let me try sending a friend request to someone and see what happens. So they use the same icons for everything, and I don't really see a point of using different icons, to be honest. I did the incoming friend request wrong. I don't know what this guy is talking about, but I wish some of you guys would stop backseating and just let me do my thing. Talking about the function. Friend request, I'll sender. Yeah, this should be receiver. So if it's an incoming request, then let's see. Show incoming. There we go. Fix up the colors a little bit, and then it should look somewhat decent. Action G, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Something about these icons just feel really off. I don't know what it is though, honestly. But they feel very off to me. Maybe if I can find, maybe I'll give my own background color for these icons. If I can find just a check and an X, I think it would look a lot better. Yeah, I think this might be better. MD check and MD close. There we go. And then I want to make these colors a light color and then give it a dark background or something. Maybe it's just the background that makes it look really weird. Not sure though. Tushar, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Why the hell does YouTube streaming still suck? Can't go full screen with chat. Yeah, I know, it does kind of suck. Let's see what's going on over here. This gotta turn into a flex, I think. Oh yeah, and this just needs to be conditionally rendered, so not too bad. Not too bad. Let me see if I decrease the size of the icon a little bit and see if that does anything. It's okay. It's not terrible. Maybe add some spacing in between here. Gap 10 pixels. Then it blocks the video. Seriously, Twitch has a better setup for viewing, and you would think the billion-dollar company could copy it for an option. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you could also watch on Twitch if you want. I'm also live on Twitch as well. Yeah, this is not too bad. When I hover over it, I'll change the background color. I could also change the color of the icon, I think. There we go. So I think what I'll do is, if it's, this is what Discord does. If it's accept, you could turn it green. If it's reject, you can make it red. And I think what we could do is, I'll probably just create another custom style component for this, so that way we can just kind of like separate all of these things. It makes it a lot more easier. Export const. Let's see. So instead of doing this, I could just do this. And then what I can do is I can pass a prop in. Let's see. I guess I could just pass in the prop is incoming. Let me see. And what we can do is we can do color red. Instead of color red, we'll do incoming. So incoming, we could use a turn operator. So if it's incoming, well, actually, wait, why would that matter? Let me see. Actually, wait, what am I even doing? Wait, let me fix this real quick. Let me change this to accept. What is accept? Let's make that a little bit more better. So if it is accept, then we'll make it green, else red. And so for this icon, this is an accept, this one is reject. And I'm also going to make this a partial, this object a partial, so that way for both I don't need to pass it in. Hi Triboy, how are you? Welcome to the stream. So I can pass it in for this, and I don't have to pass it for this. So now if I go here, you can see that if I hover over here, it's green. If I hover over here, it's red. And I probably don't really need to change the background color. To be honest, I don't really think that matters too much, but I will just a little bit, not too much. We'll change the color from green to maybe something better. Maybe a little bit lighter green, maybe. I think that's not too bad. Let's see if we can change the red into something else. Maybe like a lighter red. You do not work recently? What do you mean? Okay, that's not too bad, not too bad. I think though maybe what we could do is we could probably add some padding on the left and right. And later on, if I also have to fix this too. Let me see. Before I do that, let me also go inside the friend request item container. And this is a display of flex. Oh yeah, it is a friend request item, so I have to go to where friend request list. I think what I'll do is I'll add some margin. Make that a little bit more spaced out a little bit. We could also add a border too on the bottom. So maybe... Hey Ping, how are you? Welcome to the stream. And instead of margin, maybe I'll do padding instead. Yeah, I'll do padding instead. Okay. And maybe I'll decrease the opacity just a little bit. And then for the last item, right over here, inside friend request item container. Let me see. I did do something for this friend list container. I remember I used the last child property, or maybe, yeah, friend list item container. Oh, okay, I guess what I'll do is this. Madi, how are you? Welcome to the stream. I'm doing good. How about you? Why, so you just use VX code hex color selector instead of defining variables of colors? You could do either, both. I tend to just use the same color, though I think it would be better to define variables. I mean, honestly, who gives a shit? Honestly, like, just do whatever you want. Friend request item container, so I think maybe here is where I can, maybe I might need to, let's see, last child, border bottom none. We can always refactor at any point and make things better anyways, so, alright, so this needs to be scroll, so friend request item container. Where's this? Friend request item. Friend list. Friend request list. Friend list container. Yes, right over here. Yeah, I mean, honestly, once we set up custom themes, everything will be defined in the theme anyway, so. Alright, so let's see. Friend list container, so. Interesting. I think what I need to do is I need to take the height of this, subtract it with this. So what was the height of the nav bar? It was, I don't think we had a defined height. So I probably will set a height for that. Right now we're using padding. Let me do height. So once that's done, I could probably, yeah, this is fine. And I'll remove the scroll bar next. For now, I will remove it, and then later on we'll add a custom one. Did I do it in the wrong? Must have done in the wrong one. Friend request item container. Friend request item, friend request list, friend list container. Yeah, it's the wrong one. Let's move that up there. There we go. Okay, not too bad. Not too shabby. Cool. Okay, so maybe I'll create one function and handle both of these. So they're gonna. So if it's a, let's see. So the X is supposed to do two different things. If it's an incoming request, it's supposed to call the reject endpoint. If it's an outgoing request, it's supposed to cancel it. I don't know if I will want to create one function to handle three different actions or just create three separate functions. Because I feel like if I create one function, it will just end up being... I mean, we could try one function first and see how that goes. Let's see. So we'll need the... Well, you need to know whether it's incoming or not. And we can always just call this function. So if is incoming. I'm going to change this to is incoming. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that for now. So if is incoming request. So if it's an incoming, then we know that when they click on X, let me see. Okay, so let's do this. If it is not an incoming request, that means that we're only ever going to handle one case, which is just the reject. So we'll handle that first. So when we click on here, we need to dispatch an action, and this is for canceling the friend request. Cancel friend request thunk. Create async thunk, friends request, cancel. And so, if I remember correctly, if we look at the API, in order to cancel a friend request, we need the ID of the friend request, and I think that is it. We are the logged in user, and that data is already retrieved on the server side, so all we'll need to do is just pass in the ID of the friend request. And then we'll need to call an API. So let's create the function for that. And I think this was a delete method, if I remember correctly. And the ID of the friend request goes in the route. So let's do friends requests ID cancel and config. And let's see. Yep, perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead. All right, so now what we can do is we can go ahead and dispatch an action. Let me also do one more thing. Don't think you could do that. $24 was his original size, so let's try 24. Okay. So let's go ahead and get the dispatch. So if it's not an incoming friend request, the only action that we have is the reject. So we don't really need to do anything else except for just doing a simple dispatch. And we want to dispatch cancel friend request dunk. And we need the ID of the friend request, so we just do friend request.id. And that should take care of calling the API. So let's see. So what we could do is we can attach the event listener on click to, let's do it over here. So on click, handle friend request. Okay, so when we click, it'll just check if it's incoming friend request or not. Okay, so error console log. And I think maybe I just return so that way I can just avoid writing an else case. So what we'll do next is if it's not an incoming friend request, there's two actions, whether it's accept or reject. And I think for this, we'll need a parameter. So let's see, type will be either accept or reject. So let me just create a type for this. And we'll go ahead and take this and do that. So what we'll do is if type is equal to accept, then all we'll do is just dispatch an action. If it's not, then we'll just go ahead and, or if it's, we'll dispatch the accept friend request action. We could all, yeah, and if it's not, then we'll just dispatch the reject friend request. Friend request item icon. So if they click on this, we accept. So this will call reject. This will call the function with reject. But of course, like I said, we're checking to see if incoming request. If it's not incoming request, if it isn't, then we'll handle that case, which is good. And then we can handle the rest. Do switch block with default case. I guess we could, instead of doing this, let's see, accept, reject. Yeah, I think that would be actually somewhat better. I mean, we're passing an argument anyways, so. But the only problem is, like, now we have to conditionally call the function. So what we could do, I guess what we could do is this. So if it's incoming request, we call reject, else we'll do Ibrahim, how's it going? Can someone link the very first video to start in? There should be in a playlist, and it says day 1 next to it. If you go over to my playlist and if you look for the live playlist, you'll find day 1. I mean, I'll just send you the link right now. There we go. Horrific DPS. What is the purpose of the chat form? What do you mean by chat form? Hi Divi, how are you? Nicholas Costa Dev, thanks for following my Twitch. Thamiko, thank you for following my Twitch, I appreciate that. So if it's an incoming request, reject. If it's an outgoing, we'll call cancel. Sophia, thank you for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. I mean, I could also just do this. If there's, I could also just make it so that, I could also just make cancel the default case. That means I have to make this a optional, which is really dumb. I guess this can work though. What am I working on right now? I'm working on the UI right now. Just doing some UI work right now. So how difficult has the ride been? I bet there was some setbacks, right? Yeah, I mean, nothing was perfect. I would say some of the issues were, trying to think. Did that do anything? I mean, I would say so far we've gone pretty far, which is not bad. Inspiring, what is your Discord name? If you see my name, just send me a direct message if you haven't already. I can give you the role right now. I feel like it's bad practice if you use a switch case with no default case though. That's how I learned it. There we go, canceling friend request. So that friend request is canceled. Zebra developer's request was canceled. And yeah, there we go. Bo Goss. Obviously, I'll credit you and stuff for the stuff I use. I mean, the project is open source, and I probably should add a license soon. Let me see if I can find your name, Bo Goose. I don't see your name. Can you send me a direct message? Alright, see you, Timothy. Why do you refresh the page after canceling friend request? Seems dumb. I mean, obviously because we have not implemented the WebSocket yet. So that's the only way that I can do to verify if the canceling the friend request actually works or not. Because we haven't implemented the socket yet. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but we haven't done that yet already, though. That's what we're gonna do right now. Like, Jesus Christ, some of you guys have to be patient, man. Like, you guys are so quick to like jump to conclusions and criticize before I haven't gotten a chance to actually do something yet. Like, I don't care if you guys want to like give criticism and stuff, but like understand that if there's something that seems off, it's because I'm working on it right now. Hey Anson, cool to see you back at the app. Hope your night's going well. Yeah, it's going pretty well. It's a Ducky X Farmillo keyboard. If you do the exclamation mark keyboards command, you'll get two links that you'll find the keyboards that I use. See, right now we're gonna go to the back end and we're gonna go ahead and emit an event whenever the friend request gets canceled. So that way the front end can handle that by updating the store. But we need to also make it so that way both users can see it, not just ourselves. So what I could do is, let me see. If I call it delete, we're returning the raw update, the raw delete instance, which is not good. So I think what I'll do instead is I'll probably just return the ID of the friend request, I think. Let me see, friends. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll return the ID of the friend request, search for it, and then just remove it from the store. So let's see. Or maybe I don't need to return it, but I'm wondering. I don't want to. Let me see. Yeah, so right now it returns this, which we should not do. And after the fulfillment of the thunk, don't think we can get the parameters from there. I don't think that's possible. Payload. Let me actually console log action. I wonder if we get the parameters that we called the thunk with, because that'll actually make it a lot more better. Hey, popping in here a few days. How many days in total have you been working on this? I think today we're on day number 18, I believe. What's your tech stack and what are your thoughts on MERN? Is there a better stack to learn these days? I mean, to be honest with you, it doesn't really matter what stack you want to use as long as you are getting the job done. Of course, there are going to be tech stacks that are more dominant in the market field, like React and Spring Boot. Those are two examples of dominant frameworks that lots of people use. But if you're just doing it for your own personal gain, if you're working on a side project, it doesn't really matter what stack you use. So the nice thing is though, there's lots of diversity. There's a lot of diversity, so you can really just get away with using whatever you want, and you'll be okay. Okay, so it seems like I can just call arg, and then I think I can call arg, and then so this one over here is number 18. And if I look in the network tab, the headers, yes. So yeah, I don't think I need to really worry about returning. Although I don't really feel comfortable returning the deleted values. So I think maybe what I could do is I think what I'll do is this. I'll await this, and then I'll return the ID of the friend request like that. So that way, or let me do ID. So that way when I go over here, we can just reference it from the payload.data. Great stuff. Love the content. Thank you, Super Smasher. There's 26 videos in the playlist you gave me, so I'm assuming it's been 26 days. The reason why there's more videos than there are for days is because the stream went down, and then I had to restart the stream. But yeah, like every single video should be labeled with the correct title, I think. I can update that right now actually, because yesterday we were at day 7, or no, yesterday we were at, let me see, day 17. I think today we'll just do day 18, because yesterday I streamed 2 times, in the morning and in the afternoon. So I think today should be day 18, honestly. In reality it should be day 19, but it's fine. Day 18. There we go. Yeah, every single episode is labeled by the day. I have no idea what kind of web project to make. Well, what have you done so far? Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'm gonna go into the state. We're not here. Let's go over to slice. So we'll do this action dot payload. There should be data.id. Let's do export type. This code is free. Did you get banned? No, I didn't ban you. I have no reason to ban anyone unless they are spamming, like those spam bots that came in yesterday. I've done everything pretty much, LOL. Is this code free? I mean, it is open source. What's going on over here? Interesting. Oh, wait, let me do this. We have to go into API.ts. Payload action. What's going on over here? Extra reducers. Oh, whoops. Yeah, this should already be typed in it already. Hover CJ VS Code Power Mode plugin is epic. Extension for VS Code. What is that? I've done pretty much everything. I doubt that you've done every single thing. But if you want an idea, I could give you an idea. Maybe you can go ahead and take a look at building maybe some kind of e-commerce application. You should create your next one with JavaScript and WebSockets. I mean, if you want, of course. What do you mean by next one? Oh, I think he's talking to you, Swiss Rust. I think he's talking to you about building a project. Seems kind of like a meme. No, I'm not gonna do that. Just leave it like this. So the return value should be a number. Perfect. So I'll get the let's see, state dot friend requests dot find and delete I'm saying, like, if you remake something like this with JavaScript, I mean, I think JavaScript is kind of trash, not gonna lie, if you compare it to TypeScript. And the reason why I'm saying that is because the fact that you can pass in a number to a function that expects a string is just ridiculous. And I find it really cringe that people are okay with that. That's why when I switched over to TypeScript, I never regretted it one single bit. And I can give you a bunch of more reasons why JavaScript is not good compared to TypeScript. And I'm saying that with good intention because, you know, if there's a language that is the same exact thing as JavaScript but has a lot of improvements, like major, and we're not talking about only one or two things, we're talking about major improvements, right? Why would you still use JavaScript if you use TypeScript? It just makes no sense. Yo, what's going on, Calvin? How are you? Like, I'm not saying that JavaScript is trash just to make fun of people or just to say it with bad intention. I'm saying, like, you know, if there's a better language out there that can literally improve your code by a ton, why wouldn't you use it? You know? And the only answer to that question that people can give, oh, it's because it's harder. Well, it's not that it's harder, it's just that people are just lazy to learn the necessary things that you would learn in literally any other language. So but that's just my opinion, though. That's just my opinion, though. Hacking doesn't exist anymore. All social engineering these days. Is the main difference between TypeScript props? No. The main difference between TypeScript and JavaScript is wavelengths. Yo, Calvin, how's it going, man? I don't know if I said what's up, but how are you, Calvin? The difference between TypeScript and JavaScript is like, well, first off, TypeScript actually has proper data types, right? And you can actually type annotate everything. And when you type annotate your functions, like, for example, like in JavaScript, if I did something like function, say function add two numbers, and then, you know, let's call this parameter num1, num2, and let's say in any other language, like, you know, statically typed language like Java or C#, these would need specific data types. But the fact that in JavaScript you can just pass in this and pass in random strings means that you need to do an additional check to see if num1 is, you know, a string. And it's just like, well, why would you need to worry about that when you can just use a language that has proper built-in types? Devetical, how are you? How's it going, Devetical? TypeScript is basically JavaScript types. Yeah, I think the only reason why people still stick with JavaScript is because they don't want to spend the time to learn TypeScript, even though TypeScript has all of the necessary things that any language has that you should really learn, to be honest. Okay, so now this should actually update the state. So if I do this, you can see that it is now removed from the state. Now we also need to make sure that it is removed from the other user as well, because right now if I log in and if I remove it, it's not going to update it for themselves, so we have to do that. Find index returns -1. Yeah, I know that, but the problem is that if I do splice with -1, it'll remove the last element, so that's why I have to find the actual element itself to check if it exists. Because this returns -1, but if I call splice with a -1 value, it's going to return the last element. So if I go over here, if I do node, and let's do const index equals y.find index. What do I want to do if, let's see, if num equals 6. So you can see that, let's see, fucking index of number. So index of number should be -1. And now if you did y.splice index of number, you can see that the original array removes the last element, which is not correct. So that's the reason why I had to find the actual element itself. Isn't just TS essentially just JS on steroids? Not really, because TypeScript actually has a full-on complete... It feels like okay, it's hard for people to understand the difference if you... it's hard for people to understand the difference if you've never used a statically typed language like Java or C#. But if it returns -1, then you can ignore it. Return. Yeah, but we still need to remove it from the array, though. So how else would you remove from the array if you don't know where? If you don't know what the index is? Splice index number delete count. Like you would still need the index, right? So if it's -1, then how would you remove it if you don't know what the index is? I think the only way that you can remove an element from an array is probably just by its index, right? Remove element from array without index. Unless you were to do a filter. But the thing is, the nice thing about I mean, you could do a filter, but yeah, that's true. You could do a filter. So I could do something like state friend. Yeah, let me see. I guess you know what it is. I'm used to Immer wrapping everything in a proxy, and we can just write mutable code that then gets, you know, handled immutably underneath the hood. I could just do state friend request equals state.friend requests filter. So friend request dot ID is not equal to ID. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that works. I guess we'll go with this instead. I think this is a lot better, actually. I used JS for years, and after learning Java this year with static methods and data types with params, I'm so curious. Wow, we have no lives. What's up, Evan? Yeah, I guess we could just filter out. In actual Redux, like in the old Redux, you would have to do it this way anyways, but with Immer, it takes care of wrapping everything underneath the hood, so that's also nice too. Okay, so update state when okay, so now we have to make sure we do it for the other user as well. What's Redux? It's a state management library that is very predictable, and it keeps all of your data, all of your application state in one single area, and so that way you never have to worry about where certain state belongs. You don't have to worry about which component owns what state. It's always going to be in a single source of truth, and you can just always call it by using a reducer or a selector. With regular JS, there's leaks by using classes, so factory functions are recommended with that. Does TypeScript fix class issues in 2? I think TypeScript classes are the same thing, but it does have other additional features like interfaces, abstract classes, polymorphism, like more actual OOP concepts. In this day and age, many new frameworks are coming. How to be sure which framework to choose? I mean, React is probably one of the only frameworks, not the only framework, one of the main frameworks right now that is actually very dominant in the market. Angular is still around, but there's not as much opportunity for Angular compared to React. There is opportunity for Angular though, but it's just not as common compared to React. And even if you find one with Angular, those jobs are more, they require like more experience, but they do pay a lot more though, because there's less and less Angular developers as time goes by. So companies are willing to pay more for Angular developers. Only downside is that most of the time you probably won't be able to work on something from scratch. You'll most likely be maintaining enterprise level code. So if that's something that you want to do, then, you know, you can definitely pick that up. But in terms of how to know which frameworks, you can never really know, because there's always going to be people who will innovate and create frameworks constantly all the time. Unless if, like, you know, Facebook were to somehow monopolize it, but I don't think we've gone to that stage yet. But the day that happens, though, that's the day that we should probably be concerned. What do you think about Zustin over Redux? I mean, I've never really used Zustin extensively. I've only taken a look at it. I do think that Zustin is a very simplified state management library, and I think if you like it, then that's great. If it can get the job done, then that's great. I don't really have a problem with it. Like, if people want to use what they want to use, then, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I don't really care what people want to use. If they want to use, you know, Angular, if they want to use Zustin, if they want to use MobX, doesn't really matter to me. But it is a lot more simplified. So yeah, you know, it's a lot more simplified. You know, here's what I'm gonna do actually. Let me do this. I'm gonna delete it, but instead of returning just the ID, I'm gonna return the actual friend request object itself, because I do need it to actually get the receiver. So it won't affect the front end because we are returning an object and it already has the ID property already, so it won't really matter. So I'll return the original friend request that was deleted. Hi Momo, how are you? Welcome back to the stream. You are so knowledgeable, thank you. I mean, there's a lot of things that I don't know, but, you know, we're learning every single day. In India, most company is into Angular as front-end and Java and .NET for back-end. Yet, Java is very popular in India from what I've seen. What's the best way to start learning front-end? Well, I mean, what have you started with so far? Because I would always recommend getting started with learning HTML, CSS, and JavaScript first. If you have not already, of course, that is. And then once you have done that, then you can get into React. It just really depends on where you have started so far. I have a project, make it rating stars when I get the project valid because I take from Google this project not valid. I've started learning a bit of Next and React, but at the moment I'm fluent in JavaScript and learning HTML and CSS for school. Okay, so I would say focus primarily on HTML, CSS, and client-sided JavaScript. Like, understand the different types of events that you can use on the DOM. And I wouldn't worry about React and Next right now. Are you going to Refactor Tech 2022? What is that? Is that like some kind of convention for developers? Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and emit this event when we cancel. So let's do this event emit. Friend request, I'll cancel, and we'll pass in the friend request. Yeah, in Atlanta, probably not. I didn't even know that was a thing. I feel TypeScript makes your code in a more disciplined way. Yeah, I believe so too, honestly. And I would say the same thing with any statically typed language. Would always do that for really anyone. You know. But you know, like I said, I think people don't want to switch to JavaScript because they don't want to switch to TypeScript from JavaScript is because they've never had the experience with a statically typed language. Because I'm pretty sure, like, if you ask any person who has came from either C# or Java, went to JavaScript, they felt weird about it. And then if they consider learning TypeScript, they probably don't regret it at all. So that's why I think that TypeScript is just, you know, that's why I say, like, in a couple years, TypeScript is going to be everywhere, and you're going to see less and less JavaScript, and you're going to see more and more TypeScript. Because JavaScript, you know, was created to do pretty much browser manipulation, right? Browser logic. And then they took JavaScript and made it work on the server side. And then Microsoft took JavaScript and then made TypeScript to make it even a more complete language. So, you know, it's being innovated more and more. And that's why I'm saying, like, if you don't, you know, if you don't constantly stay in the loop and learn new things, in a few years, these things are going to become obsolete. Do I have any published projects? Most of my projects are private. For the ones for my private clients that I had in the past. Hey Anton, keep up the good work, or keep the good content. I'm having my first interview next week. Any advice? Well, I'm assuming it's an interview for a developer role, right? I would say just be very honest with yourself. Just don't stress over it. Just relax. If they're gonna ask you questions, I mean, I don't know, like, what stage of the interview is this? Is this behavioral? Is this just like get to know each other? Because there's different stages in software engineering interviews. So for that, and that's the reason why I ask. Because based on the stage, I can give you more accurate and more specific advice. Can you give a link to this project? The code is in the description if you want to get the link to it. It's all on GitHub. It's all open source. Is freelancing easy for beginners? I don't really think it would be necessarily easy in the beginning, but you have to start from somewhere, right? So what I would recommend, if you want to actually freelance, maybe start with building some mock websites, and just to prove to yourself that you can actually build out those websites, right? And then maybe try talking to a local business owner and then ask them if you can do something. Like, for example, like if I were to do something like that, I would literally call up anyone who has a small business that needs a website or a web app, right? And I would ask them, hey, you know, are you interested? And then we'll give them details and whatnot, right? And if it's something that they want to pursue, then, you know, we'll talk about that more in detail. You know, and if they say no, you know, there's no hard feelings, right? Rejection is just part of the process. So you'll only know until you try. HR and technical. So for HR, they're probably going to ask you some questions about your background, your skills, what you've done at your previous job, or what your current goals are. For technical, they'll probably ask you maybe based off of what, I mean, for technical, it really depends, right? For example, technical can be anything where they'll ask you object-oriented concepts, Java concepts, hash maps, algorithms. They'll ask you time complexity. If it's more focused on like the stuff that you'll be doing, like for example, like I always mostly ask questions about React and like backend stuff. So I would answer, you know, regards to what they would ask me, right? So it really just depends. Technical really just depends on the company, really, because any company can give really any type of technical interview. This might be too early, but what do you think will be the future of web dev? We're seeing new frameworks pop up, and learning Rust might be implemented in the future. Well, Rust is actually really promising right now. I don't think it will actually kill JavaScript, though, in my opinion. But I think the future of web dev really is... it's hard to predict, to be honest with you, because you have a bunch of people talking about Web3, talking about like a decentralized web, and you have people talking about NFTs, you have people talking about Bitcoin and stuff. I mean, you know, it's hard to really predict what will happen, to be honest with you. There's like so many things that are happening all at once, you know. So honestly, I don't even know, honestly. WebAssembly looks very promising for the advanced project. However, for regular stuff, it's overkill. Have you ever built smart contracts? Nope. I've never gotten into the crypto or Ethereum space before. Okay, so what we want to do is we basically want to... Okay, so if we're canceling the request, we know that only this endpoint can be called by the person sending the friend request. So we need to find the person, we need to find the receiver and emit the event for the receiver, right? Because if we look at this endpoint, the cancel endpoint, right? If we look at our logic, only the person that's sending the friend request can actually use this API, can actually use this endpoint. So we have to just look for the receiver and see if they're online. So all we need to do is just get the socket. So receiver socket. Okay, so receiver socket, we'll do the same thing that we're doing here. This .gateway.sessions get user socket. And then we'll do if receiver socket. I can also just do receiver socket and receiver socket.emit on friend request canceled. Pass the payload like that. True, a bit of awkward times get in as a new dev with these potential changes in my abilities. You know, honestly, I just relax. I just sit back, relax, and I just see what happens. You're gonna have people who are gonna, you know, try to like fearmonger you, you know, try to tell you all of this crap. I just don't listen to that kind of bullshit. Like, I just sit back, relax, and just live my life, do my thing. And then, yeah, just live life like there's no tomorrow. Trying to worry about what's going to happen in a year from now, 2 years from now. It's like you're never going to be able to live your life at all if you just keep worrying about that kind of stuff. I mean, it's okay to plan for the future, but I think just overthinking it and overstressing is just really unnecessary. On friend request cancel. All right, so now that we're going to emit this socket event, we're going to receive that on the front end. And I guess we'll listen to it in here because we want to make sure we're listening to it globally. So socket on, let's see. I have to say, Anton, you're a real one. You give out great advice, and overall you give out a good vibe. Thank you, I appreciate that, and you know, I'm trying, you know. It just comes from personal experience is all I can say, honestly. Like I'm not faking anything, I'm not trying to be someone that I'm not. I'm just doing my thing and just being myself. That's all there is to it, you know? I think that's the best way to live life, is just to be your authentic self and not give a shit about what people tell you and not listen to what people are trying to tell you what to do. Like, you know, just, you know, obviously it's okay to take advice from people and receive criticism and be critical, but you know, if you want to be who you are, then, you know, who gives a shit what other people think. Pro tip: arguing over which framework, language, etc. is a waste of time. Yeah, I agree 100% on that. People, you know, what's funny is because people have asked me, well, not asked me, people have said, since when have picking the frameworks become controversial? Like, for example, if you're an Angular developer in 2022, people will make fun of you. And I'm just like, why, man? Like, why like, what's the purpose of making fun of someone just for their choice of frameworks, you know? It's like, why would you want to do that? And it's just like, yeah, like, and that really leads me to wonder, like, when have we gone to a point where using a certain framework has become controversial? But, you know, it's the same thing with sports, too. People like, treat programming like it's sports. Like, they're like fanatics over something that can just become obsolete in, like, 5 years. And I just think that's just really ridiculous. Payload dot, let's see. Yeah, I think over here we can just do the same thing. So we'll dispatch this remove friend request action, and then we can just pass in the payload that we receive from the socket, and this will remove the friend request for the other user, if they are online, that is. Yeah, very true. In the end, it all matters whether you can finish builds or stuff. Yeah, of course. Like, I'd rather take someone who knows Angular front to back. They can actually build me an entire enterprise application than some person that only cares about what's the best framework and they don't even get the stuff done, you know? In the end, it's just like, you know, you're going to have people who will criticize you for that. And, you know, just gotta ignore them. Like, for example, a lot of people have came in to the stream asking me, yo, why are you using Redux, man? Redux is trash. Like why are you using Redux, man? Like Redux is so bad, man. Oh my god, you're so bad for using Redux. I'm like, bro, I really don't care, man. I just wanna use Redux. Like, just let me do my thing. You know, like, who gives a shit? Like, I'm not gonna sit there and tell you to use something that you don't want to use. You know, so why are you sitting there telling me what I should use if it's not affecting you in any single way whatsoever? And the same goes with whether or not you want to learn React or Angular or Vue or JavaScript or TypeScript or Java or C#. It doesn't really matter, honestly. I'm not actually doing development now in Angular at the moment. Oh yeah, like, I'm pretty sure if you go into, I guarantee you, if you go into the React to Flux server, and then if you ask about, well, not, maybe that's actually, no, that's not a good example. I'm sure if you go somewhere, maybe in like the JavaScript subreddit, and if you talk about how you love Angular so much, you'll get so many downvotes. There will always be fanatics and strange people like that. Best you can do is try to ignore them. Yeah, I know. That's the best. That's really the only thing you can do. How's the chat going? Right now I'm just making it so that the other user will see that the friend request is removed. So let me open up an incognito window and show you how that's working so far. Alright, let's see what happens. So, alright, so right now I should be able to send a friend request. Wait, who did I log in as? I logged in as Aiden, right? So why am I seeing a friend request? That's weird. That is very weird. Okay, well, at least this works though. I'm not sure what this is. This is really strange. I think we should also. I think maybe I may have sent myself a friend request by accident. Though that should not actually work though. But let me see. Okay, there we go. I don't know why I had to do that twice, but let me try refreshing. Let me cancel this. Okay, so now if I cancel the friend request, you can see that it disappears on both ends, and I can go ahead and send the friend request again, and I can also just reject it again or cancel it. Okay, so canceling works and it updates on the UI for both users, which is really good. Let me send another friend request to someone else, and it'll show up over here, which is good. You know, to disregard those kind of comments when you look at wholesome videos and people downvote and say nasty stuff. Can't with weirdos like that. Yeah, I know, but yeah, I mean, you know, we have a lot of people that just come in and just quite, like, you know, just are just making really unnecessary comments. But you know, I usually just ignore that because I don't really have time to reason with anyone like that. Honestly, there's 2 friend requests from Ants Developer. Yeah, these are different people. I'll show you. I'll show you. They're from different emails, or actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's weird. Why is it saying instant developer? Oh, I'm rendering the wrong. Oh yeah, I'm rendering the wrong name. Let me fix that. Thanks for pointing that out. Can you try to create a React testify nothing of reject friend requests? Yeah, I'll do that. Although I don't really think it'd be a good idea to let the user know that the friend request got rejected though, because no social media app really does that stuff. You know, I think it would be better if we implemented a feature where if they get their friend request accepted, then we can notify them. Do I watch anime? I don't really watch anime, but I used to watch Naruto and And I used to watch Pokemon when I was a lot younger. But I don't really watch anime. Not that I dislike anime. I just don't really have time to really watch like TV and Netflix and stuff. But the last anime that I watched was My Hero Academia. And that was like a year ago. I only watched like the first 4 seasons. I know that they have made new episodes, but I haven't really been watching them since then. I think the first season was actually probably the best. The rest were actually pretty garbage in my opinion. What's my favorite character in Naruto? Neji. Neji's my favorite character. I came in kind of late. How did you track the users? What do you mean by tracking users? Okay, yeah. So you see over here, we have to conditionally render the name, I think. Or wait, do we? Oh yeah. Right, you see? Yeah. So we have to fix this. So, let's do this. So if it's an incoming friend request, we should render the sender's name. If it's an outgoing friend request, then we should render the receiver's name. Yeah, I have to fix that. It was just a rendering issue. There we go. Alright, there, now it's fixed. So we have Danny Peterson and then Jack the developer. Recon LX, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Then for the user who accepted a friend request receives a notification with you are now friends with the user. As a database, yeah, we're using a database. How often do I take breaks from coding? I mean, if I'm streaming, I'll usually just, go up, get some water, stretch. If I'm just not streaming, what I'll do is I'll code for about maybe 4 hours. I'll go out, get some coffee. So here's what I would do, right? I would wake up at 2 a.m. I would go to the gym, go there for about 2 hours, come back, shower, code from around 4 to 8 a.m. This is only if it's a weekend though. 8 a.m. I'll go out for a walk, get some sunlight for about an hour. And after I come back, I'll get back to my desk, code a little bit more from up to 12 o'clock-ish. After 12, I'll go out, go for a drive, get some bubble tea, my favorite drink. I don't know if you guys know what bubble tea is. It's basically like milk tea with the tapioca bubbles in there. Come back, cook some food, and then I usually don't code after noon. I had a strict rule where after noon I won't code, and what I would do is I would just practice languages, because at that time I was learning Russian, so I'll just study Russian for about an hour or two, or maybe even 3 hours. And then from 3 to around 6 o'clock, I'll just relax. I'll just watch some videos. Just have some time for myself, relax. Then I'll shower, read for an hour, and then just go to sleep. No wonder you don't have time for anime, haha. I mean, it's not that I dislike anime. It's just I just don't have the time to watch it. No hate against anime. I actually like some animes. I'd say Naruto is probably the one that I watched a lot because that was the one that I watched when I was younger. Yeah. But I try to stay busy throughout the day, though. Because if I don't do anything, I just feel like I'm wasting my time. So, waking up at 2 a.m. Why so early? Mostly because I just really enjoy the dawn. I just really like the nighttime a lot. So I'll sleep at 6 and I'll wake up at 2. I still get 8 hours of sleep though. Yo, Momo, thank you so much for the $20, man. Again, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. That means a lot to me, man. But yeah, I like waking up at 2 a.m. I used to wake up at 4 every single day, but then I felt like waking up at 4, I didn't have enough time for myself, so I started waking up at 3, and then when I woke up at 3, I felt like I didn't have enough time, so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna wake up at 2, And even when I was waking up at 2, I felt like I didn't have enough time. So, but I was like, no, there's no way I'm going to wake up at 1 a.m. There's no way that I'm going to go that far. 2 a.m. was just perfect for me. And also because whenever I go to the gym at 4 a.m., it's already packed because there's a lot of other people who are up early, you know, grinding and stuff, working their asses off. So I was like, yo, if I want to win in the morning, I gotta get up early and basically just beat everyone to it. Like, it's like, think of it like this, right? If I go to Starbucks to get coffee, by the time I get there at 7 a.m., which is when most people get there, it's going to be a long line and you're going to have to wait behind everyone else. So I'm like, screw that. I don't want to wait. So I'm just going to go ahead and wake up before everyone else, get there early. So that way I don't have to wait. And that means everyone else, the average people that's waking up at the average time, is going to have to wait 30 minutes just to get their coffee that doesn't even taste that good. So it's just about, you know, showing up early and showing up every single day. That's the purpose of it. And, you know, I mean, obviously, like, you know, you don't have to wake up at 2 a.m. That's just what I do by choice. And, you know, from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. is 6 hours. And I usually start work around that time, my full-time day job, right? And from that time frame, I can do so much within those 6 hours. And I can be very productive. I can get a lot of stuff done. I can go to the gym, come back, code for 2 hours, go to Walmart or my grocery store to buy groceries. You know, I can do a lot of stuff, and then I can then do my day job, and then when it's the end of the day, I don't have to worry about going to the gym. I've already done it already. But, you know, there's no such thing as not procrastinating. But even if you are super productive, there are still some ways that you do procrastinate, but it's just that you do it less, you know? Junaid, welcome to the stream. How are you? You're a hard worker. Thank you. I mean, I'm trying my best. Because if you don't work hard, you know, what are you ever going to attain to? You know, that's the thing. Like, you know, that's just how I see it. You know, I just don't want to waste my time being here in this world. Add some type of notification. So, yeah, so I have that already. Add some type of notification when a friend request is received. Cancelled. Received. So that's there. So we just finished this. Do yesterday. Let's see. Monsharak, how are you, my friend? How are you? Do I have a college degree? Yes, I do. Whiskey, how are you, my friend? How are you? Consistency is key, baby. It is absolutely. Consistency is key. So let me move this up here. Because this is what we're gonna do next. Add some type of notification when a friend request is received. Yeah, we'll display a toast notification when that happens. Fix side nav bar to allow navigation between conversations and friend page. Will be due today as well. What task tracking SW are you using? What do you mean by SW? Well, if you're asking what application this is, it's called Asana. I am highly inspired by your keen desire to always stay productive. I mean, listen, man, like, there were some times where I'm not productive, but, you know, like, not everyone is perfect, right? But, you know, you just gotta sit down, figure it out, and then, you know, once you know what you gotta do, then you just gotta execute your plan. Like, for example, if you don't know what to do, then that's fine. You can just sit around and think about what you gotta do. But once you know what you need to do, then it's just a matter of whether or not you're willing to put in the willpower to do what you gotta do, to see the results. Computer science or software engineering. If you're asking me which degree that I got, it was computer science. If you're asking me which one I think that you should go for, I would say that it really depends on what your goals are. Computer science is more tailored towards theoretical concepts and a lot of math. Software engineering is actually more focused on development and whatnot. Hi, Anton. I've noticed you use both context and Redux. When you pick one over the other, let me turn off my music so I can actually answer this question properly. I'm assuming context should only be used on values. Okay, so here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand is that context was never meant to do state management. Context was always meant for passing a value down to components without needing to prop drill a lot. So for example, when you use context, right? If you go over here, let's go over to our code real quick. When you use context, you can see that all I'm really doing is just defining my state all the way in the root part of my application, and I'm just passing it down to the providers, right? In the end, it kind of just looks like prop drilling. So that's fine if you have a small instance where you don't need like a lot of components that needs that piece of information. Let's say if you need like maybe like 3 or 4, maybe like 5 components that just needs to share the data, that's fine. But when you have lots of components that needs lots of different state to be shared, and that state needs to be updated across multiple components at the same time, that's when you should really consider using Redux. So right now, it's not a bad choice to use something like Redux because we have lots of state. Like if I show you the state that we have right now for the application, you can see that right over here in the Redux DevTools. You can see that I have so much state. I have conversations being stored, I have messages, I have the conversation type, I have friends, I have groups, I have group messages, I have the message container, I have group sidebar, and try to fit all this into context. You could, right? But at that point, you'll end up defining everything in just one area and then just drilling it down to the provider. And at that point, it's just like, you might wonder, well, can I just use Redux at the point? And when you get to that point, the answer is you could, yes. Hopefully that gives you some insight, though. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Is using GraphQL? I am not currently using GraphQL. Also, Redux won't re-render your component if you reset your state value to its previous one. Shweta, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Thank you. That talk on Redux is very helpful. Yeah, I'm actually making a Redux video soon. I'm currently working on it right now, so it'll probably be up towards the end of the month. Let me see. Let me play some music real quick. For myself, I can't play it on stream. I wish we could play it on stream, but copyright is really annoying, so. Play some. Hi, welcome back. Thank you. Have you tried streaming on Twitch? Do you find YouTube to be a better place? I'm actually streaming on both Twitch and YouTube right now. Have you tried? Do you find YouTube to be a better place? Honestly, I find YouTube is so much better than Twitch because on Twitch it's mostly like a monopoly. You're basically competing with all the people who are already established on Twitch already. So your chances of getting on there is a lot more difficult. And Twitch doesn't have like a really good recommendation. Like it doesn't have like a good recommendation algorithm like YouTube does. Unless of course if you're big, that's a different story. But I mean honestly, I don't really care where I'm streaming, whether it's Twitch or YouTube, as long as I'm able to just do what I gotta do. And, just educate people and, just chat with you guys. And that's all I really care about. You can play no copyright music, though, yeah. The thing is, though, I don't actually like the copyright music, though. I don't really like the copyright music, to be honest. I mean, and also another problem is that there are YouTube bots that will literally try to do a false like a false copyright claim, and the chances of you actually disputing it is like a lot more difficult, because the fact that YouTube can allow that to happen is really dumb in my opinion. Also, inspiring all. I don't know if you're still here on the stream, but I see your name on Discord. I'm gonna send you a DM right now. Alright. Any girl here? I don't know, honestly. Oh, there you go. You're there. Okay, yeah. I sent you a DM. Make sure you connect your YouTube account. Let me know once you've connected your YouTube account, and then I'll synchronize everything again. All right. So we're gonna have to make it so accept and reject will call the API. So let's do that. So we have cancel already. We need accept, friend, request, thunk. Create async thunk, friends, accept, friends, request, accept. There we go. ID number. Yes, so if I remember correctly, we need to get the ID, and that's all we'll need. Export cons accept friend request. If I remember correctly, this was a patch, I believe. Yes, it's a patch. So let's do friends requests the ID, and then accept, and then config. Oh, actually, wait. There we go. And then we'll basically call this function. And go ahead and pass it there. So let's go into our component, friend request item right over here. And so when we click on the accept button, it should go ahead and go here. So what I'll do is I'll just remove this, and I'll just remove this, make this a little bit cleaner. And we'll do dispatch accept friend request thunk. And then we'll pass in the ID. So that's friend request ID. And of course, we'll do the same thing for reject as well. Would you suggest using Next for beginners? I have no experience in web frameworks, and when I saw this, I got hooked to go learn TypeScript. I would say learn React first. In my opinion, learn React first. And I would also recommend maybe using React with only JavaScript, only in the beginning, only because the types might throw you off a little bit. Until you get a lot better with TypeScript, then I would say use React with TypeScript, and then you can use Next. But I wouldn't recommend using Next first over React. I mean, you know, honestly, you could. The only thing is, okay, actually, you know what? I think maybe you could just learn Next just right away, because it's really the same thing. There's just some, you know, additional things that they have in the framework. But honestly, though, like whatever you choose to do, because only the thing is, like, only you will know the answer. Like, some people can, you know, learn Next first, and then they can learn React, and that's fine. Some people can't, right? So it really depends on how you are able to handle it. So what I would say is, you know, if you want to learn Next first, You can definitely do that because they're like Next is pretty much the same thing as React. A lot of the stuff are done very similarly. The only difference is that there's there's like a couple additional functions. I think it was get static props and get server side props, and there was another one I think that I don't know the name off the top of my head. But they have really good documentation. Like NestJS has really amazing docs, and they explain everything very well. So you can't go wrong with that, honestly. Akshat, welcome to the stream. NestJS is great and works with both JavaScript and TypeScript combined on their own. I've been working my project. I think I got something working, so I'm just cleaning up some code. Nice, Gravity. So you're coding while you're away. While you're away from home. That's dedication. You see, that's dedication right there. Why do they call it a thunk? Honestly, I don't even know. You'll have to ask the creators of Redux for that. I don't know why they call it a thunk. Alright, so it's going to go ahead and call accept friend request thunk. And we'll handle that thunk. So let's go over to store friend slice. So basically, when we accept the friend request, what we should do is we need to obviously update the state. So there's two things we have to do. We have to remove this from the friend request state, and we have to add it to friends. Okay? Yeah, I am away from home, and I am still programming. Nice. You see, that's dedication right there, my friends. That is dedication right there. Okay, so let's do this. So what does the accept friend request endpoint return? If I remember correctly, it returns a friends instance, I think. Yeah, it returns a friend. So I think what we'll do is we'll turn both the friend request and the friend. So we already are saving this, so that's good. Actually, wait, we need to do this. There we go. So I think that means we do need to modify our... Oh, yeah, that's fine. Have a great evening, everyone. Time for... Alright, Momo, thank you so much again for the donation from earlier, and even from yesterday, too. I really appreciate that so much. I hope you have a good evening. Or good night. A language is just a tool. If you don't know what you're doing or how to do stuff, no language or library will help you escape. Yep, I agree with that. Exactly. Whenever I start a build or some app with Next, their docs are really good, but I don't know why I lose interest. Maybe I have to learn from scratch, as you mentioned. It could also just be that maybe, you know, yeah, you're lacking a little bit of context, and that could also just be because you aren't familiar with what's going on. But that's fine too, because you know, if you're not familiar with something, you just have to take a step back and figure out what is it that you don't know, and then when you do, then you can proceed. The word thunk is a programming term that means a piece of code that does some delayed work. Rather than execute some logic now, we can write a function body or code that can be used to perform the work later. For Redux specifically, thunks are a pattern of writing functions with logic inside that you can interact. Redux stores, dispatch, and gets themes. That's really good. That's really interesting. As I did not know that, but thanks for sharing. Okay. So let's go over here. I am creating an invoice generator. How can I store invoice table items in state? I mean, you can store them in... I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Are you talking about like how to store them in state? When you create them, you would just update the state, if that's what you mean. Okay, so when we accept the friend request, we need to modify friends and friend requests. Okay, so first we'll have to remove the friend request. So we can very easily do that because we know the ID of the friend request. So what I'll do here is this. Okay. Let's go ahead and type annotate the API response. Okay. So what I'll do is now state, we could do filter. Meet you all next time. Time to sleep from you as well. Great advice regarding to where to start. All right, Sai Karan. I'll catch you later, my friend. Take it easy. Take it easy. Is this friend request will be accepted in real time? Yes. Gabor, how's it going, my friend? My turn. Have a good night. Love today's stuff. Thank you. All right, Super Smasher, take it easy, man. Hopefully, we'll catch you later today or tomorrow. Yeah. So the it'll be updated in real time. You'll see in a second. Okay. So we need to. Well, first, let me actually do this. Okay, so let me get the ID of the friend request because I don't really need anything else. So this will remove the friend request for the user. And then we need to add it to friends. Though it won't really be a big deal to add it to friends because the thing is that friends actually this actually fetches the friends all the time. Whenever we visit the page. Yeah, you can see right over here, we already have this being dispatched. But you'll see in the store that it will appear, so don't worry. So right now, if I were to accept the friend request, so let's go ahead and accept this. Let's see if anything happen. So friend request item 26. Seems like we did not do anything. Excuse me. Accept friend request thunk. Okay. So let's see. Must have threw an error, I think. Let's try again. Yes. Friend request already accepted. Okay, let me refresh. Okay, there we go. So I accepted it. You can see that when I accepted the friend request, it disappears from the state. And if I go over here, you can see that, let me see. Yeah, you can see that the friend is there. Let's try sending another friend request. So let me see, who am I? Alright, so let's send a friend request to Anson@gmail.com. Okay, there we go. So now, when I accept it, so we need to make it so that it also disappears from here as well for the user. And if I go here, I don't even need to do anything with the Redux store because the friends page is already fetching all of the new friends every single time. Though if we wanted to, lower the API calls, we could also just make it so that when there's already state already, we can just not refetch. Zachary, thanks for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. Thank you. Ragrizzy, welcome to the stream. I'm building a chat application right now. So, yeah, that's pretty much how the accepting friend requests work. So now what we have to do is whenever the user accepts the friend request, we need to make it so that way it updates in real time for the user. Okay, so let's go over to... Well, first let me just go over to the backend. And let me just go ahead and write a commit message for this. So the change that we just added for the backend was we sent an on friend request canceled WebSocket event to the client, so that way the client knows when the friend request has been rejected or canceled. That is. So write that commit message and let's go ahead and make it so that whenever we accept the friend request, we'll emit an on friend request accept event. So right over here, we have accept friend request right over here. Okay, this is the function that is handling that route. And what we'll do is we'll make it so that way we can, send an event to the front end. How long have you been programming? 6 years. Well, I've been building web apps for 4 years now, but not consistently. Because the thing is, I started in 2018, but then I was on and off because I had to worry about school. And it wasn't until like 2019 was when I actually started actively building like web apps and stuff. So I would say 2019, but I started learning programming in 2016 when I started my computer science degree. What font are you using? I am using Consolas font. Let's go over here and let's see. The problem I'm having is in backend, so I posted my query in backend development in Discord. Is this right? Yes. Yes, that's fine. Hey, Epic Crisis, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, posting it in that channel is the right place to post, and then someone will take a look at it. I'll try to take a look at it later, but make sure you don't send images, though, because I'm seeing that you send images. Make sure you post your code in like a source bin or something like that. Like use either a GitHub gist or a source bin. What factors do you consider while choosing a framework for a project? I mean, honestly, okay, if it's a small project, I'll usually choose something like Express, Flask, or something lightweight. If it's a large project that requires like actual, lots of things that I need to integrate, like microservices, rate limiting, I'll probably use something like Nest or Spring Boot, because those frameworks have a lot of stuff that are built in to the framework already. If it's like, let's say for example for front end, if you want to build like a really large enterprise application that has like the opinionated architecture, Angular is actually not a bad choice. React is unopinionated and it gives you a lot of freedom. Sipan, how are you? Welcome to the stream. The problem is that Next, Remix, and all of these new React frameworks are like there's the differences between them are very 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 like abstract. Like it's more like specific, tailored towards one specific thing. So like it makes it like only in those situations would you want to decide between the two. But if you're just trying to build a project that if you're just trying to build a project just for fun, it doesn't really matter what framework. For example, like if you want to build a website like a blog, you should probably use something like NestJS because it has great SEO optimization. It's also server-side rendered as well, or any server-side framework would work well for something like a blog, something like a learning platform that you want public, things like that. If you're building like an admin panel that no one is going to be able to know about except for yourself, you can just use regular React or regular client-side rendering. What part of the friend request system you're working on? Right now, we're making it so that the person right now we're making it so that when you accept the friend request, the other receiving person's state gets updated. Because right now, if I send a friend request and the user accepts it, it'll only update it on our state because we're accepting it, but they won't know over here. So we need to do that. I'm also learning web dev, but not moving forward. I take hours to build a simple navbar. What do you advise? I need more practice. Yeah, I think so too. I would say that if you just practice a little by little, build something small, and then progress from there. Right? Start like for example, if you need help with like if you need practice with building a navbar, start with actually building the box of the navbar, putting it on the top, right? Then start adding elements to the navbar. Then figure out how you can, align the elements either on a straight line, either horizontally or vertically, and just do it little by little. And when you're finished with it, evaluate what you've done. Evaluate what you've done. But practice is the only thing that you can do to get better. There's no shortcuts in this field. You're gonna find people who you might think that they know it all, right? But you don't know what work that they've done to get to that position that they're in. So just work on your own pace. Don't worry about anyone else but yourself. And that's really all there is to it. Crazy how we've done a full loop and are going back to server-side rendering. Yeah, I know. That's crazy, right? Because I remember before we were always doing server-side rendering. Then we did spas, right? And now we're going back to server-sided. Thanks, man. I'm doing now BCS, how to start backend. Please some tips. Start learning. It depends on what you want to learn. Like for example, if you want to learn Node, start with learning JavaScript. If you want to do PHP, there are tutorials that show you how to do that. If you want to do Python for backend, you can learn something like Flask. What do you suggest between React Native and Flutter? Well, I mean, personally for me, I like Flutter, but it also depends on for example, if you want to be able to, deploy your app faster without having to get it approved by the Google Play Store or iOS Web Store, right? React Native would be a lot better. Flutter would be bad for that. But it really just depends on, for example, like if you want to choose React Native, that's not a bad idea because if you already have your app built in React, then the code base will look very, 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 very similar. I made a new Flutter app. It's quite a fun language to learn. Yeah, I agree. That was actually one of the things that I liked about Flutter and Dart was the language itself. I just watched a stream. Why your code have red line like error? Oh yeah, this is an issue with the CLRF end of line thing. I don't know why this happens, but if I just do this, it'll fix that. But welcome to the stream, Zoom. How are you? So if the friend request has been accepted, that implies that the receiver was the one that accepted it. So that means they have to send the socket to the sender. So yeah, because the person that receives the friend request is accepting it, so the state is going to be updated for them. So that means the person that sends it needs to receive it. So we'll do const sender socket equals this dot gateway dot sessions dot get new socket, and we'll call this payload dot friend. Let's see. Yeah, the receiver state is going to be uploaded, so we have to update it for our sender. So sender socket dot emit, and I'll also put I'll also add an enum. Where am I from? I'm from Arizona. Why TypeScript? Why not? What's going on, Arya? How are you? Alright, so we're going to emit this event to the front end. And after the front end receives this event, we'll have to update the state. So watch what happens. So let's go over to our React app. We'll go over to app page. And I guess we'll just listen to the event here. So and then so what we'll do is when the friend request is accepted, we'll just have to remove the friend request from the state of the user that is receiving it or that sent the friend request. So we can just dispatch the same action, remove friend request, and we'll pass in payload.friendRequest. Okay, so let's test this out. So let's refresh. Let's see. I'll just go into my database right now because I'll just drop all of the. I'll just delete all the friends from the table. So we'll delete from friends. All right, so we'll delete all of our friends. Okay, so let's go ahead and send a friend request to this user from this user, and it'll pop up in real time. Okay, and now if I accept it, it disappears in real time for both users. And if I go over to here, because we're on a new page, and when the component renders, it's going to call that user effect callback hook, which will fetch the new friends from the API, and you can see that appear over here. Pretty cool. So there we go. Now that's pretty much how it works for the user. And if I look at the logs, you'll see that only this user received the on friend request accepted event. This user did not receive it. Okay. A small suggestion: make the no friends request text big with the color gray. I mean, this is just temporary. Like, we're not even gonna have this in the actual like app itself. This is just temporary for now. Anyways, that's pretty much it for that. And so now that we have a friend request system, what we're gonna do is this. Let me just write a commit message for this. Let me commit that, and I need to write one for the front end. Let's do this. Update. Yeah, it's just temporary. We'll have something else there for now. Don't worry about that for now. Okay, so what we'll do is this. Let me see. What I want to do next is I want it to show the number of friend requests right over here. And I also want to send a notification to the user when a friend request has been received. So we'll work on that right now, I guess. So let me just go over to my Asana board real quick and plan that out. Ragrizzy, what do you mean by fetch from an API with the user fetch? Oh yeah, so what I mean by that is like when over here, so in the friends page, right? You can see that in the friends page, it's gonna go ahead and call the callback function. It's going to dispatch this fetch friends thunk, which is going to call the API to get all the friends that the user has, and then it'll save it to the state. So we'll never have to worry about stale data. But of course, if you want to optimize it a little bit and avoid sending too many API calls to the front end, you could just save this to the Redux store and then set like a flag to tell if there's already data or not. And then you could always just refetch it based on certain circumstances. I kind of know what's going on, but not 100% clear. Yeah, hopefully that clarified it for you, Ragrizzy. By the way, if I respond to Twitch chat a little bit late, sorry about that. It's because I have like both my YouTube stream and my Twitch stream open at the same time, so I'm trying to look at both at the same time. Give me 1 second though. Alright, inspiring all. You should have the role now. You should have the role now. There you go. How did you learn coding? Are you learning it by yourself or college? I learned it through college. I started learning code when I started my computer science degree, which was 6 years ago. Spammer detected, yeah. Alright, so let's go over to Asana real quick. So we added accept friend request functionality on front end, done. Add reject friend request functionality on front end, done. Oh, actually, no, we haven't done that yet. Whoops. I mean, we'll do that in a second. Let me just uncheck that though. Okay, so let's go over here. And what college, if you mind answering? I went to a college in upstate New York. It wasn't like any Ivy League or anything like that. What's the best way to learn React? I would say first learn HTML and CSS and and client-side JavaScript. Once you learn those things, you can just look up a crash course on YouTube and then take it from there. As you're learning, I would of course understand what is going on by actually practicing in your text editor. Don't actually just watch the video. Watch the video and also practice on the side as well. That is the best way to learn. So I'll create a reject friend request thunk. But yeah, guys, like if you want to get like a preview of like, you know, not really like a preview, but if you want to get some insight of like what a software engineer would do on a day-to-day basis, right? Let's say for example, like Asana is like, you know, a great tool to use to plan out your sprints and whatnot, right? And basically what you would do is be like, okay, well, what do we have to do for this sprint? Well, we have to go ahead and implement this, and this. And then basically, you know, you have to decide who gets assigned what. Usually the Scrum Master or the Project Manager will take care of assigning tickets, or you can volunteer to choose something if you really want to do that specific thing. So for example, I am going to go ahead and, you know, say, oh yeah, this is the feature that we have to work on that is due in 2 weeks. Assign it to myself, done, right? Now we have to work on this feature. And so you'll go into the code base, right? And typically what you'll do is you'll usually write your code in a separate branch, which we're not doing right now, but we could, right? So let's say, for example, we're on the clean branch right now. We're on the clean branch. So let's go ahead and create a new branch right now. And we'll call this, usually at least the way that we did it as a software engineer in my old company, was what we did was we labeled our branches based off of what type of change it was. So whether it's a feature branch, which basically means you're adding a new feature into the code base. If it's a fix, which means you're fixing something in the code base. If it's a test, well, test, I think we didn't really do anything for tests specifically, but there's different types of branches, right? So for example, this is a new feature. So we'll say feat, F-E-A-T, / and then we'll call it the name of the feature that we're implementing. So we'll call it reject friend request. Okay. And so we're in a new branch right now, and then you'll basically just write the code for rejecting a friend request. So obviously you'll need to have some knowledge of what is going on and what you're supposed to do, right? But and that's where you have to ask questions. You have to ask questions to your colleagues. You have to, like for example, if you're new to the team, you have to ask them, okay, what exactly are we supposed to accomplish, right? Of course, you should do your own research first, but if you can't figure it out, well, you need some context. Okay, well, we're supposed to reject the friend request, and what you would do is you would look at the behavior of what currently happens to the app. I can clearly see that right over here. Well, first let's send some friend requests. Why do I have two incognito windows? Let's go over here. Let's go into our code and let's just do this. Let's go ahead and create some friend requests right now. So I can clearly see that the accept does work, and I can clearly see that reject does not work. So, okay, now I'd be like, okay, I gotta actually implement this feature now. So what I would do is I would say, okay, well, when that button is clicked, we need to actually call some API. Now, the way that you call the API is obviously going to be different than how you would do it without React Redux, right? So you have to look at what actions are being dispatched. So, for example, I can see that when I am accepting a friend request, when I click on that, I can clearly see that the accept friend request thunk is being dispatched. So, and I can see that there is no thunk for rejecting a friend request. So, let's go ahead and implement that. What's happening? What have you done so far? So far, we made it so that when you accept a friend request, it updates in real time for both users. How do I hide a scroll bar but keep the scroll functionality? Yeah, Tribury sent you the snippet. Look up the WebKit scroll bar selector, and that should give you the answer. Man, I forgot I paused this. Oh, no worries. Can I know your VS Code font? Console us. But yeah, right now I'm just giving you guys a preview of what like a software engineer would do. Right, so for example, like right now I just created a new feature branch and we're going to implement the reject friend request feature. So the first thing that we need to do obviously is create a thunk, right? Reject friend. And like I said, like, and if you're new to the field, you don't have to be afraid to ask questions. It's better to ask questions and seem like you don't know what's going on than to be ignorant and then pretend like you know what's going on. Because if by the time you get to the deadline and you didn't ask any questions and they wonder why on earth did you not get the job done, well, it's because you didn't ask questions. So it's okay. So don't be afraid to ask questions if you don't know about something. That is the first step that I'd ask. But of course, do your due diligence first. Try to figure out the problem on your own. But if you're really missing context and if you really need like some like a clue, then that is when you should ask for help. If you want to know an example of a good positive workforce, like a positive work environment, ask a question to an engineer, to one of your colleagues, and look at how they react. If they react in a very toxic, very mean way, then you know your answer. If they react in a nice way, then you know. That means that you know that the culture around is not that bad. How hard was it to learn TypeScript after JavaScript? It wasn't that hard for me personally because I came from a Java background. So it wasn't that bad for me, honestly. But it depends on the person themselves, you know. Like, everyone's different, of course. But for me personally, I came from a Java background, so I didn't struggle too much learning TypeScript because I already knew stuff like, you know, type annotations. I knew stuff like type annotations, data types. I knew what exactly, you know, those were already. I knew about object-oriented programming concepts already, so it wasn't really that difficult. But if you only have learned JavaScript and you haven't learned those things, I don't think they're really hard things to learn, to be honest with you. Can I see your app? Sure. Give me 1 second. I'm working on this feature right now. Oh, yeah. Such request ID and then reject. And if I remember correctly, this endpoint does not need anything except for the ID of the friend request. Which we were going to do there. Okay. So then, again, like I said, it's really repetitive, to be honest with you. So we have this API already. Let's just go ahead and import that. Or this function that calls the API is what I meant. And then what I'll do is I'll now dispatch this action. So we have to go. So now we have to find out where exactly the button is located, where exactly those actions are being those actions are being called. So we have to go into components. Where is it? Friends. Friend list item. I would say the hardest thing when you're looking through a new code base is just figuring out where everything is. That's what I would say. So now over here, we have the case for reject. So now I have to just dispatch reject friend request thunk and then pass in the friend request ID. I'm honestly just going to go ahead and do this. Const ID equals. Actually, no, I don't want to add an extra line. There we go. Cool. So now whenever we click on this handle friend request and the type is reject, it'll just go ahead and call reject friend request thunk, which will then call the API. And then now what we have to do is we have to update the state so that way we can see that this disappears for the person that's rejecting it. And then we need to make it update in real time for the person that the friend request was rejected for. Hopefully that makes sense so far. Let me see. So now let's go into where do I want to go? Inside slice. And so what we want to do is we want to basically handle it when the reject friend request thunk has been fulfilled. Then we'll go ahead and do reject friend request thunk dot fulfilled, and then we'll do state action, and then I'll write a little console log, paste that there. Okay. Whoops. All right. And we also need to make sure we know what the response is from the back end. So let's go over to friends, friend requests. Let's go over here. Letting users know when their friends were last active would be a good start. Yo, Hayden, how's it going, man? Okay, so I think we're returning the friend request, which I think is fine. Yeah, that's fine. We're returning the friend request. Let me just go over to here. Cool. And let's go there. All right, so let me just type annotate this real quick. So it returns the original friend request, but the status is just rejected. Is this project going to have a game activity option? That's not something that I am considering right now. Reject friend request thunk. Cool. So cool. So now we know the type for this. It's a friend request type for the response. So let's do, so when we reject it, we'll just have to remove it from the user's state. So we'll get the it's going to be the same thing that we did for canceled friend. I wonder if, is there a way, if it's the same logic, I wonder if there's a way to group cases together. Maybe not. So we'll just do a filter, and then we'll get the ID of the friend request from action.payload.data. Like that, and that'll just remove the friend request for the user that is rejecting it, not for the person that sent the friend request. So right now, if I reject it, you'll see that the state has been updated. So rejecting now works. If I refresh, nothing is going to be there, of course. Okay. Let me just see if I can. So let me go and just go into my database real quick. We also need to add a feature to delete friends. We'll do that later tonight. Okay, so let's go ahead and send a friend request from here to here. So we'll send it to Anson. So on the left hand side, you'll see that Anson is going to receive a friend request from this user. Okay, now I can go ahead and cancel that friend request, and it disappears. I can resend it again. Okay, and now over here, if I accept it, it should disappear, okay? And it'll appear over here. Let me just delete. Okay. Okay, so now if I send a friend request and if I reject it, it's going to only disappear for myself and not the user that sent the friend request. So we'll need to update the state for the user. And basically all we'll do is we'll just send a WebSocket event to the front end. Okay. And so how do we know which user to emit the event to? Well, the person, so if we're rejecting a friend request, if we're able to reject a friend request, that means that we were the person that received it, right? So all you have to do is just find out who the sender was, which is really easy. So let's go over to the controller, and right over here for reject friend request, we will emit an event called friend request cancel. So I actually created an enum for this. And then let's go and do this .event.emit, and we'll do server events .friend request rejected, and we'll pass in the friend request. Okay. Cool. So now we'll need to go into. Let me also change. I'll change this later because I don't want this commit to get a bunch of changes that are not related to what we're doing. So let's go over to the events folder, events, friend requests .events, and we'll handle server events .friend request rejected. Okay, handle friend request rejected, payload, and it's just a friend request. Okay, so all we'll do is we'll just console log this, and then so the person that is sending the friend request is the person that should have the event emitted for them. So I'll do const sender socket, and we'll get the ID from doing payload.sender.id. Are you using mouse to code? I mean, I do use my mouse to move around, yes. And we'll do sender socket, and then we'll do sender socket .emit, and then we'll emit the on friend request rejected event. So we should create that right now. So WebSocket events dot. So let's go ahead and do friend request rejected payload, and we just have to implement this enum on friend request rejected. And so we'll just have to listen to this event on the front end and then dispatch an action. So what I'll do is we'll go back to the front end now. We'll go over to pages, app page, socket on friend request rejected. I'll have to move these to an enum as well, but don't worry about that for now. What do I think about Tailwind? I think it's a good library that has a lot of utilities to offer. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Let me also console log this as well. And then all we'll do is we'll just dispatch this, and we'll just dispatch this remove friend request. So this will just remove the friend request from the state for the user. So if I refresh right now, we don't have any friends or friend requests. So I'm gonna go ahead and send a friend request to anson@gmail.com. Now if I reject it, it's gonna update it for both users because we received that on friend request rejected event on this front end, but not on over here. So hopefully that makes sense. And there we go. That is pretty much it for updating it in real time. I'm going to be right back real quick. Give me about a couple minutes. Alright, I'm back. Hey Vuong, how are you? I use Bootstrap, but I think Tailwind should be similar in feature. Alright, all of my stacks in pure Lisp as God intended. You won't refactor until Lisp enables. I don't remember the last time I used Lisp. I think, let me see. I think Scheme is considered a Lisp language, right? Is Scheme a Lisp? I think that was the last language that I used that was related to that. And I actually really like Lisp languages. They're actually pretty cool. The one that I enjoyed a lot though was Clojure, but I don't think they really consider Clojure like a real Lisp language though, from what I have heard, but I could be wrong. So we're 4 commits behind, or 4, yeah. And here we should be reject. Oh yeah, so let me do this. My last stack was Lisp and MATLAB only. What are you working on? Listen to. Okay. Meme generator based on your browser history. Nice. Cool. So we have both of the commits on there. All right. Awesome. Awesome. So let's see. Let's go back to our Asana board. Done with this. All right, so add some type of notification when a friend request is received or canceled. Okay, so basically what I would like to do is add like an icon right over here that indicates, like, you know, that shows like a number. So that way the user can see how many friend requests that they have. And if that number is greater than 9, then yeah. Let's try this out. So let's go over to here. Pages, page. All right. On friend request accepted. So I think what we should do is, or on friend, there we go, on friend request received. So what I'll do is I'll display a toast notification. So we could just easily do that. Const toast. Use toast. And so whenever they receive the friend request, just do a toast. Oh. Let me do this toast.success. See, so let's go here. Friend request received. Okay, so I'll probably display that down over here though. Maybe bottom left wouldn't be too bad. And we could also do an icon as well. Let me also do this. Okay, that sucks. I had to ditch most of my auth system, so yeah, that's fun. I honestly probably make my own auth because the next auth wasn't helping at all, so most of my work is gone. Damn, that's really unfortunate. Are you using style components? Yes. I want to check out the website. Are you talking about the app that we're building? Sure. I'll let you guys test that out. Friend request received, though I don't know why the position did not change. Bottom left, bottom left. Let me see. Yes, yes, you did. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Now someone could definitely take a look at that and they'll be able to help you out a lot more easier. There we go. I think, yeah, I messed up on that. Friend request received, and I'll also add an icon too. No worries. Friend request received. I think what I'll do is I'll say this. Incoming friend request. And I'm gonna format this. And is there a way to make this clickable? Or like when they, let me see. There should be, right? Yes. Predictable. And when they click on it, we'll navigate them. To /friends requests. So I'm going to go anywhere in the application and it should be global. Incoming friend request from Dream. Click on it, navigates us to here. What do you guys think? You guys like it? Accept it, done. Notifications. Wonder if we should, I think we'll also do a notification for accepting too. Yeah, we'll do a notification if they accept it. Do you guys like it though? What do you guys think? On friend request accepted, we will display toast. Okay, so incoming friend request from the user. Okay, and I'll go over here, accept it, and send accept your friend request. There we go. Turn on 1080p. Yeah. YouTube automatically sets the what's it called? They set it based on your internet, so you got to make sure you configure it. But yeah, the toast notification works well. Hopefully you guys like it. We won't do it for rejected though, or canceled. Doesn't really make sense to do that. Cool. Cool. Add some type of notification when a friend request is received or canceled or accepted is what we should do. Okay, and I think what I'll do next is I'll just make it so that the sidebar is actually clickable. So let's just fix that, and then I'll deploy the app. How do I deal with design? What do you mean by how do I deal with design? Do you mean like how do I design it, or like what do I use to design it? Okay. So I already have the user sidebar already, so I just got to modify a little bit. So what do I use to design? I use Figma to design. Okay, so we have 3 routes right now. Right now I'll remove this one actually. Let me go into utils constants. Well, actually, you know what? I won't remove that one. I'll keep it there. Is it responsive? Not yet. So user context menu items. So let's see. I need the, let's see. I need the icon. Damn. Let me see. ID, conversations. Okay. And I'll dynamically render all of these elements. So and we'll need to get the icon. So I think I could probably just do that. And I think, let's see. Probably don't think I could do it like this though. Yeah, no, definitely not like this. I think what I'll have to do is I'll have to create another component, wrap this one, and take care of that, so that's fine. Are you using regular CSS to design? Yes, I'm just using regular CSS. Mark, Dev, how are you? Welcome back to the stream, man. How's everything been? I hope all has been well for you. For now, I'll just keep everything inside here, just so I can keep better track of it. So that way I don't have to worry about where everything is. Are you using Deno? No. What's going on, guys? How are you? Welcome to the stream, everyone. Sorry I'm not talking too much. I'm just trying to refactor this real quick. For the person that asked if I'm not bored, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Why would I be bored? Why should I be bored? So I just refactored this sidebar. So now what we could do, is this. Higgle Jiggle, thanks for following the Twitch. I appreciate that. So far we've made it so that way it displays toast notifications whenever you receive the friend request, and when you accept it, it'll display toast notifications. So let me just fix up this stuff real quick, and then user sidebar item. We also need to make sure that the item is in fact being is the one that is currently active. So const navigate. Use navigate. And what we'll do is we'll need to add an on-click event listener on this. Don't think we'll add it. I mean, should we add it here? I mean, honestly, I think we could just do it inside here. Make it easier. So when we click on it, it'll navigate to the path name. So watch this. So right now, if I navigate to here, it'll bring me to friends. If I navigate here, it'll bring me to conversations. Now, there's no route for connection, so that won't work, obviously. But yeah, this works well. And we also need to make it so that way, when it is currently active, it displays the avatar. So the way that we'll do this is, how do we know if it's active? Well, we'll need to get the location. So const location. And location has a path name prop. Path name. And what we could do, if the path name includes the slash, so what I can do is I can do item.pathname or location, if location.pathname includes item.pathname. So that means right now, if you look over here, right now I'm in conversations. Now the only problem is that if I click on groups, it's going to be a little bit different. So we'll have to write a custom function later. But yeah, I'm aware. I should probably just like mention that right now before someone brings it up. Because I know someone's going to be bringing that up later. But now we know that if we're over here, we're on this part. If we're over here, we're on this part. And if we click on groups, we'll have to add a case for that. I'm not going to worry about that right now, though. It looks really nice. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, I'm going to go give you guys a quick demo real quick of what I just did so far. So I could be anywhere in the application right now. You know what? Let me just do this because I know someone's just going to bring this up and I don't want them to just repeat themselves over and over again. So I'm just going to do this, man. If path name includes groups, return true. Let's see. I think this should fix that. So if it returns groups, if it's false, then it'll just render, it'll just do this path name includes. So well, that's the problem now, is that also the HR is messed up. Not sure how that happened. Oh, I get it, because if it's groups, yeah. Oh, I get it. Yeah, the problem here is that yeah, no, this is not gonna work because how will it know? Well, actually, I think what I could do is if path name that includes groups and item return true. Alright, this should fix that. So now if I go here, it'll highlight this. If I go here, it'll highlight conversation. If I go here, it'll still highlight that. Not bad, not bad. I'm looking for a good state management library for React besides Redux. What do you recommend? I heard Zustin was a good option. How many Code Wars problem have you done? I think I used to play Code Wars like years ago, like 2 years ago when I did a live stream 2 years ago with my viewers. But I don't really spend time on that. Alright, so let me just quickly demo to you all what I did, and then I'll go ahead and deploy the app, and then you guys can test it out. So let me just open up my... Okay, so let's go over here. Let's go to request. Let's add anson@gmail.com. Now watch this. I can be anywhere in my application, right? I can be anywhere in my application. If I click send, we should have gotten a notification. Interesting. That's very interesting. Let's try again. Interesting. Okay, there we go. I guess something, I don't know. I think it was an issue with the WebSocket, which happens whenever we're in development mode, but it's fine. Okay, so you can see I can be anywhere in my application right now. Let me add the friend request. And you can see that it says incoming friend request. I can click on it. It'll navigate me to the page. Okay. And I can go ahead and accept the friend request. When I accept it, the user that sent the friend request will receive the friend request, or they'll receive notification. Hi, I'm a new student for React. What do you think React project should I do? Maybe build a to-do list. I just know why using MySQL, not in MongoDB, because we have a lot of relational data, and using MongoDB for relational data would be an issue. Yeah, so build a to-do list for a simple project. Once you finish that, maybe I'd recommend building a blog or something. All right, I'm going to be right back for about maybe 15 minutes. I'm just going to go get some coffee because I don't have any coffee at home. I actually ran out. So I am going to be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in 15 minutes. And then I will be coding for the rest of the night. So I'll be on for a while tonight. Yesterday I said I wanted to stream for like another 7 hours, but yeah, that was definitely not going to happen because I was just way too extremely tired. But I'll be right back in about 15 minutes or so. Yeah, I'll see you guys then. And then once I come back, I'll deploy the application and then you guys can test it out. And then we'll go back to Asana and plan out the rest of our project. So, yeah, all right, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, let's see. Who is still here? This text from the screen. There we go. Alright. Alright, who is still here? If you're here, say hello in the chat. Sorry I was gone for so long. I was gone for a little bit longer than I expected. Sofian, how are you, man? Welcome. Alright. Just have to do a quick coffee run real quick. Let's see. Subdevil services. Hey, how's it going? Hello from Japan, all the way from Japan. Wow. I'm actually going to be in Japan soon, in about a couple months. Vortec, how are you, man? I haven't been looking at projects because I was busy, but now I've dropped in. It looks so cool. I've never expected to be so broad. Thank you, Shiny Cascade, and no worries, man. We all got our own stuff to take care of, but I hope you're doing well, my friend. Wow, as soon as I came back, 50 people back already. Damn, that's crazy. Welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. All right. Let's see. Rodra, how are you? When are you finishing the chat application? I mean, there's no such thing as finish, if that makes sense. Like, there's always going to be things to do. Like, you're never done with anything in life. Like, there's always things to be done. I could right now say, oh yeah, we're done. But, you know, there's still more things that we have to take care of, you know what I mean? But we have a good basis of the application already, to be honest with you. I'm just like, you know, working on more stuff and more stuff. So why not? You know, why not? What am I going to Japan for? I'm going there just to visit. I've always wanted to go to Japan and explore and have fun there. I think Japan's a really beautiful country. I think it's got a lot of amazing natural sites to visit. The Cherry Blossom Festival is very, very eye-opener for a lot of people, including myself. So yeah, like I've always grown up loving Japan a lot. I think it's a really nice place, honestly. Radra Saha, welcome to the stream all the way from Bangladesh. How are you, man? How are you doing, friend? Okay. Let's see. So I'm gonna do a poll real quick. Do you want to test? Alright, I'm gonna do a poll. If we get 50 votes, I will deploy the app. I mean, I'm gonna deploy anyways, but I want to make sure, like, you know, we're testing with a lot of people, so this way I know who's actually in chat and whatnot. So if you want to test out the app, just vote yes in the chat, so that way I know that people are here. Otherwise, I'll continue working on some features until we get some more people here. Bear in mind that many local Japanese don't speak English. Yeah, I've heard about the situation there in Japan. What are you planning to do next? New project, different tech stack? I would like to build an e-commerce application soon. By soon, I mean like after I am satisfied with what we're done with the project. Basically, we're going to keep on working on features until I get to a point where I'm like, okay, you know what? It's time to move on. But right now, we're not there yet. There's still a lot of things that I would like to do. But e-commerce 100% with Stripe. Fine, bro. Awesome, Rodro, and welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm back, this plant. Alright. Okay, let's see. So I already fixed this, allow navigation between conversations and friend page. So that's fixed already. Cool. So I think honestly, the friend system is already in progress already. Is there a way to like make like a large damn. I wonder if there's a way they can make like a large task and have everything grouped together. I think that would make things really cool. Okay, so I think one thing that we could probably move on towards after this friends feature is first off, we need to only allow people who are friends to create conversations. What's going on over here? And we might make it so that you can only add friends to a group. You remind me of one of Zuckerberg's lectures where he explained how they struggle to make video features like this goes friends and share this data with only specific ones. Do I build this app using those three language? Which language? Let's see. Yeah, we've gotten a lot of features done so far. Look at all of our tasks that we've completed already. I think maybe profile pictures might be the next feature after we finish the friends system. I think profile pictures will 100% be next. Syed, how are you? Welcome to the stream, man. How are you doing? Yeah, so I think profile pictures 100% is going to be next. But what I want to do is I want to show the number of users, that number of friend requests that the user has. So I'm going to go into Figma. So for example, I want to display like, like a number 4. Something like 9+. So of course, if they have more than 10 friend requests, then we will show 9+. Nest, Redux, and React only. Yeah. Hey, bro, which lectures do they exist on YouTube? I'm sure you can probably find it if you just go on YouTube. You can probably just look it up. What do you guys think? You guys think this looks nice? Something right over here. What do you guys think? Hey Michael, how are you? Kedar, welcome to the stream. Welcome everyone to the stream. How are you guys doing tonight? What do you guys think? Does this look nice? Display like right over there. You like it? And of course we won't display it if there are no friend requests. And we'll also do the same thing for conversations and chats too. So for example, this is like a proof of concept right now. It's not going to look exact. For messages, I think we'll do like 99+. Something like that. Something like that. Bro, you want a more good Figma design of this I created recently? I think I'm okay for now. We're not trying to create something like crazy, you know? But I'm always open to suggestions though, so if you want, you can send it to me on Discord and I'll take a look at that. Bro, keep it 2 numbers. A tooltip might be more attractive. Usama, how are you? Couldn't be a bit messy if each account had a different limit. I don't know, what do you guys think? Like, should I max it at 99? Should I max it at 9? What do you guys think? Because for conversations, it would make more sense to keep it at 99. Because, like, you know, you're going to have more conversations at all times, right? Max at, even for friend requests, you think you want to max at 99? So I guess we should do the same thing. +10 would make more sense. Okay, sure. We could do that. +10. I know someone in the chat is gonna be like, do 9+. You know, I know someone 100% is in the chat is gonna be like, make it 9+, because that's what Discord does. We're not gonna worry about that, guys. We're only gonna just we're gonna worry about it like this. What's my goal as a developer? My goal as a developer really is just to build fun stuff, make fun projects, educate people, teach people how to code, teach people how to become a full stack developer. You know, that's really all it is. Let's see. Cool, yeah, I think this is fine, honestly. And let me also make it so that this should be friends. And this should be online. The compiler works just fine, it's just the libraries aren't working. We are hoping to learn from you. Of course, man, like, that's my goal, is just to really teach. Like, I've always wanted to be a teacher. Or like a professor, but to be a professor in America, you need like a PhD for college at least. Does we'll also make it filtered as well, so we'll add like a feature where you can filter between offline and online. So for now, we'll just do offline. And if they're offline, we probably don't want to display their status at all. Cool. Doesn't look too bad. Not too shabby. But yeah, welcome everyone to the stream. If you guys haven't already, make sure you drop that like button. If you haven't already, we're almost at 200 likes. We're at 183 right now, so make sure you guys drop that like button. If you haven't already, I would greatly appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. Hey Woozy, how are you? Kenny, how are you? What are you using to edit the UI? I am using Figma right now to edit the UI. And yeah, I agree that the offline users should have like a lower opacity. I think this looks okay. For icons, I am using React icons. I also use Akar icons. There we go. That looks a lot better. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Okay. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad. What tool are you using to debug, edit the database? I just use the MySQL shell. I use the MySQL shell. All right. Okay. So let's go back into Asana and let's plan out what we're gonna do. We got a lot of stuff to do, guys. We have a lot of stuff to do. There's no way that we'll ever be done with this project, and that's just the reality of any software, is that they're always going to need to find things to do, to find things to maintain. So we'll never be done by definition, which is a good thing though, right? Because imagine if you were done, that means your employer could just fire you, which means that you won't have a job anymore. But yeah, there's always things to be done, guys. There's always work to be done. This needs attention thing is annoying me. I'm gonna remove this section. So what's the task app? It's called Asana. Hey Michael, how are you? I like modern UI designs. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Okay, how many votes do we have? 65 votes. Okay, as I promised, once we hit 50, I will let you guys test out the app. So let me go ahead and do that. I'm gonna let you guys test out the app, okay? I don't know what FOSS is, but all I can say is that Asana is a project management application. Hey Gravity, welcome back. How are you, man? Stressed out. What's going on, man? What's going on? FOSS, free and open source. I see. Man, this monitor that I bought the other day is actually really good. Like, I really like this monitor. Holy crap, the color of this monitor is really nice. Like, it looks way better than the current one that I have in front of me right now. Programming is being a pain in some other stuff. Alright, I'm gonna let you guys test out the app, alright? The server's turning on right now. Hey Rolex, how are you? I'm trying to make a chat app too, but can't find any good chat UI designs. Have you tried Dribble? Fine looking what stuff you do. Right now, I'm about to turn on the application so that way you guys can test out the API or test out the product. So I'm just working on that right now. Alright, the website will be up in about 30 seconds. Yeah, dribble.com is a good website to find designs. Honestly, I use Linux for coding, but it would be better if I could code on Windows. What's wrong with Windows? Or why Windows specifically? Alright, website will be back up in a little bit. Alright, guys. Give me 1 sec. Alright. Alright, there we go. Alright, so if you guys want to test out the app, like I said before, do not use your real data, just use fake information. So just go to that link right now. So you have to go to chihuahuachat.com/register. Sign up. Once you sign up, log in. And you can see that the email that I'm using is anson@gmail.com. Like I said, do not use your real information. Don't use your real password. Okay. And so once you're done, try oh wait, I think the older version is deployed. Wait a minute. Hold on. This is not right. I'm pretty sure I pulled all the latest changes. Yeah, wait, I think you might need to refresh for a little bit. Hold on. I think this might like be a cached version. Because these icons should be clickable. It might be a cached version. Hold on. That's a little bit annoying. Might need to refresh a little bit. Should I dual boot? I think dual booting is not a bad idea, honestly. Friends, does this route work? Okay, so this route works. It's definitely an older version because the sidebar should work. Unless, actually, you know what it is? Wait, I'm sorry. I actually did not even... Yeah, okay, hold on. I actually didn't push the latest changes. Okay, but the friend requesting should work though. So why don't you guys do this? Go over to the friends section. So go to chihuahuachat.com/friends. And then send me a friend request. Send me a friend request. Anson@gmail.com. Send a friend request there. You can see that I'm getting a bunch of friend requests right now. And you can see the notifications over here. And now watch this. If I accept it, you should get a notification. And now we are friends. Now, obviously, I can't do anything right now, right? But that's just what we have so far. See, I'm getting friend requests from everyone. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Friend request from ASDF. And yeah, why don't you guys also test out the conversations feature? I need to make it so that way you can like right click it and then you can like perform actions. So what I'll do is I'll add some context menus. So when you right click, you can you see their profile, you can start like a conversation with them, etc., etc. What's your email? Anson@gmail.com. I still have the old UI. Yeah, let me deploy the latest changes for the sidebar. Okay. But yeah, I can also accept or reject, of course, right? Now, if I accept it, the UI over here is a little bit broken. Or actually, no, it's scrollable, so that's good. Cool. All right. And I guess all we need to do is just make it so that way we can actually see who's online and who's offline. And group feature works. Cool. I somehow made it 3 groups while on mobile. That's really weird. Yo, you still haven't made it, so I can't create an empty group with myself. Yeah, I know. I haven't looked at that yet. But don't worry. That will be fixed later. Yo, we got Killer Keemstar in our platform already. But yeah, like, I can also receive friend requests. It's global. So, send me, if you haven't sent me a friend request, make sure you send me a friend request and you'll see that it'll appear over here. Yeah, I know, we haven't checked that as well, don't worry. Try sending a friend request if you haven't already. Send me a friend request if you haven't already. Yeah, mobile it's not responsive. Ever tried competitive programming? No. I can't send friend requests. Should be able to. My Discord account got disabled. What happened? What did you do? Have you tried refreshing? That's interesting. I received friend requests here. I should have received it in the conversations tab. Maybe I don't have those changes on the back end. I should though. Is the rate limiter off? Yes, it is. It is. The rate limiter is currently off because I'm doing some experimental stuff right now with the rate limiting. But I'll have to look at this proxy stuff real quick. I can probably turn it back on and test it out. When going to friends requests, I can see the UI. But do you see the that's interesting how I'm not able to see notifications, because I'm pretty sure people are sending me friend requests, but for some reason I'm not receiving the live event, which is really weird. As I should be able to receive a notification whenever someone sends me a friend request. I'm not sure why I'm not receiving it. Probably an issue with the WebSocket though. Yeah, I mean, I already know that I already know about the rate limit, man. I'm offline, but it says I'm off. I'm online, but it says I'm offline on my end. Let me look at this real quick. Hold on. Welcome back, this plant. Okay, so it seems like I am not receiving the notification. So it's something, yeah, it seems like it might be an issue with the code. Let's see. Don't think it's a WebSocket issue, but let's double check. Okay, yeah, it's definitely a WebSocket issue because I know for a fact that it's really weird. Haha, I hacked our application, lol. I had to refresh to be online, edit groups now, I'm in a group. Cool. If you're on right now, try sending me a, actually here's what I'm gonna do, let me do, let me just delete all my friends because I don't have that feature implemented yet. So I am user number 4. Okay, so I'm receiving it here. I can see it over here. Okay. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna delete all my friends on the database, so. Okay, so I just deleted all of my friends. So refresh. Alright, so I want you guys to send me a friend request right now. Try sending me a friend request right now. Try sending me a friend request right now. Send it to this email right over here. Okay, there we go. I'm receiving it now. So I can see that I received the friend request. The friend request was canceled. On friend request received. On friend request received. Awesome. Okay, now what if I go over here? Try sending me the friend request again. Like, try canceling and also send it again. There we go. I'm receiving it. Receiving it. I think he downloaded the source code and then just pasted some malware into it. I mean, even if they did, nothing would have happened though. Nothing would have happened though. Wow, it is very impressive what you're doing. Congrats. Thank you, Gabor. Alright, cool, cool, cool. And I can click on it and I can see the friends are working. Cool. Cool. Alright, so I was a little bit confused why that was. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and try to set this up real quick with the proxy. Because, the last time we set the proxy, it was banning it for every single person. What I'll do is I'll set up this guard and I'll see if this works. I think it should work though. We will have to test it out. We will have to test it out. Sending friend requests and non-email works. Oh yeah, so nothing happens on the front end, but on the back end it throws an error actually. I think, yeah, because on the back end, you can see that error here in the code. When you send the friend request, it checks to see if the user exists. So it's likely to do with something on the front end though. I'll have to look into that. That was a joke, by the way, boys. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was joking, guys. Why is there a lag when I send a message in the group? I mean, that's just how it is, I guess. Internet issues. Well, not internet issues, but, you know, you have to also understand that the server is also located in San Francisco. So if you're far away, then that's probably also another reason why. But it's also like a really, 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 really small server. So, of course, there's going to be some lag, you know. Thank you, Crazy Killer, for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and test out the... I'm going to try this real quick. rec.ips.length tracker, okay. So this should probably take care of the throttling for us, though. So let me enable the. So right now it's 10 seconds. I'll do it. Let's do this 60-10. And for the throttler guard, we'll do throttle behind. And so what I'll do is I'll go into let's go into message controller element, comment this out. Crazy, thank you for subscribing, man. I appreciate it. It's doing good. How about you? Thank you so much for subscribing to my Twitch. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. When you open a context menu of group, you can't close it. Yep, that's something that I haven't looked into yet. When I right click on the group, it gives me leave and archive, but there's no close button on it. Yeah, don't worry, that'll be fixed soon. Alright, let me just test out this this thing real quick. Crazy, are you from Twitch or are you from YouTube? Alright, let me try spamming this API and see. We should be able to get rate limited. Emojis are not supported yet. That's right. Those buttons that you see over there are just for design, but we don't have it working yet. Okay, so I need the conversation ID, and then I need okay. So I'm gonna do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so rate limiting is working. So I think it's rate limited by IP, I think. I think maybe I might want to rate limit it based on session. But let me go ahead and console log rep inside throttler. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at something real quick for the API throttler. I think this will throttle based on IP address, but not a user that's logged in though. I'll go follow you on YouTube though. Doing alright. Just started studying Python, trying to figure out what I want to do, you know. I feel that crazy killer. You're actually doing kind of the same thing out of my mind. I'm kind of wanting to make something like Discord, Skype, or go back a little older, AIM. Well, yeah, like, if you're interested, like, my YouTube channel has all the live streams there. My YouTube channel has all of the live streams there, so you can go ahead and watch, like, from day 1. Right now, we're on, like, day 18, I think, right now. We're on day 18 right now. So we've been working on this for almost 3 weeks so far. Okay. rec.ips.length. So if rec.ips.length is 0, alright, I'll just try this out and see what happens. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and test out the rate limit. So the rate limit for this is 5 messages per 10 seconds. So every 10 seconds you can only send a max of 5. So I'll test this out and then we'll see if it works. Okay, I'm gonna restart the server. Hey Jonathan, how are you? Is there gonna be a feature that blocks sites like a server setting? What do you mean by that? I just subbed to you too. Thank you for subbing, Crazy Killer. I appreciate that, man. And also make sure you join the Discord server as well, Crazy Killer. If you join the Discord server, you'll get access to the channels that are only available for YouTube members and Twitch subs. So make sure you join the Discord server. The link is in the description. What's the prerequisite for your NestJS crash course? I would say just know the basics of React, really. But to be honest with you though, yeah, as long as you know like the basics of of React, you should be fine, honestly. Alright, anyone still here? Alright, so you don't need to create a new account. You won't need to create a new account. But try, if you're still on the application, try spamming. Go into a group chat and try spamming and see if it works. Try spamming and see if it works. I wonder if the... Huh. So I can't send messages. Interesting. But I think the rate limit happens for everyone though, I think. Are you guys able to properly spam? If not, then that's not good. Sorry, I meant Nest. Okay. For NestJS, I would say just know like the basics of backend development. Like if you already know Express, and that's good. Okay, seems like the rate limit only is applied. It's applied globally, which is not good. Yeah, so you can see that right now, the rate limit is only working. It's so if I think other people are not able to send messages. I think, right? Yeah, so if someone spams, then no one else can send messages. I think, right? Yeah, I would say for learning Nest, just learn the basics of Express, and you'll be fine. But it is a different framework though. Okay, yeah, so it only works for. Okay, I don't know what's going on with this doc though. If your application is my product server, let's see. App.set trust proxy loopback. Okay. I think I need to also set the trust proxy as well. I forgot to do that. When running an Express app behind a reverse proxy, some of the Express APIs may return different values than expected. In order for this to, the trust proxy application setting may be used to expose information provided by the reverse proxy. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to enable that, so let me just do that real quick. Yeah, so right now it's Yeah, so it's globally it's rate limiting it globally. How did the friend request UI go? It's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. Um, the app is live right now, and we can receive friend requests. So I can receive friend requests, and I can also reject them and accept them if I want to. What VS Code theme do I use? Use the exclamation mark theme command. Okay, so setting its trust proxy loopback will allow you to get the IP. I don't know if this will actually do the trick, but we can try. It's been a great time watching you. Thank you. Alright, let me see if I could try again. Maybe this will work now. I had to enable the trust proxy. Alright, try spamming now. Just restart the server. See if it works now. Okay. Try spamming now. Does the is it rate limited globally? So I can see that people are able to send messages to me. Try spamming me if you can. Try spamming me. If you're able to even send messages, that is. Weird, I cannot access any of this. I think it's because I'm rate limited for every single endpoint right now. Are you guys having this issue too? I can't click any conversation. Well, I can click this, which is weird. Okay, now I can click this. Can't send messages though. Am I still rate limit globally? So if I get rate limited, can you guys still send messages? Come to WebDev United spam. Then when you get limited, I'll try to spam. I think the rate limit is not enabled for group chat. I think. Yeah, I think for group chat I can. Oh, for group chat it's every 10 seconds. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, for group chat, I'm rate limited for 60 seconds. Okay, seems like it's working, cause I just spam. I get rate limit for 10 seconds. So 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this person's gonna get rate limited, and now I can spam again. Okay, so it seems like the rate limit is working actually. I think so, right? Everyone else is not being affected by one person. Right? Is there any issues that anyone's having so far? And of course, if I spam here, I can't spam. But it's really weird though. I think it's because I'm rate limited for every single endpoint, I think. So that's why I cannot access this. Yeah, you can see how like I can't access this endpoint. I think it's because I made too many requests to the other endpoint. So I think it's rate limiting me for that. Yeah, so it's because get messages from conversation. I think since we're rate limited, it's not letting me actually access the conversation. So like right now, if I were to, let me see if I can do this. Yeah, you can see that when I tried to fetch the API, you can see that it says too many requests. So I think what I could do very easily is I can just skip throttle. So I can just do skip throttle. I can also set a throttle for, I can set a custom throttle for deleting messages, but I won't do that yet. But for get messages from conversations, we will just leave that alone. I'll also skip throttle for other endpoints as well. So maybe what I'll do is maybe conversation controller. For create conversation, I'll leave that alone for now. For get conversations, I'll skip throttle. And I'll also skip throttle for get conversation by ID. There we go. There's no rate limit right now for group chat. Well, actually, the group chat rate limit is just using the default one. I can just fix that though. Let me go over to group controllers. Let's do, so for creating a group message. So for get group messages, I will set this to skip throttle. I'll skip it for delete, and then I'll also skip it for edit. And for creating, we'll just do throttle. We'll do 5 messages per 10 seconds. Same thing as well. And we'll commit these changes and we'll test it out. Hey Justin, how are you? This is Crazy Killer from Twitch. Oh, are you from Twitch as well? Well, welcome to the YouTube. Welcome to YouTube. For me, site is just black screen. Oh, you got to go to the slash. You got to go to the slash register route. It's the default page is blank, obviously, because we did not implement a landing page. You have to go to slash register. Mod Junaid, welcome to the stream. Get a possibility to confirm your mail. Not right now. That'll be for later though. Okay, so I'm gonna deploy the changes. I'm gonna release the changes again. And then we can test it out. Alright, I'm getting the latest changes, and then you guys should be able to test it out. I'm also gonna, let me do this real quick. Let me pull the latest changes for the React app as well. So the app is gonna go down temporarily. It's gonna give you like a 403. Don't worry though. I'm just redeploying the latest changes. So right now it's gonna give you a 500. Don't worry about that though. It'll be back up soon. Give it about 10 more seconds. Alright, so the app should be back up. Just need to get the, let's see. Just need to restart the API. And then you guys will be able to try spamming it. So yeah, the reason why I couldn't click on the pages earlier was because I was rate limited. And you saw in the logs that it said I was rate limited as well. Alright, so try, you should be able to click on the navigation bar now. Alright, so the app should be back up. So try sending me a friend request. Oh no, what's going on? Okay, there we go. So you can see that I have a bunch of friend requests right now. And try sending a friend request to that email that I just sent in the chat. Might be issue with WebSocket. But yeah, try sending me a friend request, try spamming. Okay, so now that I'm rate limited, I can still click on other chats. So before that was affected, so I can't send any more messages. And in group chat, I can only spam 5 messages, and I'll be rate limited for about 10 seconds. And then about 5 more seconds, I should be able to. There we go. And if I go here, it's a different rate limit, of course. So you can see that I can't spam. I don't know why I'm not receiving notifications whenever I receive a friend request. It's really weird how that's working. Okay, try sending me a friend request again. Try sending me a friend request, and it should pop up on the front end though. I don't know why it wouldn't. Okay, so now I'm getting the notification. Okay, try sending it again. Try sending it again. Okay, so sometimes I receive it, sometimes I don't. That's kind of annoying. Oh yeah, I'm rate limited right now. Is it because I'm rate limited? Might be because I'm rate limited. Maybe that's why I'm not receiving it. I don't know, it's weird. I don't think the WebSocket should be affected though with the rate limit. That's kind of weird. Try sending it again. Try sending again. Let me refresh as well. Because it was working earlier, so I don't know what could cause it to not work is what I'm interested to find out. So now I'm seeing it. Maybe I just have to refresh. Probably. I don't know. That's really weird. Alright. Try sending it again. Try sending it again. Okay, now I'm seeing it. Cool. You should put a URL. Please try again soon. Yeah, I'll probably do that. On my front end, I was able to send friend requests to you multiple times if I click send button multiple times. Yeah, we'll fix that. Don't worry. Try going into a group chat and try spamming. Let's see. Let's get everyone into a group chat. Drop your email. Drop your email so I can add everyone to a group chat. So that way we can try spamming. Let me do that. Oh yeah, I'm rate limit for groups as well. Okay, I gotta turn off the rate limit for fetching groups. It's probably the issue. Group controller, yep. Get groups, get group. Yeah, I gotta turn it off as well. There we go. And of course, if I try to click on the group, it's not gonna. Okay, now it won't work. There we go. Well, now it's working. That's weird. Yeah, that's really strange. What toast library do I use? I use React Toastify. But yeah, what do you guys think about the rate limiting? What do you guys think about the rate limiting and the friend request feature? Let me know your thoughts. Let me know your comments. Definitely let me know. Yeah, we use Toastify. Alright, so I'll disable throttling for the entire group controller. And yeah, I think for this we'll only throttle group messages. Skip this, skip that. For friends, skip as well. We can also throttle WebSocket events as well. Hey Carl, how are you? We can also throttle GraphQL requests as well. Let's see. I'll skip throttle for this as well. Yeah, so there we go. We'll just skip the throttle for now. And I'll set this from 60 to maybe 30 seconds. But so far so good, so far so good. Alright. If you read this, then you owe me the source code. Well, the source code is on is available on GitHub for free. Hey Hiron or Hiron, how are you? My internet died when I asked this test the spam limit together. Yeah, it should work now. So right now, if I go into here, if I try to spam, it's gonna limit it for myself, and anyone else could also spam themselves. And so if I get very limited, it won't affect anyone else, but just me. I'm gonna be right back. Let me use the bathroom. All right, I'm back. What are must-need extensions that you use on VS Code? Well, yeah, if you're developing with just HTML and CSS only, live server is really good. Um, IntelliSense is already built in already, so you don't need to install a package for that. It also depends on the language that you're using too. Like for example, if you're using Java, you should definitely install the Java language pack. Okay, so if I spam, let's see. There's a different rate limit for group messages as well. I noticed that if you type a message and click 3 times enter fast, it sends the message 3 times. Yeah, that was already reported a while ago. But we'll fix that later. So now I can spam, and you can see that it does not affect anyone else but myself because we fixed it for the proxy, and I can spam again, and there you go. In terms of figuring out whether we're rate limit or not, we can very easily do that by managing the state. So I guess I'll do that for now. But yeah. It's working really well, So let's go back to Asana real quick. Let me just close this out. Add a rate limited error message. Yeah, we'll do that. No, I don't like that. Is messaging. Asana looks pretty nice. Haven't used it before. Yeah, Asana's really well designed in my opinion. I really like it a lot. Okay, yeah, so we'll work on this right now. Do I use the free plan? I'm on the free trial right now for the one of the premium ones right now. Honestly, the one thing that I really like about Asana is that you can create custom rules. So whenever I click on the checkbox over here, it'll automatically move it to completed. But I think Asana is a little bit overkill if you are working alone. I think Asana is really great for, you know, other people though. Like if you're working in a group, I think it's really good. You can also do it with Trello too though. Like Trello is also not bad as well. So we'll work on this. But I think Asana is definitely worth trying out 100%. Okay, so I guess I'll work on the rate limit message right now. Online and offline users will work the same way of how we got the online and offline status for participants. One thing that I would also like to do is add like a notification in the settings page. I want to make it so that way we can enable and disable notifications. So basically, you see how whenever I receive a friend request, right, it sends a notification. We can add a page where we can allow the user to enable and disable notifications, because some people might like it, some people might not. Okay, so I guess we'll do this right now. So let's go over here. So I'll have two fields, is private and is group message rate limited, because those two endpoints have different rate limits. And let's see. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Okay, so we'll go ahead and register this in the store. So let's go over here. Let's do rate limit reducer, and we'll just import that up top here. So import. There we go. Cool. And let's see. Add a couple reducers. So we'll do. Let's see. Set. How's your application going? It's going pretty well. We added a proper rate limit, so the rate limiting works really well for people, and so now you cannot spam. Can I ask about programming tips? Sure. What is it that you wanted to ask, Jonathan? So what I'll do is I'll check the type, so we can just do a switch. And I shall go ahead and export this reducer. So now we can go ahead and update the state of group and private message. I've been playing around with the idea of programming its interface. The only benefit I can think of making the code more flexible and also reduce code duplication. Abror, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Uh, Turchin, I don't know how to say your name, but thank you for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. So basically, with programming to interface, it just gives you a way to separate concerns. So instead of actually, like, programming down to the implementation, you create an interface that kind of like wraps, not wraps, but like it's like an extra layer above it. And so really, it's just like, I wouldn't say like, it has anything to do with like reduced code duplication, but more so about just separating concerns. So that way, whenever you need to change something, you can just swap out the interfaces instead of without having to worry about implementation. It's like if you program down to implementation, right? The user would need to worry about, fixing everything to work with the implementation. But if you create an interface, right, and if you invoke the interface, you never need to worry about the implementation details at all, because the interface is always going to stay the same no matter what, right? No matter what happens with the implementation details underneath the hood, it's always going to stay the same. So think of it like this, right? Imagine if something changes with a database engine, something underneath the hood happens, right? Do you need to worry about that as developer? Probably not. If you have an ORM, right, that acts as a layer between the user, the developer, and the database, the ORM is still going to take care of. The ORM is going to basically do the same thing. The developer would never need to worry about what actually changed in the implementation of the database. They are still going to call the same method, and they'll still achieve the same result. So that's one of the advantages of programming to the interface. Hopefully that makes some sense. But I'll send you this link so that way you can have a reference. Opinion on GitHub Copilot, especially for juniors. I think you should avoid GitHub Copilot, especially if you are a brand new developer. It is I don't recommend using it if you're brand new to programming. I'm doing good. How's it going? It's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. Hey Siach, how are you? What's the rate limit and friend request feature? Rate limiting, we just added it for messaging. So right now, if you try to spam messages, it's gonna rate limit you. And other people will not be affected by your own rate limit. We fixed that. Last time it was a global rate limit for everyone. And friend request features, basically you can send me friend requests. I'll have to fix this so that way it shows the name and not the email. That's really all it is. But good, just woke up. Nice. The best git command is of course git push f origin master. Yep. The app is still live right now. If any of you guys want to test it out, you might need to create a new account though if you just came in today. Hey Josio, how are you? Okay. Thank you, Eve Locks, for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. Yeah, of course. Wait, bro, you never Googling something like a code Sagraflow? Of course I do. But there's going to be cases where you really need the implementation code and then you start casting it into the implementation object. Then I guess the idea of programming to interface is broken. Yeah, let me send you guys a link real quick if you guys want to test it out. Go to this URL directly. Should I be using pure CSS or something like Material UI? It doesn't really matter which one you want to use. If you use Material UI, your website will look like Material UI. If you want to use pure CSS and create your own layout, you can do that as well. It doesn't really matter. Well, the thing is, like, the only situations where I can imagine you would want to worry more about the implementation, and you're talking about the casting thing. I'm assuming that you probably have private methods that are like I'm assuming that I'm assuming that the problem you're running into is you probably have private methods that only the instance can access, and so when you try to program to the interface does not have access to those private methods. Are you going to Dockerize and do some CI/CD for this project? I'm not really concerned about Dockerizing at the moment, but in terms of CI/CD, yes, I'll be doing that. Can you add me on app? Send me a friend request. My email is anson@gmail.com. Bro, Laravel is good. Yeah, it's good. Soup, and thank you for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. Yeah, what you say is something of what I'm thinking. Yeah, because like if you're doing a bunch of casting, what I'm assuming is that you are trying to reference a bunch of private methods that are not available on the interface. Because I have ran into the issue as well. That's what I am thinking. How long you learn programming? I've been learning well, I started learning back in 2016. That was when I first took my intro to comp sci course. And I've just been constantly learning ever since then. All right, so I'm gonna migrate this from. Let's see. We're gonna modify this. So instead of just calling the API, we're gonna dispatch an action for posting a new message. And the side effect that this will have is probably nothing, because we are receiving the on message create event on the front end, so we don't have to really worry about the message being, yeah, you can see that we're receiving the event and we're adding the message and we're updating the conversation for all clients connected. So I don't think this will really affect anything if we put it into a thunk anyways. So we'll do that right now. What is the tech stack? React and NestJS and MySQL. Change it to usernames. Yeah, that's something that we'll be doing later on, but not right now. Once we implement profile pictures, we will then migrate to usernames. I'll be right back though. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's see. Just want to get some water real quick. Where do you work right now? I don't want to say which company, but I'll tell you that I currently work remotely in Arizona. I swear I can't be the only one struggling with OOP concepts. Is there an alternative to OOP that's simple to understand? Well, what is it? What is making you struggle? Like, what is it specifically? Don't worry so much about the interface thing, but I would say like don't worry so much about that though. Do you use NestJS for work? I don't use NestJS for work. We actually use Express. Vim extension when Monka S. Oh yeah, I remember I promised that like last year. Maybe I never promised it, but I don't know. I have no idea. But also, how's it going in Little Sphere? Just got rid of COVID, so pretty nice. Well, I'm glad that you're feeling better. Or hopefully you are. Uh, Well, Jonathan, what specifically are you having trouble with OOP? Can you make a Discord dashboard using Next and JS? The other two dashboard tutorials are so confusing. Edit is TS. Maybe. Thing is, probably won't, because I think people should just really just learn TypeScript, honestly. If you're not learning TypeScript now, you're probably going to learn it at some point anyways, so... And if I make one in TypeScript, people are going to complain, and why is it not in Java? Or no, if I make one in JavaScript, people will complain and say, why is it not done in TypeScript, you know? So there's no way you can ever satisfy everyone, but to just, you know, do what you gotta do. I would just recommend you learn TypeScript though. Like, it might be a little bit annoying now, but I promise you it'll be worth it down the long run, because TypeScript is going to be dominant in a couple years or so. I can promise you that. Hey James, how are you? But yeah, Jonathan, you still haven't told us what exactly it is that you were struggling with OOP. I'm waiting for you to specify what it was that you were having trouble with. Hey Furman, how are you? Welcome back. You know what, let me do this real quick. Is this Visual Studio Code? Yes, it is. Okay. So if selected type equals private, instead of just calling the API directly, we should probably dispatch a thunk. So let me do this. And so this will dispatch the message. And then once it's done, we could just call that then. And so what will happen is this: when we, I wonder if you could dispatch an action inside a reducer. I don't think you can. Yes, I think the only way they could do this is by, yeah, I don't think we can dispatch an action inside another reducer. That's okay though. Though I wonder if it's even worth migrating to a thunk. I guess we should, because we should probably stay consistent with the rest of our code base. Not a React dev. What is the difference between calling thunks and calling the API? Well, so basically, you want to call a thunk because you want to basically be able to handle updating the Redux store after the thunk has fulfilled, rejected, or is in a pending state. Because right now, let's say, for example, if you're working with Redux, right, the question is probably, one of the questions that you might run into is, well, how do I update the store asynchronously? Or like, how do I fetch some data and then update the store after? And you would do that inside a thunk. So in our situation though, it probably wouldn't make much sense to probably call the thunk, because we're not really updating any state. But yeah, we're not really updating any state, so we could just call the API itself. But I feel like it's better just to stay consistent though. How hard is it to learn OpenGL? I don't know, because I've never used it before. You're gonna use reCAPTCHA for login and register. That's for later. I'm back after 2 hours. Welcome back. How are you? But in our case, like, it would make sense if I was like updating the state for messages after it has been, after like, you know, it's been fulfilled. But the problem here is that we're updating the state whenever we receive the on message event anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. But for now, I'll leave it like this because I want to stay consistent with our code. But yeah, like for example, like if you look at the reducer for, let me see. Like if you look over here, we have two thunks, or we have multiple thunks, right? We have one for create friend request. So let's say, for example, once you call the API, you want to update the state afterwards when it's done, right? And so we have these cases for whenever the thunk has been, basically the thunk wraps, the thunk is basically like, it wraps a promise, right? And so the promise has three states. It can be in fulfilled, pending, or rejected. And if you look over here, if you do dot, you can see that there's the fulfilled, pending, and rejected, right? And you can use this to handle different cases. So obviously if it's fulfilled, that means no error has been thrown. Like the promise is not error out, which means that something good happened. And it can handle when that case happens. Of course, if it rejects, that means something may have happened. And typically when the API returns like a 400 status code, Axios, which is the API client that the HTTP client we're using, will throw an error. So we would handle the rejection. We would handle like the rejected state when that happens. In this situation though, we're not really updating the state for messages. So, and like, I don't think you can really dispatch an action. Let me see, dispatch an action. Yeah, I don't think you could dispatch an action inside the reducer. I don't think you should do that. Let me see, dispatch action inside reducer. Is this Visual Studio Code? Yes, it is. So it says, since anything is technically possible, you can do it, but you should not do it. Why would you want to dispatch inside a reducer? It's grossly misusing the library. It's exactly the same as React doesn't like to set state inside render. Yeah, so let's go back over here. So for now, we'll just do this. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Post new message. Message panel. Though this import doesn't really matter anymore, so I'll just delete that. Perfect. So sending messages should still work. Perfect. There we go. All right, so let's go back here. Okay. I think when the message has been done. First, let me do this. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so you can see over here, it's logging this right over here. Too many messages, so. I should be able to get the status code. If it's gonna log it anywhere, line 57. I think maybe, interesting. Are we, yeah, we're in a regular conversation. So let me see. Might need to unwrap this. Yeah, I might need to unwrap this. Let's try that. Number 58, so it's logging on the find. Interesting. Code error bad request. Okay. Alright, respond. Try response.status. So now I should say 429. Not sure why it's saying undefined though. The status code should be 429. That's really weird. Why would it send an undefined though? Like, why would the status code be undefined? That doesn't make any sense. And we know that the error is definitely 100% defined because it's being returned from Axios. Doesn't make any sense at all. Response is definitely there. Makes no sense though. These logs are really being a pain in the ass. Where is message panel header? This is so weird. What if I just did this? So instead of calling the thunk, we'll just try this. Okay, so it seems like the thunk is causing this issue. I think it's because the thunk possibly removes the... That's so dumb. Let me look this up. Thunk. Message text field. Message text field. Where is this component? Console log. Get rid of this crap. I'm just really confused. Why is it like if I unwrap it, I don't understand why it gets rid of the other properties though. That doesn't make any sense. Because in the end, like this thunk is just calling the API, and you can see that right over here. So I don't understand why those values would be truncated. That makes absolutely no sense at all. I'm so confused. Then send the slowdown while sending your message notifications. I mean, actually, we're working on that right now. Like, we're showing an indicator if they're sending too many messages or just display notification. Why use Axios over fetch? Any advantage or just for less verbose? Yeah, pretty much the latter. With fetch, you have to be extremely verbose. With Axios, it's much more simpler, honestly, in my opinion. I mean, you can use fetch just fine. You can just write like a wrapper around fetch if you really want. Sometimes after, aka more often after than you might think. React hot reload doesn't work probably, so after each change I would do a quick page reload just to be sure. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying sometimes, especially with TypeScript. Alright, I don't know why it would get rid of those values. That makes no sense. That's really lame. Cause like I don't know why it would do that though. It's so weird. I mean, I could also just do this. I could call this and then reject with the correct value, because you can also override. Somebody should do this. Are you drinking Starbucks? Nah. I am drinking Dutch Bros. Dutch Bros. Have you heard of Dutch Bros? Wild guess, but maybe you need to unwrap inside .then callback. Well, when you call .then, this gives you the I don't know what this instance is called. It gives you a payload action, which is not what we want. So you have to unwrap it. But I think maybe we can override the Thunk API's return value. So what I could do is this. Gert Laws, thank you for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. So what I could do is I could just do something like this where so you can see that it's logging success in the Thunk, and now logging this over here, message Thunk over here. And we can go back here, and I could probably just do this. So I can just reference Thunk API fulfill with value, and then I can just pass in the response of this. So const response equals await. I can do that, and I can do Thunk API reject error, and let's just return. And so I think maybe now, so let me just get rid of these console logs. I think maybe now we should probably be able to get the correct error. I think that's what I am going to guess. Log the whole response and then explore. I mean, yeah, that's what we're doing right now, actually. That's what we've been doing for the past couple minutes. Okay, so now on line 58, I can clearly see the error. Okay, there we go. So earlier, when I was logging everything, the request and the response were not there, but now it's there, so that's good. So it seems like after, yeah, it seems like it seems like the default behavior for some reason truncates the other properties from the object, but doing this will seems to get what we want. To ensure serializability, everything that does not match the serialized error interface will be removed from it. There we go. Yep. Yeah, it seems like by default it truncates some of the property key value pairs from the error object, so we can just manually just reject it with the correct value. And of course, if I need to, I can always let's go over here. And if for any reason, if I need to get the, let me see, edit message thunk right over here. Yeah, so if any reason, if I need to handle the case where create message thunk has been fulfilled, I can also do it as well. So that also shouldn't be a problem, but I don't think we'll really need to do that. But basically this case will receive that response that we return. Though it's weird why I have to reference payload twice. Is this your job or something? How can you spend 5+ hours a day on this? No, this is not my job. I just do it for fun. Hey Anson, I just got home from my conference in Phoenix. Saw a gun battle in the streets like an hour ago. Had to hug the Smith. It's up. Damn, that's really crazy, man. I hope you're all right, man. There's a lot of that in West Phoenix, though. Unfortunately, I code anywhere from 12 to 6 hours a day on a daily basis. So basically, whatever I fulfill will basically be returned over here. So watch this. If I do this, so you can see that it should log. Where is it? Create message thunk fulfilled. Where is it being logged? Let me refresh real quick. Create message thunk fulfilled. So can I read properties of undefined reading data? I don't know why this. Okay, yeah. So now it's saying fulfill with meta. So that's kind of annoying. But you can see that we're inside create message thunk fulfilled. And you can see that whatever I had returned from that thunk API.fulfill with value call is going to be over here. But we won't really need to handle this case though, so I just remove that. But yeah, Derek, I hope you're okay, man. That sounds really crazy. I've never been in that situation before. Hopefully I'll never have to be in that, but I can imagine that is some scary shit right over there. But yeah, so basically what I'll do is we'll get the error.response, and so if I spam right now, I can now reference the status code. So I can do error.response.status, but I can just do error Axios error like this. And I can reference the status, so. And that'll give me a 429, right? And so what we want to do is we want to check to see if the status code is equal to 429. And if it is, then we'll display a notification. Let me see. Is my stream okay or is it lagging? Seems like my stream is lagging, isn't it? Is it better now? Should be okay now, I think. Okay, there we go. Sorry, there was some lag. Okay, but why? The question is, why not? I fired a gun, but I've never heard bullets fired at me. It sounded like hornets flying in the air above your head. Oh yeah, I can imagine. That's some scary shit right there. But I'm glad that you're okay, though, and I'm glad that you're here with us tonight. You can say living in America sounds crazy when a common person has to be able to end their life. It was lagging a bit, yeah. Yo, what's going on, Daniel? Yeah, I feel like it's lagging. New here, so what are you trying to do here if not sending messages spam? Yeah, that's what. Well, right now we already added the rate limit. So what I'm doing here is I'm basically trying to display notifications to let them know that they are rate limited. Although I wonder if I really even need to save it. I wonder if I really even need to. Here, let me do this. Oh. Hello. Is this built with 100% JS TypeScript? 100% TypeScript. I'm gonna be right back real quick. Give me a second. Yeah, I don't know. The internet in Arizona is really trash. I'm not gonna lie. We have only two ISP options. We have CenturyLink and Cox, and they're both equally just as bad. Well, I mean, CenturyLink is not that bad, but Cox is just horrible because what they do is they set a data cap on the internet, and you have to pay extra every single month if you need to get more data. The cap is like 1 terabyte, and you might wonder, well, who will ever use 1 terabyte? Well, if you're a streamer, then you'll end up using a lot. Hold on, I'm gonna be right back real quick. I'm gonna be right back. Sorry about that. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Man of Bad Feels, how are you? Welcome to the Twitch stream. How are you doing? Hello, nice job. What is your keyboard? It sounds like good. Abyssal, I'm not sure if you're still here, but the keyboard is called a Ducky X Varmillo. If you just do the exclamation mark keyboards command in the chat, it'll give you the two keyboards that I have. I added that command yesterday, so just do exclamation mark keyboards, and it'll send you the link to the keyboards that where I bought it from. Here in Tucson, I pay $880 for 300 up and down. I hit the terabyte Cox, and it lets me pay $50 for unlimited. Yeah, every year I call them and threaten to cancel, get a good deal. Just this month, I've used 4.4 terabytes of bandwidth on my PC alone, and 7.3. Jeez, that's a lot. I checked my data usage this month or the last 2 weeks, and I think I'm about to hit the 1 terabyte because I've been streaming so much. Yeah, I have CenturyLink, and I only pay $65 a month, which is actually really good, and I can cancel anytime. But I saw that they actually increased the price from $60 to $70. But they're still, I mean, CenturyLink is actually not that bad, actually. I actually never really had issues with CenturyLink, but I used to have Verizon Fios when I lived on the East Coast, and it was amazing. It was really nice. Hey Tyson, how are you? How are you, my friend? You know you're good. It's Alvin, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Alright. Let's get back to work. Okay. So, yeah, I think what I'll do is this. If there's an error and if the status code is 429, we'll go ahead and dispatch this. I'll show you. So let's see. Crap. Let's see. I need to merge changes that I made from. Let's see. Feed rate limits. Let's do this. Let's do a quick merge real quick. Let's do git. Let's see. Might need to commit these first. I mean, maybe what I could do is let me see. Okay, I'm not gonna commit. Let me try stashing these. Git stash. Okay, so let's stash these. Get rebase feed rate limit. Merge this so that way I have the rate limit slice. And then git stash pop. Okay. And I should have my slice for rate limit right here. Perfect. Okay. And so what I'll do is whenever we hit the rate limit, we'll dispatch an action to update the rate limit status for private chat. So if error.response status 9, I'll do dispatch. Set the type to private, and then is. Wait a minute. And status. There we go. Status true. All right, take it easy, Gravity. How do you able to work that much? Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I just think that what else are you gonna do if you don't work? Well, I mean, work doesn't have to be, you know, unfun, and work doesn't have to be something that you're doing for someone else. It could just be something that you can do for yourself that can also benefit not only yourself but other people. So for example, like if you, it just really depends on perspective, right? Because for example, this, I don't really see this as work. I see this more as something like an opportunity to build something cool, showcase to other people, and also learn myself and learn from other people as well. So I don't really see this as work. I see this more as of a hobby and a fun opportunity to just explore what I can be capable of, you know? For example, like if you cook, cooking can be seen as work for someone who's a chef. But for other people, they can see it differently. They can see cooking as a hobby, but they can treat it as if it's work, you know? It just really depends on how you see it. But I don't really see this as work, to be honest. I see it as more as a fun thing to do. What's this? It's a chat application. Here in New Zealand, we only have carrier pigeons. Probably still faster than some of the ISPs we have here in Arizona, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so let's see. I'll get the, let's do this. I might move this to, I'm not going to do a switch case. I'm going to move this to here. Watch this, read. It's nice. Not gonna lie, this whole thing kind of makes our code look extremely ugly. When will be finished? Just curious, what's your job title? I'm a developer educator right now. I used to work as a software engineer for 2 years and I transitioned to a different role. I have my own domain, but I kind of have no idea what to do with it. What do you recommend? I mean, you can use it for a lot of things. Like, for example, you can use it for hosting a Minecraft server. You can use it to host game servers, right? You can use it to host your own portfolio website. You can use it to host, you know, a lot of things, really. It's really up to you. But those are some things off the top of my head. Discord clone? Not really. I mean, it kind of looks like a Discord clone, yeah. But we did take some inspiration from Discord for some features. What is a slice exactly? Like, I use Redux, but never used create slice. So where does it fit in? I think maybe you probably use like the older version of Redux, I think, right? Because create slice is a new feature with Redux Toolkit. Basically, a slice is just a single portion of the state. So you have the whole state itself, or the store itself, right? And the store can have different slices, which gives you just a portion of the store itself. So that way you're not getting the entire store. You're only getting a slice of the store. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, our code looks really ugly. Let me think of a better way to... this looks so ugly. Let me try something. So maybe what I can do is I can await this. I think it's because I have one function that does two things, which is what I don't like, because it just makes the entire function ridiculously long, but it's okay. Just use recoil and get rid of Redux. I want to make a personal portfolio. What should I learn? Because what div is kind of my thing. I mean, honestly, like if you have a lot of like projects that are more focused on like systems programming, you know, lower level stuff, you don't even really need a big, like if you're like, I would say like, you know, you don't really need like, you know, a crazy portfolio. Just something simple that just showcases your projects. Like maybe like links to GitHub would be more than enough. No error. Hey bro, new subscriber here. How are you, man? Welcome to the screen. Welcome to the stream. Stream, not scream. So if you're not rate limited, then do this. Otherwise, I think what I'll do is this: if rate limit. Okay, so if we're rate limited, return this. Otherwise, we will create the message, set the content to empty, and then dispatch this to false. Okay. If there is an error, welcome to the screen 2020, Anson 2022. Yeah, I see. Do you mind if I contact you on Discord when making us get more info? Yeah, sure, go for it. Good, brother. I am also making a chat app in React Native Expo CLI. Nice. How's that going for you so far? Yeah, I don't like this. This looks ridiculously ugly. The only other option is if I separate group message and private message, but then we'll have to refactor a lot of stuff. So what I could do is I could probably, that's what I don't like about this, is that you can use the same thing, so that kind of sucks. I mean, I have an idea actually. Hey Millier, how are you? Welcome to the stream. So let me do some refactoring. Const validate message. Let's do some refactoring. So I'll do this. I'll take this. If there's no route ID, I'll just throw... So if there's no route ID, that means they're not in a room. If there is... Before it was or trim contents will do. Yeah, no, this is just going to... No, yeah, I'm not going to do this. I just finished rewriting an old project that I did in 2017, and I love how much I've improved since then. Yeah, I feel that when I look at old code that I've written in the past, and I compare it to now, it's like, wow, like I can't believe I came from that, you know? Let's see. Hey, antisocial, how are you? Ever thought of building a startup? I have considered it. I have a friend that works in like the automotive industry that I worked with before, building a shop management system, but that project didn't really go through too far, so I haven't really been looking at that ever since. But I do think that maybe someday I'll build one. Who knows? If I could think of a really good idea. I'm gonna change the set rate limit status. There has to be a, yeah, I want to refactor this as much as possible. Maybe I can rename this is message rate limited. Is private message rate limited? Is private message limited? Is PM rate limited? No, that's not a good name. Aaron, welcome back. How are you? Starting your own business is the most fulfilling experience you can have. Yeah, I agree. Have you heard the news? Adam is dead. Yeah, didn't like Microsoft like buy Atom or something and they discontinued it? I need to React. What is Axios package used for React? Axios is an HTTP library that you can use to make requests. Okay, I'll just change these names to this. Kind of condense it down a little bit. Okay, so if selected type is equal to private, we'll do as a ternary operator, so rate limit state dot private rate limited. You are rate limited. Okay, so we'll do that. And if you're not rate limited, then you'll just do this. Now, if you're rate limited, we'll display a notification. Well, I'll probably just do that. Atom is my favorite editor. I was wondering why I couldn't install an Arch. Yeah, it's kind of scummy how Microsoft did that. They bought like full on GitHub, yeah. Alright, so let's try this out. Let's go over here. What's going on? 404 not found. Wait, what? For not found. Oh, I think it's calling the wrong. It's calling the wrong endpoint. Wait, it's calling the wrong endpoint. If selected. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, let me just move this here. If selected type is equal to private, then we should probably. Oh yeah, let's do return. There we go. Okay. Hi. Okay, you are rate limited. Now the problem is that, let's see. I'm still rate limited. But, let me see. Oh, I see what's going on. I think we need to actually dispatch. I think we actually need to send the message first. Oh, yeah, that's right. We need to send the message in order to tell what's going on. Yeah, this is not how we should do that. So we dispatch it if it's successful. Now the question is, do I even really need to set the state then? Because now that I think about it, it's like, you know, we're depending on whether or not. I mean, we could set the state in case we need it somewhere else, but I don't really think it matters, honestly. Like I honestly don't even think we will even need to consider setting the state in Redux. Unless if you want to, like, you know, display like an indicator somewhere on the, or I mean, you could disable the form field if they are rate limited, but I don't really think there's a point in doing that, to be honest. That's just my opinion, though. So honestly, I think what I'll do is I'll just remove this for now, and what I'll just do is this. Let's see. So what I'll do is if the message is successful, that means everything went well. So I can just call content, and I don't need to display the error. And if it's not successful, then we'll just display that you are rate limited. Let me see. So let's see, let's try this. Okay, you're rate limited, and in about 5 more seconds or 10 more seconds, should be able to send more messages. There we go. There we go. Alright, there we go. That should take care of that. So I don't know if we'll really need to consider the rate limit state, at least not right now. Maybe later we might need it. I think send the error message to the center. Simplify. Let me see. I also want to prevent a duplicate too. Welcome back, Junaid. How are you? There we go. That we can prevent a duplicate right now. Good. Awesome. That is awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, not too bad, not too bad. Now we'll do the same thing for group message as well. On which feature we're working on right now, we're just making so that we can display a toast notification. We're making it display a toast notification when they are rate limited. And yeah, we can do the same thing here though. I'm gonna be honest though, I feel like the dispatching makes it look more ugly. And I don't really see why we should do that. So, to be honest, I think doing it like this is also fine as well. Because we're not really updating the state after we call the thunk anyway, so it's kind of pointless, you know? So, post group message. Params are going to be the same. And what if I did this? Set content. We're doing the same thing with set content anyways. And then inside the catch I could just do this. Okay. I think this kind of cleans up our code a little bit if error. Yeah, this actually isn't that bad, honestly. Maybe I could do one more thing. Let's take this, do that. Yeah, we kind of cleaned up our function a little bit. It looks a lot better now. See you later, Triboy. Are you doing a library? Are you using a library for notifications? Yes, we're using React Toastify. Are you talking about the? Are you talking about the notification thing? It's a library. Yeah, so I think I just cleaned up my function a little bit. This looks way better. So we can. So if select the type is equal to private, we'll call create message. If it's equal to group, we'll call post group message. After we're done, we'll set content if it's successful. The error will do the same thing. So yeah, this actually looks a lot more cleaner. So. Works the same exact way. There we go. That function looks way more cleaner than what we had before. Now, yeah, I am on localhost, so the rate limit will be applied to both users, though. Maybe we could probably apply the rate limit to an individual user. That's something that I'll test out. But you can see that I am rate limited, so that's good. Cool. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if we'll really need this rate limit, honestly. When I look at this, I don't really think we'll ever need this, but I'll leave it there for now in case we'll ever need it. When will you work on video call? It's a good question. I have no idea when we will, but I can tell you that we will at some point. The reason why I don't want to say when is because we still have a lot of more things to worry about instead of adding, you know, an entire new feature that requires lots of dedication, you know? Like right now we're working on friend requests. Well, we already finished that already. We're working on rate limiting, which we already did. Hey, Captain Alpha, how are you? Have you added create account rate limit? No. Video calls, I think it's a bit too early for that. It's not that it's too early, it's just that we have a lot more things to worry about right now, and video calls can come later, you know? Because, like, it's like if I want to work on a video call, then that's going to require us to put a lot of effort and more attention to that, you know? Because we have to use, like, Pure.js and all that kind of stuff with WebRTC, and I don't want to just half-ass that, you know? Like, I want to actually make sure that I put my undivided attention. But, you know, we might as well worry about all the other important things first before we get into, you know, more crazier features, you know? Yeah. I'm doing good. I'm doing good at Captain Alpha. I'm glad that you are doing good. Okay, so... Alright, I think the next thing that I'll do is get the online and offline users. So if you look over here, right now we see all of our friends, but we don't know who's online and who's offline. So we'll have to do that. You will use WebRTC for that? Yes, we will. I'm going to go ahead and use the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. Alright, so yeah, I think right now I'll work on the online and offline presence. So, should be pretty easy, because we've already done that with conversation participants, or group participants, I should say. What is this? Yeah, custom notifications, okay. So I think what will happen is when we click on the friends page, we can just send a socket event to the backend, and then we can just pull probably maybe like every maybe every like 2 seconds, or maybe every like 5 to 10 seconds. What we can do is we can just pull the data from the backend WebSocket server. It's the same exact way that we did it with the group participants. Will I add user profile? I don't know what you mean by that. But basically, what I'll do is let's call it We'll send an event, an initial event, and then basically every, let's say 10 seconds, we'll get the latest status of the users. Shouldn't be difficult. All right. Like Discord, you know when you click on the user. Yeah. That's for later though. Surely the WebSocket's a heartbeat. You shouldn't have to pull the WebSockets for this. Yeah, Socket.io should by default pull every like couple seconds or so. If there's a way that I could probably figure out which event to handle though, that's the question. That is something that I'll have to, if I can figure out which event it is that I have to listen to, then we don't need to create a custom event for this or manually pull. If we use NoSQL in this project, then is it hard to build? I don't know how to answer that question honestly, because the only way to find out is if you actually were to build it using NoSQL. That's what I would say. Are you using Firebase? No, we're using MySQL. Let me see the Socket.io docs. Handshake contains session ID. Yeah, one thing that I noticed is that it doesn't actually pull the backend for some reason. Maybe I gotta set. Let me try this. Let's go into utils, context, socket context, pull. Where is it? Nico, thank you for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. Thank you. Do I need to set on the back end? Maybe I have to set on the back end, I think. Omar, thanks for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. WebSocket versus Ajax for refreshing data, something like a SAT user notification page. Hey Vine, how are you? Maybe you have to set the thing on the back end. I'm doing good, thank you. What are we working on today? We implemented rate limiting, and we also were working on the friend requests feature. Right now, we're working on getting the online and offline users. Tyson, thanks for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. Yo, Tyson, thanks for subscribing to my Twitch Prime, or my Twitch. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. Let me see. No worries. You can see the Twitch chat, right? Yeah, I can see Twitch chat. Literally, Jace, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Am I eating? No, I'm just drinking my water. I have a question. Will you continue the Discord API series, or is it officially dead? Are you referring to the how to make your own Discord bot? I mean, how to make your own Discord library? I probably won't because I've already covered all of the basics already, and even with the new Discord changes, it's really straightforward. The only main difference is that you just have to pass in intents, which is not hard to figure out. So, yeah, I probably won't be continuing with that. I wish there was some proper documentation, or maybe I just can't find it somewhere. So the ping interval is 25 seconds. Okay, so now it's pinging it. Okay, so it is pinging it actually. That's actually really interesting. Now there should be a way where I can change the ping, but I need to figure out where. I'm assuming that you change on the server side. Ping interval 2000, ping time, okay. I think maybe what I could do is inside over here is where I will set the options. Let me see, console log. Yep, that's set over here. And I can console log the options right now. And if I look in the logs, where is it? Yep, right over here. Cores, origin, credentials true. So I think the options were actually set from over here. So I could probably set them ping interval. Let's see. 1000, okay. So let's see if that actually reflects on the front end. Is it pinging? Don't think it is. Real Jace, thanks for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. And we got a spammer. Let's take care of the spammer real quick. Done. Okay, because I'm having problems with getting channel data. It's returning unauthorized, but the headers are correct. If you have any issues with that, I would recommend maybe posting your question on our Discord server. It's hard to kind of like figure out what the issue is without any like code or context. But if you are in the Discord server, just post your question there, and then either myself or someone that is looking at that channel will be able to get back to you on that. Using NestJS for full stack app, is that a bad idea? Absolutely not. NestJS is great for full stack apps. Okay, so seems like that did not change the polling. Ping interval, ping timeout. Interesting. You can see that the ping interval is set to 1000 over here. Yeah, so the ping interval is set to 1000. Is this in seconds? Let me see. No way it's in seconds, right? Has to be in milliseconds. Has to be in milliseconds. Yeah, it's in milliseconds. Yeah, it's in milliseconds. Unless they changed it. Yeah, it's in milliseconds. Okay, so it is in seconds. You can see now it's pinging it every second. Maybe we're pinging it too fast. Why would they make it seconds though? That makes no sense. What hosting do you plan to use? I'm using DigitalOcean right now. We're using DigitalOcean right now. Okay. So I think we need ping timeout instead of ping interval. What's the difference between these two? So the server will send the ping if the client does not answer within a ping timeout. The server considers that connection is closed. Okay. Similarly, if the client does not receive a ping within a ping interval plus ping timeout, the client also considers that connection is closed. In both cases, this disconnect region will be ping timeout. Okay. So we need both ping interval and ping timeout, I guess. Let's maybe set it to 2000 for both. Is this actually in seconds? I find that really hard to believe. Let me read that Stack Overflow post again. 2-second interval and 5-second timeout. Maybe let's do 2 and 5. Interesting. Now it's not even pinging it though, which is what I'm so confused about. Do I need to set upgrades to socket? It's not pinging it though. Hey Syed, welcome back. Is it a chat app or a social media? It's a chat application. Default value is polling a WebSocket. So, interesting. Let me see. Don't think anything's. Let's see. So yeah, something's wrong over here. I don't know what the hell's going on. Well, we'll use as a backend cloud Firebase? No. I'm using DigitalOcean to host everything. Just took a break from my coding to see your code. What were you working on? Is there docs that show you the default events? Connect error, disconnect new listener, remove. Okay. Set transports WebSocket. I mean, that's already set already by default. But I guess we could try that. Transport unknown. Yeah. Transport unknown. Interesting. What are you using for database? I'm using MySQL. Isn't it upgrade WebSockets? No idea. Let's try. Transport unknown. Okay, well that seemed to have worked, but now it's not polling, which is what I'm so confused about. Like, why would it not poll? That's what I'm really confused about. Because these two are the default. These two are set by default. Like the transports that we specified, they're already set by default already. That is very interesting that this Well, this is for version 2, and I'm pretty sure we're on version 3 of Socket.io. Or version 4. Senthil, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm really confused why it does not want to properly pull. Because it should be like in the network tab, it should be pulling the data periodically, but I am not sure why. Death King, thanks for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. So this is the upgrade. And then this is the... which keyboard? Use the exclamation mark keyboards command. Emery, how are you? Welcome. I don't understand what you're trying to do. Can you explain a little bit? Maybe I can help. Basically, like, I'm trying to periodically get the latest online users. I already know how to do that by sending an event every 5 seconds or every couple of seconds, but Socket.io by default does pull data, so I'm wondering if it's possible to take advantage of the polling feature to get the data. But from what I'm reading on Stack Overflow and Google, it doesn't seem like that is what we're supposed to do. And that is not how it was intended to use. So I think I'm probably just going to not do that. Let me just continue seeing Socket.io. Yeah, I don't really think polling is what I want to do, honestly. I think that's not the right thing. Preventing a heartbeat. Same thing with heartbeat. Let me see. Can't seem to find anything on this. What is Saga? Long running get requests for receiving data on the server. Socket IO polling. And Socket IO does not have a heartbeat event. Let me see something. Isn't polling the fallback transport to use if connection to a pump? That's what I'm saying. But the heartbeat is just ping pong. Should just run. The thing is, NestJS does not have a default heartbeat interval. But I'm looking at Stack Overflow. I can't seem to find anything of use. I want to make a real voice, but I don't know how to use RBTC. Look up Pure.js. They have some documentation on their website that shows you how to just use Pure.js, and you can just download the Pure.js server, and that'll take care of all of the that'll take care of the connection for you. I can't find a proper answer on heartbeating on Stack Overflow. The only thing that I can see is that they just emit a manual event, but I don't see how different that is if I were to just emit my own event that just pulls data manually. But I also don't know why the ping interval does not work. That's so lame, honestly. Is there a heartbeat? Heartbeats. Yeah, heartbeat is just this. At the given interval, the ping interval value sent the handshake, the server sends a ping packet, and the client has a few seconds. The ping timeout value to send a pong packet. If the server does not receive a pong packet back, it will consider that the connection is closed. Let's look at the client side real quick. Upon disconnection, disconnects, the panel just reconnect. What are you trying to do? Just trying to pull data interval. Is there no socket event called heartbeat? Nope. You have to implement that yourself. Oh yeah, did you hear the queen dot? Yeah, I heard about that. In DevTools, if you select the WS instead of all, what does it show? So this only receives it when the server restarts, which is really weird if I refresh. But like, it doesn't pull, which is what I'm confused about. Like, even if I set ping interval to 2000, ping timeout, 5000, let's refresh. It's been 5 seconds and nothing has happened. Which is why I'm really confused why it's not working. I am very confused. Yeah, I don't know. Really weird. I'll be right back though. Give me a second. All right. I'm using MySQL. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about this right now. But what I'll do is I'll worry about this later. Well, let me read this real quick before I move on. Yeah, the heartbeat mechanism is set when you set the ping interval and ping timeout, but I don't know why it's not doing anything though, which is just confusing me. Socket on ping function data. Socket emit pong. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to not worry about this for now, and I'm gonna do some more research later. But I don't even know if what we want to do with this is, I don't know. But I'm just gonna do it the way that I originally intended on doing it. I'm gonna find out more information about this later. Heart beating. But I don't know, maybe there's a way to set a heartbeat amount, but based on the socket.io docs, I don't see anything about that. And I'm looking at a bunch of Stack Overflow. It seems like setting the transport to WebSocket was what we were supposed to do, but I don't know, it's really weird. And the socket on connect event doesn't even work correctly, which is also another concern that I have. You could check on registration if password has been leaked pretty easy with API. What? Anyways, I am moving on from this. Do this real quick. What feature are you developing now? Working on getting online presence. Actually, wait, I messed up. I don't even need this crap. It's not right. I need to subscribe to this. Yep. Zialino, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Are you using Socket.io? Yes. I want to watch the whole stream, but I have it playing in the background while doing some college stuff. Oh, you're good. You're good, Tyson. Am I going to sleep anytime soon? No. I'll be streaming for a very long time today. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that Socket.io polling thing. I'll have to look at that later. Hello, what's your time zone? I am in GMT -7. Pacific Standard Time. Greetings from Spain. How are you, L Data XD? What's your current problem? Just got here. We were just having an issue with Socket.io not properly polling. Like in the network tab, it wouldn't show. It wouldn't like properly poll. So basically, we're trying to take advantage of Socket.io's heartbeat, like default heartbeat thing with the ping interval and ping timeout. But we're having some weird issues though, so I'll have to look into that. I tried Googling some stuff, but I couldn't find anything, so I'll have to like try to research that again later. But maybe, I don't know. GMT +12. Where is that? Is that like Australia or something? Or New Zealand? Okay, so New Zealand, nice. All the way on the other side of the world. Although New Zealand is like maybe like, I think, how far is it from Arizona? It's like, I think it's like 18-hour flight even from Arizona. But New Zealand's a very, very beautiful country though. Fiji. Just looked at your GitHub, your YouTube profile picture looks a bit chubby compared to GitHub profile picture. I mean, I'm smiling in my profile picture in this one, and I just naturally have chubbier cheeks. In the other picture, it's because I am not smiling. But I don't really know why that matters anyways. And then if you receive a heartbeat, clear their timeout and then set a new one. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know, like, Socket.io says like they have a default heartbeat feature, but when we try to configure that, it was not properly working. So I'm wondering, like, do we have to manually poll by like manually like send data to the server, or that's what I'm wondering. But I don't know. Maybe I'll have to look at something. I'll have to do some more research later. But for now, I'm just gonna move on, and then we'll refactor when we need to. So what I'll do is on the front end, we'll basically emit this event to the server, and then the server will basically need to get the users. We'll basically need to get the users. We'll need to get the user's ID, and then we'll just fetch all their friends, which won't be hard because we already know how to do that. We could probably just call this get friend request. We could probably just inject this friend request service, and just literally just pass in, or not friend request. What am I talking about? Get friends. Where is it? Right over. Where is it? It's friends controller. Yeah, we can basically just call get friends right over here, or we can just inject the service, and then we just get all the users' friends, and then we can just filter out, or we just get the correct object and just then check to see if their sockets are currently saved in the map, and then we just return the ones that are online, and then just filter out on the front end. How old are you? I'm 24. I think it's because Socket client have a short timeout. You can increase the ping interval and ping timeout. Yeah, that's what we did. Like you see, like let me show you. And we're using NestJS too, so it's a little bit more weirder. Like it's a little bit more vague because with Express you can actually find correct documentation on it. But if I set ping interval to 2000, ping timeout 5000, and if I save, right, you can see that if I refresh on the front end, it doesn't do anything every, like even after like say 10 seconds, it doesn't do anything. So you can see that even after like 10 seconds have passed, nothing actually happens. You can see that we're not receiving anything over here. But it is, let me look at this real quick. I mean, we are receiving messages though. What is this? Oh, wait. You know what? Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. But I think this is actually some, what is this? Okay, so it is polling correctly. Okay, so I think maybe it's actually doing it, but in a different way that we expected it to. At least what I expected to. It seems like it is correctly polling. I'm not sure what this means though. 3232. This might be the heartbeat though. But now the question is, how do we consume these events? Right? How do we consume these events? New WebSocket request, socket.io. Let's see. Reconnection attempts, reconnection intervals, client version. I think it's v4, I think. Right? I think we're using v4. Let's see. Let's log in. Let me see, does Postman have any logs? Handshake path, socket.io, handshake request timeout. Set how long the handshake should wait before milliseconds. To never timeout set to 0. What about the 2000? Frankly Gamer, thanks for following my Twitch. I can clearly see on the dev tools that it is receiving something, which is helpful. Like, for example, if I were to change, let's change ping interval to maybe 10 seconds and ping timeout 15 seconds. And let's refresh. And so this is the initial, I guess this is the initial connection, right? To probe, let me see. Why WebSocket return me nothing 2 probe, only 3 probe? Okay, so you can see that the timestamps are in differences between 10 seconds. So clearly this is definitely, yeah, this is definitely reflecting this. Now the question is, how do we actually get the actual heartbeat event? Now I'm wondering, is 3 the name of the event? That's what I'm curious about. Is 3 the name of the event? That's what I'm wondering. That's what makes me wonder, because it's just saying 3. WebSocket 2. 3. So okay, so 3 means pong, 2 means ping. Okay, so I think maybe what we could do is we could listen to these events. I think. Or yeah, let's see. Let's try something before we give up so easily. If I did socket on ping. So it was 2 and 3, right? 2 and 3. Does it do anything? Listen to ping pong, get the socket, then IDs on it. Interesting. So now, not logging anything. Huh. Do I have to wait 10 seconds? Maybe. So that's been 10 seconds already. 5 is upgrade, so that already happened already. There are some reserved events and shouldn't be used. If you're using socket out client, you can listen for ping pong events on the client side. You would see the latency for pong event, for example, below code. So it is possible to listen to ping and pong. But I think the problem is that, let me save this real quick. We're trying to figure out a way to correctly heartbeat the server using Socket.io's default behavior. So that way we don't have to manually do it ourselves using set interval. But for some reason, we're not able to successfully listen to the ping and pong event, which is really weird, if you ask me. But let me just console log socket real quick. So it clearly says we are connected. Right, we are connected. Now let me go into Postman and let me see if I can consume the ping and pong event and listening to ping and pong. All right, let's see if it does anything every 10 seconds. Okay, I don't think it's doing anything. Thushar, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Maybe listen for the number. It's definitely something with React, I'd say. But I don't know. We're able to connect to the server. They're listening to Pong, so why are we not able to? And it says connected is true. Another thing that I also find weird is that if I listen to the connect event. Hey Klasta, how are you? By the way, as far as I know, Heartbeat is just a way to keep the connection between client and server alive. Yeah, I know. We're not trying to get data out of that. What we're trying to do is just find a way to just use, like, you know, that default implementation that Socket.io has to send messages to the server to get data from the server back. But so that way, instead of having to, like, you know, do a set interval, we can just basically emit an event on the server side. But I don't know why we're not able to get the default message. What's going on, Shiro? How are you? Just graduated as a software developer after 3 years of school. Nice, Frankly Gamer. Sorry, I didn't see your message. I don't know if you're still there, Frankly Gamer, but I just saw your message just now. But I also find it weird that if I were to restart the server right now, you see how, like, I now received the connected, which I guess it makes sense because, you know, React only mounts the component once the socket is received by the front end, but React then mounts a server. So we are not listening to the event just in time, but I'm still not receiving the ping and pong though. But it's okay. Like, it's okay. We can just do it the other way, I guess. It's not that big of a deal. I don't want to spend too much time on that. So what have you built? What are you going to build today? We've actually gotten a lot of stuff done today. Earlier, I was testing out the rate limit, which works really well. The application is actually still up right now for those who want to test it out. If you guys want to test it out, I can send you guys the link. But we have a friend request feature that works really well. So right now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it so that we can see the online and offline users. So I guess if we can't figure out to do it the way that we could do it with Socket.io's ping and pong implementation, then I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'll do some more research on that 100%. But at least we learned a lot more about where to actually find the ping and pong. At least we know that it's over here, because we were looking in the wrong area originally. So yeah, if you guys want to test it, just vote in the chat. Once we get enough votes, I'd say, you know, once we get like about 30 votes, I'll get the app back on. So that way we're not going back and forth too much, because I don't want to, you know, waste everyone's time. But what we'll do is on the gateway, we'll listen to this on friend list retrieve event, and all we need to do is just basically get the user that is logged in. So we can very easily do that by just getting the socket.user. So let's do this. Check DM link. What did you send me? Default box. How are you? So if there's no user, then we just won't do any. So if there is a user, then we will do something. So we can go ahead and get the user's ID, and what I could do is I could just inject the friend service class into this WebSocket. And then we can just basically call get friends. Does the app steal our data? No. Oh yeah, also, like I said, do not use your real data. I mean, I even tell people I even tell people ahead of time to not use your real data at all, because it's only for testing purposes, and I don't want any of your guys' data. No offense. But and yeah, don't worry. I'm not even if it does. Even if you do use your real data, I don't do anything with it, and I don't sell your data to big tech, so you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, let's see. 29 votes. All right, we're almost at 30, so I'll let you guys test out the app. Give me 1 second. So the ID is just going to be the user's ID. And so this is going to give you all the friends. Alright, so what we'll do is when we render out the friends list page right over here, I'll just do this inside a different use effect hook. So what I'll do is I'll do a set interval. And basically every X amount of seconds, maybe like 5 seconds, you can always increase or decrease this. We can just basically get the socket and emit an event. So const socket equals use context, socket context. Should I give you my credit card details? Yes. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. How do you code for so long? Just determination. Are you planning on pushing this to production? I mean, honestly, at the moment, no. A lot of people ask me that, but right now I'm just working on this for fun. But, you know, if it gets really big, then yeah, maybe, you know, you never know, right? But of course, there's a lot of things that I'll have to do ahead of time before I actually push to production. But, you know, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying no. I'm saying that at the moment, I don't really have any plans on that right now. But, you know, you never know what could happen, right? Never know what could happen. Okay, so socket on... So what we'll do is every single 5 seconds, we'll just emit this on friend list retrieve event every 5 seconds. And then we'll also just clear the interval as well when we unmount the component. And then all we'll do is we'll create a use effect hook. And we'll listen to the socket on friend list receive. And so watch this. If I refresh, you're gonna see that what's going on? Something happened on our server. Oh yeah, we have to import the friends list. All right, let me just do this, and then I'll send you guys the link, and then we can all test it out together. How does that sound? Let me just do this real quick. Lassie, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Okay, so now if I go back to the page that I originally aired out on, so if I go here, you're gonna see that, let's see, let me refresh. Interesting. Okay, so you can see that, some reason the client is not receiving the event. Probably I mistyped the event name. Let's double check. On friend list retrieve. Oh yeah, I am not even emitting any event. 10 out of 10 coding, guys. Alright, okay, there. Now we should receive the event. Let's refresh. So we emitted this on friend list retrieve. Wait, what's going on? On friend list retrieve, okay, that's the same exact event name. Let's refresh. Not sure what's going on. It's really weird. Clear interval. I mean, we are in the friends page, right? Yeah, we are. Friends list, okay. Socket on socket.emit on friend list retrieve. That will go over here. I mean, you can clearly see that right over here. It's fetching Anton's friends. What am I even doing here? Console log on friend list receive. Oh, I'm an idiot. On friend list retrieve. Yeah. There we go. I obviously typed in the wrong event name. Okay, there we go. So now you can see it says receive friend list. So this is how we are going to get the status of it. So on the back end, what we'll need to do is we'll need to basically iterate through all of these sockets. And not iterate through the sockets. We'll iterate through the user's friends list. And what we'll do is we'll basically check to see if their socket does exist. Which basically means that if it does exist, that means that they are logged in. If it doesn't, then they are logged out. Okay, so as promised, let me go ahead and send you guys the link. Like I said, if you test out the app, do not use your real information. Just use a fake email, use a fake name, use a fake password, use a fake everything. Do not use your real information. So just go over to the register page, sign up for it, right? And just obviously log into your account afterwards. So I'm going to log into mine. And you should be able to... let me just move this over here. So you should be able to go to this page, the conversations page, right? And you should be able to create a conversation with me or anyone else. Yeah, I bought a domain already. So you can just send an email to my name, or not, what am I saying? Create a conversation with my email as a test. So just go over recipient, paste it in there, and then just select it. I'm going to fix this later though. And then just type in a random message and just create. And you can see right now I'm receiving a friend request from someone named Hi. If I click on this notification, you can see I have a bunch of friend requests. So I can also just reject all of these friend requests because, you know, why not? But yeah, try sending me a friend request as well. Send it to anson@gmail.com. Wait, I'm confused. Where did I put it? My credit card number and PIN. Send it via DMs. Send it via DMs. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. So you can see that I'm receiving conversations. I'm also receiving friend requests from people. We have Elon Musk wants to be our friends, guys. That's how you know we made it. That's how you know we made it. When Elon Musk wants to be your friend, that's how you know you've made it. I'm obviously going to accept that because it's Elon Musk. Like, who wouldn't want to be friends with Elon Musk? Give me 1 second. I gotta fix my chair. All right, there we go. But yeah, so this is what we've gotten done today earlier, and I can also reject as well, and I can also send you guys friend requests as well. And if I go to another page, you know, now try spamming. Like, actually, you know what? Let's create a group with everyone. Why don't we try doing that? Let's try creating a group. So okay, so we have a group over here, so I can do this, and you can see that after 5 messages. It's not going to let me spam. I have not deployed the notification yet whenever you spam. I have not deployed that feature yet. The mobile UI is kind of bugged. Yeah, it's not what's it called? It is not responsive yet. So we have not made it responsive. LMAO Elon Musk, the man himself. Yup. So yeah, the rate limiter is working great. So you guys try spamming. And see if it works. You can see that after 5 seconds, it'll rate limit you. Okay. Now the group messaging rate limit and private messaging rate limit are set differently, and that's okay as well. So I can accept. Oh, we have Bill Gates, guys. Bill Gates is now our friend. We have Bill Gates. Where's Bill Gates? Oh, that was the name. So you can see. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. When creating a convo, it reveals everyone's emails. Yeah, I know. That's it's a temporary solution right now. Obviously, once we're actually gonna fix that later after we implement email or not email username feature. I can add myself to the friends list. Yeah, I know that'll be we'll address that later. Just do that right over here. It's not letting me make convo. You should be able to, because there's no rate limit for Conversations API right now. Yeah, I'm using skip throttle, so it doesn't throttle any of the conversation endpoints. Only messaging. Also, if you try to create a convo with an email that's not on site, it starts glitching you out. Yeah, we'll fix that later, don't worry. Anyways, so I'm gonna work on this online feature right now while you guys play around with this. I'm clicking the create convo button. It's not doing anything. Okay, so yeah, one thing that I should mention that is it does say optional, but you do need to add something here. I did a little bit of trolling. So yeah, you do need to add a message because it's not actually optional. Pressing the refresh just gives blank page. On which page specifically? Oh, I came late. I mean, you can still test it out. Here's the link. It is sending a friend request to those who haven't even have an account. Let me see. Okay, so you see how it displays that toast notification on the top? It's actually erroring out on the back end. So if I just write a random email, you can see that it gives you an error. It's just that we have not fixed this part yet, so don't worry about that. This page, if I refresh, my email is just anson@gmail.com. There we go. Check your requests. The reload circle button. Oh yeah, this doesn't do anything. Yeah, this doesn't do anything. What I was thinking about doing for this was adding like OAuth 2 connections, so you can like go here to like look at your connection stuff. But yeah, this doesn't do anything right now. Don't worry. This is a bug. Oh wait, it's not a bug. This is just a new line spam. Hey Anson, is creating private chat that emits content message? What do you mean? There is no 404 error page. Okay, so if you try to create a PM or group with fake email, it glitches and puts the user in a refresh loop. PM or a group with a fake email, it glitches and puts the user in a refresh loop. Trying to replicate that right now. The thing is, with the private conversation, the only way that it can actually create the conversation is if you select it. And that's the same thing with the group as well. For example, I have created a chat with you and it is showing me a private chat, but it's not showing my usable name. I think that's a bug. Yeah. Oh no, this is only for the first message. Yeah, that's a bug. That'll have to be fixed later. Now it should show the last message. If you forget your login details, there's no details message. Yeah. Yeah, I have not implemented that yet. Yeah, we have not done that yet. But yeah, that is pretty much what we have so far. There's, like I said, there's still a lot more work to be done. But I'm trying to replicate that error that you mentioned, K-Man, because like the only way that you can create a group with a recipient is by actually selecting their email that is from the result list, like right over here, right? And then you can create a group like this. So I'm not really sure how you're able to get that error though, because the backend does validate if the user does exist or not with the group. Am I streaming on Twitch too? Yes, I am. Where do I find a database schema? We don't have one right now because all the tables are generated with type ORM. I'll have to create one later. Yeah, you can still test it. I'm gonna keep the app on right now. If you guys still want to test it out, there's a global rate limit anyways. So even if you guys try to spam the requests, it's not like it's gonna matter. But yeah, I mean, I have the logs open. I have like logs opened up on the left-hand side. So if anyone tries to DDoS it, you know, I'll be on to you guys. So don't try anything sneaky. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not really worried about that anyways. How can we test the app? Go to this website. When you slide the modal closes, is that a feature? What do you mean when you slide the modal? Excuse me. But I will have to implement CSRF tokens later, so that way none of you guys can log in, go to your browser, get the cookies, and then make requests from Postman or like a script. Because that's not a good thing. Just select the text you put. Where do I host the app? I host it on DigitalOcean. I can't create conversation even though I fill optional input. That's interesting. I think you need to actually click on the user. So like, for example, you need to actually make sure you, for example, like you have to actually do this. You have to select that, and then you can do that, and then you can create the conversation. Now, if the conversation already exists, then you cannot create it again. After registering, kindly look and register, because you should log in with the same details you put in register. NSM Insomnia, I guess that's what your name is shortened for. Thank you for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. How do you add friends? Go to the user page over here and then just click add friend. Yes, after 5 messages, it doesn't send. You need the email. Right now it's email. But like I said, don't worry. We're gonna migrate over to usernames. We're gonna migrate over to usernames. Don't worry. Basically what I'm thinking of doing is when you create an account, And when you're a new user, it'll bring you through like an onboarding page where you have to set up your username and your what's it called, your profile picture. Hey, I just came in. What framework am I using? I'm using React. I hate React. What do you use, Rohan? If you already have a user as a friend, it doesn't stop you from sending a friend request again. Yep. Yeah, I have not checked for that yet in the backend, so we'll have to get to that. Okay, so why don't I just add your guys'? I wish there was a way. Is there a way? I wonder if there's a way like I could just send you guys a link to this Asana board and you guys just leave comments. Or maybe there's probably some app where I can just like send you guys a link and you guys just put your feedback there. Oh, what else have you guys said? Let me just scroll up a little bit. How to open this chat? Yeah, I'll send you the link right now. Oh, I see. Rahan, are you a Spring Boot developer? Because you said backend using Java, so I assume that you are using Spring Boot. Nice, Rahan. I actually really like Spring Boot a lot. I personally don't really use Spring Boot that much. I have used it a little bit, but I actually really like the framework a lot. It's a really nice framework in my opinion. If you spam the enter button, it'll send your message twice. Yeah, we'll have to add a delay to that. So that way people cannot spam it. Okay. So what we'll do is whenever we receive this event, we'll just basically dispatch a reducer event or a reducer action. So we'll do state.friends equal action.payload. What's going on, Maya? How are you? Hey JD, how are you? Welcome to the stream. How are you all doing today? I am doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. Okay, so now the way that we render the friends page is like this. So let's go over to friends list. Oh wait, I forgot to go to the backend real quick. Hold on. Wait, I'm doing this wrong. This is not how it's supposed to be like. No, like this. We have to go over to the backend real quick, and I forgot to actually get who's online. So this is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna get the friends. We're gonna do friends dots map, and basically what we want to do is get all the friends that are online. So const online friends equals friends dot map, and this will be a little bit tricky. So what I'll do is this friend. So what we need to do is this: if user.id is equal to friend.receiver.id, then we need to check to see if the sender is online. So what we'll do is const sender socket equals this dot let's see, sessions dot get socket friend.receiver.id. And so what I'll do is if let's see, I think I'll do a map and a filter return sender socket. Bro, are you on stream for 8 hours? Hope you're having insanity. Yes, absolutely I am. Bro really ignored me. Yo, what's going on, Shatmix? Yo, sorry man, I didn't see your message. How's it going, Shatmix? Will the app have things like bots or things ran by code? If we get pretty far, I'll probably implement like an API where people can create bots and stuff. Zephyrus, how are you? The app sends a message after a short delay of about 2-3 seconds. It might just be lag. How does state management help us? It's a great way for you to separate your application state away from your component layer, so you always know where everything is going to be located. I'm doing good, Shatmix. Thank you. It's not a better option to use filter. What is this? I see it, but I never understand what it is. It's a chat app. Oh, the this method. Oh, that it basically just references the instance. So, for example, if you're talking about a class, this references the instance, the class itself. How long does it take to learn React? It's not so much of how long, it's more so of how much time and effort you put into it. Well, actually, wait a minute. Maybe what I could do is this sessions. How should you store date and time for a 1-day cooldown database? Maybe you could probably use like a numeric timestamp. Lulian, hi, do you recommend Vim? I personally don't use Vim, but I mean, you can learn it if you'd like it. You don't really need it. But if you don't like using a mouse, then definitely consider learning Vim. How will you approach learning React if you start now? I would just probably Assuming after you've already learned HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, I'd probably just watch a video, honestly. I mean, that's kind of what I did. How many apps did you build before you felt like you grasped the fundamentals? I would say probably after maybe 5 or 6. Because there's always things to be... Like, the thing is, like, you're never going to be done or ever going to be fully complete with something. There's always things to learn. Like, there's always things that you'll need to learn. But, yeah, welcome everyone to the stream. I hope you all are having a good night or a good morning so far. If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys drop that like button on this stream. We are at 326. We're going for 500 likes by the end of the stream. So I know that we can do that 100%. So make sure you drop that like button if you haven't already. So if I was the sender, if I was the receiver, then we have to get the sender. But if I was the sender, then we get the receiver. Yeah, this is fine. Do I invest? I do. Hey Jordan, how are you? Hey Osman, how are you doing, my friend? Would you release this app when you're done, or is it only for the stream? Maybe. If it gets big enough, then maybe. Okay, so you can see right now it's saying undefined, which basically means that the user is not online. So Aiden is not online right now, but I can go ahead and log in as that user right now. So let's go ahead and do this. And now you can see that in the console, it should now say, let's see, yep, you can see that in the console now it logs the user that is logged in. You can see that it says user, but instead of returning the socket, we want to return, not this. So if this is hold on. So if get user socket is defined, it will return friend, otherwise undefined. Though I could probably just do this and friend maybe. So you can see that friend is being logged. Okay, if I go ahead and if I just log out, it's going to return undefined, as you can see. Now we only have one friend on this account, so I'll test it with another friend. I can't believe I've been coding for 37 years and still watch dev streams. 37, wow. You must have had a long journey. Adam D, welcome to the stream. Jordan Rice, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that, man. How to get Arrow combined like other programmers' vids? What do you mean by that, Faizan? When I logged in, keep opening the console. It was all ugly and the console's line breaking. What DB am I using? I'm using MySQL. So what was your first thing that you started off with, Steve? I'm just curious. I'm assuming probably COBOL or Pascal? Or PHP? There's nothing wrong with watching dev streams. I think what they mean is, like, you know, after 37 years, you know, because that's a long time, you know, that is a long time. Like, lots of experience over there, which is great. I don't think I've ever met someone with that many years of experience, which is crazy. Add a progress bar loader. That shows a lot of love for it. Yeah, I agree. Let me see. All right, so and I'll also filter it out. But before I filter out, let me just go ahead and add another friend. So let's accept this person as a friend. And now you can see that in the backend it's going to say undefined for both users because they're both offline. And I can go ahead and log in as either one of those users right now. PL1 Fortran, COBOL, C++, Java, J2E, now JavaScript Node. Yeah, C came out. When did C come out again? I don't even remember, but I know C has been around for a very long time. But now you can see that right now in the logs, it'll go ahead and say ident is online. I just went ahead and logged in as ident. And let me open up my Chrome. And I'll log in as Zebra. And you can see that right now the array consists of 2 users, right? Because they're both online. And if I close this, it's only going to show 1 user. You can see that right over here, zebra@gmail.com is disconnected, and now it only shows the single friend. And so now what we'll do is we'll just simply filter out, and we'll just basically say friend. So this will ensure that we don't get any undefined values. So you can see that right now the array is undefined, or not undefined, that the array is empty, which means that there's no users online. And I can log in again as one of the authenticated users. So what I'll do is I'll log in as ident@gmail.com. And you can see that in the logs, it will go ahead and log the single friend that we have that is online. And what we'll do is we'll send this event to the front end and we'll update the state of friends in Redux. And we'll basically just render out conditionally. Filter you can pass in Boolean. Yeah, I guess we don't really need map, honestly. Let's see. But the thing is, though, yeah, I guess in our case we could probably just do this. Probably don't need map, honestly. So this dot get user socket if it's defined, and probably don't even need this either. So ident is online. Let's just close this out. Okay, cool. You can send a friend request to use even there. Yes, yeah, I know. I'll fix that later. Don't worry. Yeah, so basically this will only pass if get user socket returns a truthy value. Yeah, there we go. Good way to. So now we'll basically. I should really call this on friend. I should really call this online friend list retrieve. I don't even know what to call this, honestly. Let me change this to on. I'm just gonna call it get online friends for now. Bro, please start from the beginning. I mean, there's all the streams on the channel. You can go ahead and watch it from there. If that's what you mean in terms of development, but yeah, I think we're over like 100 hours of that we've been putting into this app so far. Okay, receive online friends. Okay, so let me actually just log into one account real quick. Do the exclamation mark keyboards commands to get my keyboard list. Yeah, guys, I'm just gonna delete the entire code from existence and then just recreate everything from day one. Why don't I do that? the first 64 megabyte hard drive you had was the size of a tea trolley. Ari Janit, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Okay, you can see now, right now, I'm receiving this individual user that is our friend. Cool. Cool. So what I'll do is I'll go into the store right now. We'll create an array for online friends that will update periodically. Okay. And we'll call, we'll do this set online friends is what it will be called instead. Not sure what I did, but in context, I see a type error, uncaught type, cannot read pros. Let's see, so what I'll do is I'll dispatch set online friends, pass in friends for the payload. Let's remove that. And now we have to just go to where we are rendering our friends list. So right now we're mapping this. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably filter out. So let's do this. I'll just use a H1 for now. So let me actually just go back. I'm just going to cheat a little bit. I'll reference some old code that I wrote. Let me see. So we'll render online users, and to render offline users, we'll just do a filter and then a map, which is the best thing to do, I think. So online friends we'll do, so we'll call, let's see. Yeah, we'll do friend slice. So we'll do friends slice dot online friends map. So you can see that right over here. There's currently no online friends. Is there? Let me see. Well, actually, there should be one. Oh yeah, let me see. Oh wait, I'm setting the wrong one. State the online friends. There we go. Now that should work. There we go. So one user is being rendered, and for the offline, I'll use an H1 for now. I'll fix this in just a bit. Or maybe, you know, might as well just do a span online. There we go. Yeah. Okay. And for offline, we'll just do a filter and a map. So what I'll do is I'll basically go into friends slice.friends, and I want to basically filter out all of the friends that are online. So what we'll do is we'll do this. Now this is going to be a little bit tricky because oh, actually no, it should be fine, I think, because we have the friend mapped by its ID, so it should be okay. So so if friends slice dot let's see, online friends, or could I destructure this? Yeah, I could destructure this. So why don't I do that? So we'll do online friends. So if we can find the online friend in the online friends array, so then we'll go ahead and filter that out first. So let's do so if that's the case, so basically if we can find the online friend ID matching friend ID, so if it doesn't, right, so if they're not online, we'll filter that out, and then we'll call map and do the same thing. So now over here, it'll render online and offline friends right over there. So basically what we're doing is we're seeing if we can find an element where online friend ID is equal to friend ID, and we're basically filtering it out. So if we can't find it, right, in the online friend array, then that means they're offline. Because if they're online, then they'll be in that array, so that'll return false for that. So, and then we'll just call map, and then we'll just render it out. Also, if you try to leave a group, well, if you're the owner of the group, you cannot leave the group. Amir Han, welcome to the stream. Yes, I use MySQL. Yeah, so if you're the owner of the group, you cannot leave the group. You have to transfer the owner first before you can leave the group. That'll be fixed later, though, because we still have to make it so that way when you transfer the owner as the owner, oh no, I'm sorry, if you leave the group as the owner, it should just pass the ownership down to the next user. I'm doing good, Ari Janit. How are you? Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so let me go ahead and we only have 2 friends right now. Let's go ahead and get another friend. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. So you can see that I get the WebSocket event and I can go ahead and accept it. And now you can see that Ibrahim is offline. Now if I logged in with Chrome, let's log in with Chrome right now. Let's see. You can see that Ibrahim will now go online in about 4 more seconds. 3, 2. Let's see. I think I might need to refresh because we haven't successfully connected to WebSocket. Yeah, that's really weird how that doesn't work properly. There we go. So Ibrahim is online, and you can see that now Ibrahim is offline. So yeah, online offline, you know, works a little bit wonky, but I don't know why though that works the way that it does. So if I go back over here. Okay, there we go. Now it works. If I go back, we're still technically online because we have not logged off yet or disconnected from the gateway. We still need to handle that, of course. If I go back, it should disappear. There we go. Ibrahim is offline. Let's see what else. Let's go here. Yeah, another issue that I realized is that even though we're not in the conversations page and we're in the login page, it still shows us as online, which is not good. So I'll have to make a note of that later. But at least we can see who's online and who's offline though, so that's good. I can also just make it so that if you visit the login page and if you're logged in, it will just redirect you back to the conversations page. Destiner, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Cool. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Not too shabby, my friends. Let me see, const. Theo, how are you? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Interesting. Okay, so that doesn't work the way I expected to. That's really weird how that behaves. Maybe I can't do it that way. Try includes instead of find. Yeah, this is a little bit weird. Just Control Z this crap. Maybe I could probably do a force a re-render. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I want to use includes for that. Yeah, includes will include the other one, I think, which is not what I wanted. Yeah, something's wrong with this. It's rendering the user over there. It's not what I want. Yo, what's going on, Ahmed? How are you? How long do you think can build this chat app? I'm not sure what you mean by that. The plugin is called Thunder Client. You pass an arrow function as primary state. Yeah, I did that to see if it would work. Because originally when I did the other one, it did not work. So if I did const... So you can see that is an empty array, though I could also just do a use state or use effect. How long have I been coding? It's been about like 100 hours so far. Everything is good. How about you? I'm doing good, Ahmed. I'm doing good, Ahmed. Do you have HTML files in there, or is it just all the scripts? I mean, we're using React, so everything is written with TSX/GSX. Do I have to install something to get started with TypeScript? Yeah, you just have to install TypeScript. That's it. Other than that, it just works the same way, honestly. I'm very happy to see what you've done since last time. I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad that you like it. Excuse me. It's really interesting. The UI is so clean but needs more variety. Looks like Discord, but that's look you like keep it. You might want to use use memo instead of using both use state and use effect, as I know it's not asynchronous function. Light mode? Not yet. What are you trying to do? I mean, what's the problem? So basically, I have this online friends that gives me who is online, right? And I basically want to store the offline friends in its own state variable, but the offline friends state is going to depend on online friends, of course. But the problem here right now is that it is not rendering the correct amount, although it says length of 1, but it's not rendering it, which is oddly strange to me. So that's why I'm a little bit confused of why it is doing what it's doing. LOL, that would actually be bad, but still, I mean, some people like light mode, you know, you don't want to, we don't discriminate against people with who want to use light mode. Well, I'm rendering offline friends right over here. You can see offline friends is the array that I want to render. But I think it's something to do with, let me see. So if you cannot find the online friend inside the online friends array, then that means it belongs in offline friends array, right? So it should belong in the set offline friends, but I could render this fine if I just filter this out right over here, but of course I don't want to do it that way. I want to depend on, I mean, what if I did this? Don't think that would really help. That would just cause an infinite re-render, because we were setting offline friends anyways. Well, it should be 2, because we have 2 offline friends, because we have a total of 3 friends, and 2 of them are offline, so it should show 2. Welcome back, Subtoloco. How are you? Just take a look at Stack Overflow. It may be wrong, but last solution. Well, I mean, friends is yeah, I think maybe No, because then we wouldn't know who's online, because the only way that we know who's online is we're receiving it through the WebSocket event. That's the only way that we know who's online. If we filter through friends, you won't know necessarily who's online, because friends only gives you the friends that you have, but it doesn't tell you anything about who's online or offline. We're receiving the online friends from the WebSocket event, which is being updated asynchronously, so that's how we have to compare it to online friends. I'm doing good, Subtoloco. I'm doing good. The issue is just the way that we're updating the state, because I could just very easily just move this down over here. I mean, I'll just Control Z what I've done so far. It's really nothing to do with arrays. It's just the way that we're updating the state is the problem. You can see that I'm rendering the user over here, but obviously I don't want to do it this way because I want to have offline friends. I mean, what I could probably do is, you know, let me do this actually. Let's see, offline friends, friend. I could probably just do this. Whenever I set online friends, I could probably also just filter it out inside here instead of just doing it in the component level. So maybe what I could do is this. Let me just get rid of this. Let's just do offline friends. And maybe what I could do is just literally the same thing that I'm doing here is by filtering it out. So what I could do is state.offline friends, and I'll probably change the name of this reducer function to something else, because we're not really only setting online friends, we're setting offline friends as well. So I could probably just do maybe, let's see, what are we doing here? We're filtering out by friends. So and now we just need to get the online friends, so we'll reference action.payload.find. Okay, cool. Let's see. Let's try this out and see what happens. Seems to be the same issue. Might be an issue with... Huh, that's interesting. I'll try one more thing before I... Let's see. Maybe should we wait for the state to finish updating is what I wonder. Though I wonder, I think maybe Redux actually updates state. Let me see. Dispatch, Redux, dispatch in order. Guaranteed dispatch. Dispatch is synchronous by default, so as long as you don't have async in the action creator, okay. That is good to know that dispatch is synchronous. So we can update the state of friends first, and then get the offline friends after. Let me see. Wait a minute. No, we need to pass in the online friends, actually. State the offline, let's go state the online friends. There we go. State the online friends filter. So if state the friends, if you try to find an online, so yeah, if you find it, negate the value, that should filter out there. How did you learn JS from Udemy? I used W3 Schools and Code Academy in the beginning. You can use Preact Signal for your state and make it truly reactive. I'll look into that. All right, hopefully this will work out the way that we expected. Nope, let's see. Code Academy is pretty good. Yeah, I really like Code Academy a lot. Number 45 right over here. Interesting. Set friends reducer, set offline friends. Okay, so it's calling it, let's see, it is calling it in good order. Interesting. Is Node.js okay to learn? I just started to learn it, and like, did you recommend it? Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it just depends on where your goals are. Like, I mean, you can even learn PHP if you still want to, and that's still a good choice as well, even in 2022. May I ask, why did you set interview in line 20? Because what we're doing with that is we're basically just sending an event to the WebSocket server every X amount of seconds. So that way we can get the we can get the latest online friends. Which hosting am I using? I use DigitalOcean for all my hosting services. I like DigitalOcean. It gets the job done, honestly. I like it a lot, honestly. It gets the job done. Okay, let's see offline friends. If state online friend, blah, blah. Okay, so it seems like it works, but on the first render, you can see that it says 0, and I think it's probably because we don't have offline friends set yet. So yeah, you can see that it does work there, but now I gotta figure out why it's only showing it. Why does it have empty? Which, let me see. So we emit this immediately, and we should immediately receive this. We set online friends. We as a programmer community should stop PHP from existence. I mean, PHP is not bad. I mean Laravel actually makes PHP really fun to write. I am also working on a chat in Mern, and I was struggling to update online users. I use send everyone. Hopefully it'll work. Thanks a lot. No worries, Captain Alpha. Bro, you're either feeling really tired or you're a bot. You know, it's actually, what time is this? 4:30. I actually don't even feel tired at all. Might actually go get some coffee in a little bit, and then come back and code for another 12 hours. Hey Salahar, how are you? Welcome back. Play, welcome to the stream. How are you? Can you please explain about on Redux Toolkit whether you're getting data locally or from the remote? Well, the thing with Redux, okay, so the thing with the data is that you can fetch it remotely and then store it into the Redux container asynchronously. I mean, the data has to come from somewhere, right? It's gonna have to come from either your file system or the API. I mean, I don't really think you would fetch data from a file system directly from React anyways, but you would get it from an API, of course. Dopamine reactions, yeah. Godson Malu, welcome to the stream, my friend. How are you? Alright, so yeah, it's working, but on the first render, offline user is not there, which is really strange, because let me actually look at the state real quick. Because clearly I have all of my friends, and I have all the online users, so why would the offline friends not be there, which is really weird to me. That's what I'm curious about. Because I can clearly see that it is there, and when I receive the WebSocket event, let me go over here. So on the use effect, oh, you know what? Let me do one more thing as well. Let me also just do socket.off, socket remove all listeners. And let me actually change this to 1 second. Okay, so it was a remove all listeners. There we go. It works. So now we have online and offline users. Okay, so seems like that issue is now fixed. And so basically we're managing the state through Redux for both online and offline users. So now if I log in right now, you can see that, oh, what's going on with this? Okay, so we have one user. Oh yeah, so I gotta fix that in a second. So if I close out, I close the other window, you can see that this user should go offline in a second. There you go, the user is now offline. I'll fix this online. Let me wrap this in a div real quick. Let's see, let's make this into a div, so that way it blocks, and also I'll probably only render this out. You know what, why don't I do this? Let me just do this. Render this out only if online friends dot length is, let's see, maybe greater than 0, maybe? Right, is that right? Online friends dot length, if it's greater than 0, then we'll render it out. So we have offline, all three. And we'll do the same thing with offline friends as well. We'll only render that out if offline friends is greater than 0. Offline friends dot length is greater than 0, and there we go. So let's go ahead and open up another incognito window. It worked before after waiting 5 seconds. Yeah, it was just that in the initial, you know what it was? I think what it was, I just needed to remove the socket listener, and then it fixed it. Let me just go ahead and let me see how many hours I've been streaming for so far. 9 hours and 42 minutes. Okay. I'll have to restart the stream when we get to 12 hours because YouTube is annoying and doesn't let you stream for 24 hours. I mean, they do let you stream for 24 hours, but what they'll do is they'll cut off the rest of the stream after 12-hour mark. So that means anything after 12 hours is basically non-existent. So I'll have to restart the stream for that purpose. Let me log in, and you'll see after 3 seconds, 2, 1, go online. Perfect. There we go. There we go. Does it affect performance of the server when you send sockets with set and row? I mean, I only did it for 1 second. I only did it for 1 second just for testing purposes. But honestly, I feel like if you just do it every maybe like 30 seconds, it should be fine. Honestly, I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. And as long as you're just clearing the interval when the component unmounts. Like for example, let me just show you this console.log clearing interval. Is there like a global object to see window dot? Is there like a global object to get all intervals? I don't know, but like as long as you're clearing the interval, that's fine. So you can see right now that it's gonna pull every 30 seconds, right? If I go ahead, if I go to another page, if I go to the requests page, it says clearing interval. Because why would I need to care about who's online if I'm on the request page, right? It doesn't really matter, right? If I'm on this page, I don't really need to care about who's online, who's offline. So you can see that it'll only pull if I'm actually on this page, and you're not always going to be on the page 24/7. So I'd say set it to maybe like a 60-second thing, and you know, I think you'll be fine. Okay, this is a controversial question. Why did you pick React, not any other framework? So this is the okay. So let me just clarify. So do you mean do you mean picking React? Do you mean React over another React framework like NestJS or Remix, or do you mean like React over Angular, Vue, Vite, etc.? Like what do you mean by that? So you're saying in the sense of React over Next, right? So I mean, okay. So I'll answer that question. Okay, I'll answer that question. React over Angular. So I mean, I personally really like Angular a lot. But I actually used to be an Angular developer because that was the second framework that I learned. The first framework that I learned was Vue, because I was just getting myself into the front end development framework world. So I was, you know what? Why don't I learn Vue? Why don't I step out of? Why don't I do something so controversial, so illegal, and instead of learning React, I'll learn Vue. And everyone will question me, why are you learning Vue, man? Why are you learning Vue? Anyway, so I learned Vue, and I was like, you know what? Let me learn Angular. So I was like, you know what, let me learn Angular. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm the type of person that likes to do things that a lot of people don't like to do. Because, you know, React is obviously clearly the favorite, right? So I'm like, you know, why don't I use Angular so that way, you know, just to piss off everyone, right? Because whenever I mention that I use Angular, I get immediately downvoted on Reddit for whatever reason. I don't know why people do that. Obviously, that's a joke, but yeah, I learned Angular because I really wanted to see what was so bad about Angular and what was so scary about Angular. And I did Angular for about maybe a year or two, a year and a half. And then I had to learn React because I got a job as a software engineer. My first job, they used React. So I pretty much dropped Angular and I just went full on with React. And ever since then, I've just, you know, just used React. And I really like React a lot. I like Angular a lot, not gonna lie. But when I look back at it, I'm like, you know, I really don't like RxJS. I really don't like observables. I really don't like, you know, I really don't like the observable patterns. So I don't really think I'll ever go back to Angular for those reasons, to be honest with you. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Angular is a really nice framework. I genuinely like Angular a lot, you know. Don't get me wrong, I like it a lot. But I think if I were to go back to Angular, I would have to just, you know, deal with the observable pattern, which it's not the end of the world, really. It's just that, you know, it's just like there's different programming paradigms, and you know, you have to find out what type of programmer you are. And I think, you know, people should not be closed-minded about programming languages and different frameworks, because I always say that you should consider learning different things because it will really open your mind on how to think differently when it comes to programming. Like, for example, if you actually use Angular and you learn RxJS and observables, it will really give you a different perspective of how things can be done. And not everything has to be done through promises and, you know, using async gateway. You can do things differently using, for example, the observable pattern, you know. But, you know, everyone's different, you know. React over Angular was my question because I was forced for React because it don't have some strong bindings with certain DB. I don't remember, but yeah, I was almost forced. Yeah, I mean, I kind of had to force myself to use React because you know, I had to use it for my job, of course. So I pretty much had no choice. But if I had a choice, though, honestly, like I would probably just spend more time. I wouldn't mind, like honestly. I always tell my friends this is that I feel like it'd be a good idea to have one big project with Angular that you can maintain over time. So that way your skills with Angular stay intact. One big project with something like React, one big project with Vue, and just kind of like, maintain all three of those projects over time. So that way you don't lose those skills over time because you never know, right? You never know. One day you might get fired as a React developer, and the next best thing is the next best thing in your location is an Angular role that pays like, let's say $200,000 a year. So I think it's great to, keep those skills intact. That's just my opinion though. But I think that people should definitely be open-minded about what they learn because you never know, right? Like you never know you never know what could happen. Okay, so yeah, I think this online and offline user presence is not too shabby. So I think we'll commit these changes and move forward with it. Though let me also change I'll change it to every 10 seconds just to make testing easier. Every language framework has fanboys. Yeah. But I just can never understand why people would be so disrespectful to other people who choose to do things in a different way. I think that's just dumb in my opinion. Like if you go into a general programming server, you'll see actual people like making fun of other people or like insulting other people just because they want to use functional programming over some other programming paradigm. And I just think that's silly in my opinion, if you ask me. I just think that's really silly. Alright, let me just commit this. And let's just do this. Because you're not a member of their tribe. Yeah, I know. Why did we make that 10 seconds? What will be the final value? I mean, what it should be. I mean, I only did it for 10 seconds just for testing purposes, just so I can actually see it working. And if there's any issues, we can very easily debug it. But of course, in the end, it will probably be not 10 seconds, maybe like 6 seconds. I mean, even with Discord, the online-offline presence is not instant. What's my WPM? The last time I tested it was 101 words per minute. So we are 5 commits away from the remote. So let's do git push. Okay. Cool. All right, that's good for now. Of course, if there's any issues, we will go back and fix those. Let's see. You can tell a YouTuber doing videos is not for money by seeing how often the person reads questions, because this is the first stream where I see someone reads the comments and doesn't go like, hey. Yeah, man, I mean, like, I don't really do this for money. Someone came in the other day and said I was purposely delaying my stream because I wanted to make an extra 10 cents, which doesn't really make any sense. I mean, I was actually streaming for 12 hours that day, and I decided to take a little break. And so I got some food and I was just reading the chat and talking to people. And someone came in and said that I was wasting everyone's time. Which, I mean, listen, you can close the stream if you want to. I don't really care. But they were arguing that I was wasting everyone's time by delaying my stream for an extra 5 minutes because I just wanted to eat after 12 hours of streaming. And they were like saying like, oh yeah, you want to make more money off these streams. I don't make any money from these streams except for super chats or donations. But I never asked for those. You know, like I don't really... You know, I mean, I'm willingly accepting them if people want to do that, right? But I don't purposely intend to stream because of that reason, you know. But I found it really funny that they said that, because I only make like 10 cents from a 16-hour live stream from ad revenue. So I don't know why they would say something like that. But yeah, you know, I just said, like, yeah, if you don't want to watch, you know, you're more than welcome to close the stream off. Like, there's no hard feelings. Like, you know, like, you don't have to watch the stream. That's absolutely fine with me. You know, and if people want to stick around and chat, that's also fine with me as well. I am okay with either way. If you want to stop by the stream, ask for the GitHub repo. The link is in the description. You know, that's also fine with me as well. I don't really care. Move this over here. Let's see. So yeah, so the next thing that I want to do is I want to make it so that we can actually oh yeah, also we really got to work on the avatars soon, but if it's offline, someone did recommend it to make the offline user the opacity a lot lighter. We will do that, but I'll move on from that for now. I want to make it so that way we display these little badges. I think they'll look really nice, honestly. That's a really easy feature that we can implement. All we have to do is just go into the sidebar and just position the thing absolute on the top right. LMAO, tell them to click off. Answers is a very good thing. I learned a lot from stream. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Hi there. Will I get charged for using Stripe on a deployment app on GitHub Pages? I mean, you'll get charged for using Stripe in production mode. Yes. Yeah, because no audience, then toxic. Audience. There we go. That will send you the 2 keyboards that I use currently, and the 3rd keyboard that I have is a Discord keyboard, which you can just Google on Google, and then it'll take you to the link itself. Hi, I'm a software engineer student, currently in my 1st year, and I'm good with front end, and I made some good projects. And can I find remote jobs even though I'm a student? Yeah, of course. I mean, there's a lot of people who actually go to college their 1st year and they get internships during the winter. It just depends on how good you are and what company are willing to hire you. You know, yeah, I would say, like, yeah, give it a shot. Like, you know, like, I would recommend you to just apply to any job that you can, and even internships, and see what you can get. You never know, right? You never know. Like, don't listen to people that say, oh yeah, just because you're a freshman, you're not going to get a job. Don't listen to those people like that. Those are just gatekeepers. They want to keep you away from succeeding. Just go ahead and apply, and you never know. Some companies are willingly able to make exceptions, and you got to be like, you know, I'm going to be that exception. You know, some companies will only hire people who are 3 years of experience, right? But if you have a good resume and you only have 2 years of experience, you know, maybe they might make exceptions for you. You never know. So the best thing to do is just to try. I'll give you an example of why you should just never listen to what people tell you, and just do what you should do. So 2 years ago, I saw on Traversy Media's channel, Traversy Media made an announcement that he wanted to have guest creators on his channel, right? And at that moment, I only had 4,000 subs on my channel. So in my head, I was like, you know, man, I'm not going to ask Brad Traversy to put my video on his channel. And Brad, if you guys don't know Brad Traversy, his channel has over 2 million subs, I think, right now, right? At that time, his channel had over like 1.4 or 1.5 million subs, I'm not sure. But I was like, you know, Brad Traversy's not going to care about my channel. It only has 4,000 subs. He's not going to answer my email. But I was, you know what? Why don't I just shoot my shot and see what happens, right? So what I did was I sent them an email. Zokan, thank you for following my Twitch. So I sent Brad Traversy an email, right? I sent them an email, and surprisingly, within like less than an hour later, he got back to my email, and he said, yo, I would love to have you make that video on my channel. And then he was just a really genuine person. He was really nice. He didn't belittle me. He never like said anything bad. He never used his fame or in any single way. And he's not that type of person. Like, you can just tell that he's actually a genuine person. If you just look at his social media, if you just look at the way he talks and stuff, he's a really nice person. So he got back to me and he was like, yo, I would love to have you on my channel. And in my head, I was like really excited. And I told myself, and I told my friends all of this. I was like, if I had never asked him, right? The worst thing that could have happened was just getting rejected, right? That was the worst thing that could have happened. All right, that was the worst thing that could have happened, is just getting rejected. And so I told myself, I'm not going to care if I get rejected, right? If I get rejected, who gives a shit? I'm just going to go ahead and ask him, right? Treat it like as if you're applying for a job. And if he says no, it's not a big deal. If he says yes, then that's even better, right? So the fact that he replied just showed that if I had not asked, I would have missed out on a huge opportunity. So that's why you can never assume what people are going to do. You can never assume what could happen. You just have to shoot your shot and see what happens in the end. Obviously, I could have asked a lot of people for their opinion, and they, you know what they have told me? They were like, "Oh no, he's not gonna care, man. Your channel is shit. It only has 4,000 subs. Like, who gives a shit, man? He's not gonna care about your channel. He's only gonna care about people's channels that have over 100,000 subs." And that wasn't the case. So my point is, you know, just shoot your shot and let the answers that you want come to you directly from the source. Because if you just let people tell you what they think, you're always just going to be held back by these people because they don't want you to have nice things, you know. So that's why you just need to not listen to these people and just do what you got to do. I don't even have a channel. Very nice words. I'll thanks for your time and for the motivation. Of course, man. Of course, anytime. If you're ever feeling doubtful, we're always here for you, my friend. We're always here for you. See, there's a rule of no YouTube. No one gives a shit to your channel unless you give your sanity to your channel. Yeah, exactly. Like, the fact that he didn't care, the fact that he didn't care that I was a smaller channel and still considered me was just says a lot just said a lot about who he was as a person. Just showed that he wasn't, that's a person who just looks down on people just because they have small numbers, right? And that just said enough of what I need to know about how Brad Traversy was as a person. He's a really nice guy. Like, I had a chat with him a little bit, and I did 2 videos on his channel, which is really cool. But one was on the Discord bot, and the other one was on a I think it was GitHub Actions. I think, yeah, it was GitHub Actions and Discord bot. Wisdom. Let's see. Sidebar style. Let's go over here. Oh yeah, I forgot to move this component somewhere else because I was doing this earlier before I went to go get my coffee. Let's see. What do I want to do here? User sidebar items. I just like to call this items. Venix Dev, thank you so much for the bits, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for that, man. I really appreciate it. Good luck on the project, man. Thank you. Hey, Anson, do you know the difference about TS and TSX? Are they different? I think with TSX, okay, so I think with TS is that I think, for example, if you go into a TS file and if you try to return JSX, it'll error out. Like, for example, if I go over here, if I do something.ts, and if I try to return JSX, I think it won't work. You see how over here right now it's complaining? It's complaining about that, or maybe, let me see. Yeah, I think it's like, yeah, if you go into a TS file and you try to return TSX or JSX, same thing with the JS versus JSX file, it'll throw an error. Hopefully that clarifies it. Hey Anson, what's the difference between JS and JSX files? Oh, it's the same thing. Yeah, like it's the same thing. If you return JSX in a .js file, it'll error out. Let me guess, Windows 10. Yeah, I use Windows 10. So I want to, let me do this. Error out when returning JSX, really. You can use JSX in normal file. Type is different. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I'm not sure. JS feels different, no error. I feel like the X can just remember stuff, that makes stuff. Interesting, I did not know that. Let me see, let's do background, color. Okay, so you see how the icon badge is over here? What I want to do is I'm going to position this as absolute. And then I'm going to set it to top 0. Right, maybe 0. Let me add some border radius real quick. Maybe not 50, maybe 5 pixels. And then, of course, the icon badge is going to need to get the number. So let's just, for example, just do 5, 9 plus. We'll change the font size to something smaller, so font size. I think 11 pixels is fine. Let's see, display flex. Okay, and I think what I'll do is I'll do right hand side maybe 10 pixels maybe. And from the top I'll do maybe 8 pixels. Let's see what that looks like. What do you guys think? Does that look nice? Or does it look kinda eh? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? You can also use grid to center item, just place items in center. Oh yeah, true. How do you make your typing in VS Code animated? Go into the settings and then just search up caret cursor and then it'll be very smooth. You guys like it? What if let me change the size a little bit. Maybe what if I also try changing the icon size as well, maybe, or user item sidebar. What if I did maybe like 50 pixels padding? Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Maybe what I could do is maybe I could do 18 left and right, top and bottom 24. Or maybe I could do 20 pixels top and bottom. Thank you, Ziari, for following my Twitch, and thank you, Shadow Gamer, for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. I think maybe 20 pixels height and width may be fine. Don't want to make it too big though. Just want to make it big enough that it's, you know, visible, but not bothering the user, of course. And the only problem now is like, okay, so how do we make sure that, how do we know which one we should actually, let's see. I think what we might need to conditionally render this, of course. So I think what we should do is if item.id is equal to conversations, and we need to do if there are new conversations, then we can render it out. So for the friend request, what we'll do is this: if item ID is equal to friends, and we'll need to go into the store and get the friend request. So const friend requests, use selector state root state.friends.friend requests. And so what we'll do is if item.id is equal to friends and friend requests dot length is greater than 0, then we will render out that icon badge like that. So let's see. I don't have any friend requests right now. Okay, but we'll also need to make it so that way if we'll also do another conditional render. If friend request length is greater than 9, we'll display 10 plus. There we go. So let's go ahead and send a friend request right now. Let's go into VS Code. Let's log in. Let's see. All right, let's create a friend request. Might need to refresh because the WebSocket event might have errored out. Okay, there we go. Now it's there. So you can see right over here, I see that. Let's go over here and send it again. Interesting, we're not receiving WebSocket events. That's really strange. Something's wrong with the WebSocket though. Okay, there we go, now it's working. Socket probably failed to connect. Okay, now it's working. Hey Moncode, how are you? Welcome. So you can see now it's 2. What other users do I have? Okay, now it's for some reason the UI is failing to update sometimes, or maybe it's not receiving the socket event correctly. I don't know what's going on. It's really weird if you ask me. It's really weird. So sometimes it's not receiving the socket event, which is really strange. So I'll have to look into that. I don't know why though. Let's see. Payload.receiver.id. How many hours are you planning on streaming? Let's see, how many hours have I been streaming? 10 hours. So I'll probably stream for maybe, I don't know, until I feel like getting off, I guess. Which is not anytime soon. Is the backend finished? I mean, we have a solid backend working so far, but in terms of finished, we still got more stuff to do. It only works on the friends page. The thing is, like, if I go to this page, I was able to receive that event earlier. Like, let me log in as this user. It's weird. It's really weird. I was able to receive the event earlier when I was on the other page, I think. Wait, am I logged in as the wrong user? Wait, hold on. Let me log in here. Okay, now we receive it. And I can see the logs are over here. Let me refresh again. Okay. Another thing that I also noticed is that friend requests are not fetched. So right now it shows nothing over there. Might need to fix that later, but let me try sending a friend request as okay, now I'm receiving it. Now let me go to this page. Let me click around a little bit. Okay, so we're logged in as another user. Let's try to create that. Okay, so after I click around, it seems like the socket event does not work. Okay, so I think what might be happening is, yeah, I have a feeling. I think I have a feeling what might be happening. Let me go over to app page. I think what happens is when we call this function, it removes all of it, and it doesn't listen to it again. I remember last time someone recommended me to use this function, but then when I unmounted the component and remounted again, it didn't listen to the event again. That's my guess. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just do socket.off. That's what because I remember running into this issue last time. So I'll have to test this out to see if it actually does, if this is actually what the issue is. Okay, so let me click around a little bit and let's see what happens. Okay, yeah, so it seems like when I click around, okay, yeah, I think maybe I don't want to listen. Maybe I don't want to remove the event listener, I think. Maybe I don't want to remove the event listener. I'm wondering, but I feel like I should though, if the component does unmount. Otherwise there'll be like a memory leak, I think. Okay. Yeah, I think it's 100% that event listener. I think maybe we don't want to remove it because even though if this component unmounts, we still want to make sure it's being listened to globally. So on friend request received, canceled, rejected. Yeah, I think maybe I only want to call. So when the friend request gets canceled, we don't really display a notification for anyone, so I will remove this one. For on friend request received, we don't want to turn it off. On friend request accepted, we don't want to turn this off because that displays a global toast notification. And same thing with on friend request rejected, this will not be turned off because we don't display a notification for that. Let's refresh and let's test it out. So let me go over here. So let's refresh and let's go over here. Let's go ahead and send a friend request. So we do receive the, okay, now we're receiving 2. Okay, yeah, that's not good. Now we are receiving 2, and that is not good. Yeah, so we, let's see. Maybe I should not listen to it in the app page. Maybe I should listen to it somewhere else, but where else would I listen to it though? That's the thing. Yep, that's the problem now. So, okay, so registering events. So it re-renders twice. The second time it will mount, which is fine. Hey Techno, how are you? Okay, so it doesn't amount again, okay. So I think what happens is I'm on the conversations page. I can receive the event, okay. Okay, cool. Now if I click around, if I go here, okay, if I go back here, let's see, registering all events. So I don't see the roaming all event listeners being removed. So I should still be able to receive the event. Well, no, I don't anymore. Let me see. That's really strange. Hey, Al's Journey, how are you? Great, just got back from the gym. Nice. Ace, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Holy shit. We just got 20 viewers on Twitch. How is that even possible? Hi, I'm a software engineer. Students currently in my first year and I'm good with front end. Made some project. Can I find a job? No, I'm so front. Oh, I read that earlier. Just seen. I think, did I? Hopefully I didn't miss that. What is that API plugin you're using? It's called Thunder Client. Yeah, sorry Twitch chat if I missed your message. Let's see. Sorry to interrupt you. I have a question on how to make an app which sends points from one person to another. Use points as money. Well, what's your question? Jesus. How on earth do we have 22 viewers on Twitch? That's crazy. Yeah, I'm not sure. This is really strange because I don't see removing all event listeners being logged afterwards. So I don't know why I'm not why I won't be receiving the I don't know why I wouldn't receive the event after clicking around, which is really strange, but that's not good. That's not good. Let me try one thing real quick. I think strict mode is the reason why it is let me turn off strict mode real quick. Because I think in prod it won't be in the strict mode, but try this out real quick and see what happens. Yeah, I think it sends 2 notifications because we're in strict mode. But I think in production, strict mode will not do that, right? Because I know like by default in strict mode it does 2 re-renders, so that way it avoids like memory leaks, I think. That's what I heard. How to make an app for sending points? What do you mean by points? So you mean like a virtual currency? MLX8X, how are you? Welcome to the Twitch stream. How are you guys doing today? I guess you mean like a virtual currency type thing, right? Well, I mean, you just have to create that and save it in a database somewhere. Okay, yeah, so I mean the same problem still persists after you click on the page. Yeah, so it's not even an issue with strict mode, honestly. It's just an issue with the way that the event is being registered. But I don't understand why though. Let me do this. Let me Control Z this. Because I even called socket. I even removed this, so why would the event not be emitted? Which is really strange to me if you ask me. Yeah, it doesn't even send me the event even though I'm on the page itself, which is really strange. Like if I click send, and if I reject and if I send again, I don't get the event. Yeah, that's really, really weird. Strict mode runs your hooks twice, as supposedly to help you spot bugs in your effects as they should be resilient to renders. Yeah, that's what I heard. I have a question. Can't we use MongoDB in app.tsx? What do you mean by that? Is that for NestJS, I assume? Can you explain the difference between a framework and a library? Well, a framework is supposed to provide you with a bunch of tools that can handle stuff that you would do typically by yourself. Like, for example, like a framework like Nest would handle routing everything for you. Same thing with Express. A library itself is just supposed to consist of a set of functions typically that you can use however you wish. Frameworks typically are like have a strict way of doing things. No points instead of money. Yeah, I don't know. That's actually bad. I don't know why it is. Because like the other events we don't have an issue with the other events too. So it's really strange how we have issues with this event. Yeah, so if I go to a friends page, go to requests, the entire socket is just gone, which is just so weird. That is really strange. You should add those listeners where you do socket.connect. What do you mean? What did you mean? What do you mean by that? Add those listeners where you do the socket.connect. But it's really weird though, because like if I go from app page to, because app page is like one of the root pages. Hey Jimmy, how are you? Are you using Firebase? I am not. Okay, so that's really weird. I went to the block page. Wait, let's see. So I went to the block page, it still works, but if I go to the friends page, as soon as I go to the friends page, the socket immediately stops working. So that's really weird though. The block page, I don't think does anything. Right now it's just this div. As soon as I go to an actual page, so let's see. That is really strange. Oh, okay, yeah, I think I know what. Okay, I know what the issue is. Yeah, we cannot do socket that remove all listeners. This is because I think if you remove all listeners, it'll remove every single listener. Yeah, I don't know why that person from like a week ago told me to do that, but yeah, I know what the issue is now. We're calling remove all listeners, which is going to remove every single listener that the socket is listening to. So that is the reason why it is happening. So I'm glad that I'm pretty sure this is the reason why, and we can test this out right now because it was really weird, right? Like, why did it not remove the listener when we went to the block page, right? But it only did it when we went to the friends page. That was really that was kind of weird, you know. That was kind of weird. So let's test it out. So let's go over here. Let's click this. Let's click that. Okay. Go to block page. We still received the notification. Good. Now let's go to the friends page. Click send. We get the notification back. Okay, so yes, it is in fact the socket remove all listeners. So originally I did have it in this over here. Yes, we should not use socket.remove all listener. Yeah, now I know not to use that now. Because someone recommended that to me and I thought it was a good idea, but now that I think about it, it will remove every single one, which is not good. Yeah, I know you mentioned that earlier, but someone like a couple of weeks ago, someone came into the stream and told me to just do that. And at that moment, I didn't do it. But then a couple of days ago, I was like, why don't I try doing this? And then I was like, now that I realized, I was like, oh shit. But I thought that the socket that remove all listener only removed it for the current component. But now that because I did see that you mentioned that earlier, but I thought it only did it for all of the events that we only register in this use effect, but that wouldn't make any sense. Now that I think about it, it removes every single event listener. So yeah, that's a good catch. That's a good catch. Yo, your Twitch following is increasing. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. Like, we got a lot of nice people here at Twitch. We got 60 people watching on Twitch, which is really cool. But yeah, welcome everyone from Twitch. How are you guys doing over there? Yeah, you did mention it earlier, Steve. But yeah, now that we know that is not good, so now we just gotta go ahead and, because I know for a fact that I did put that in other places too. Yeah, right over here. Yeah, thankfully we did not remove it anywhere else, which is good. Yeah, there we go. So we just have to remove it because now just to prove to you that what we could do is this. So let's try this again. So if I go to the conversations page, I should still be able to receive that event. So let's go over here. See, I received the event. Now watch this. If I go to the groups page, I will know. Wait, let me go here. Now if I go to the groups page, right? I will no longer receive that event. See, I no longer receive the event because the groups page is calling socket.remove all listeners. So yeah, let's just remove that because yeah, that's not something good that we should do. Then we have a lot of events here. I'm eventually just going to put all this in an array. So let's make it a lot easier. For now, we'll just have to go through the nightmare of just doing this. Let's do this. Yeah, I'll have to put this in an array at some point. So now on the groups page, I should be able to receive friend requests. So let's go over here. There we go. I can go here, reject it, go back here. Perfect. Go here. There we go. Yeah. So socket.removeAllListener was not a good thing. I know for a fact someone's gonna come into the chat like a day or two later and tell me to do that, and then I'll have to explain to them why that is a bad idea. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna put all of these. I'm gonna put all of these in an array at some point, and then just like remove all of them. I mean, actually, I think I could just probably. I think I could do this actually. Oh no, I can't. Just ban them? No, I'm not gonna ban them. Just watching. It's just past midnight for me now, so I'll be off to bed in a little bit. Is that an extension that lets you send requests in VSC directly? Yeah, it's called Thunder Client. It's called Thunder Client. What the shit? When I fell asleep, you were coding. I just woke up and you're still coding, lol. Good morning to you, Fonzo. How are you? Alright. Cool. Yeah, this works pretty nice. This works pretty nice. Awesome. Yeah, so I'm glad that we were able to figure out that issue altogether. It was definitely that socket.removeAllListener issue. Let's see. But now the only issue is that we are not fetching friend requests. So the only way that we can see the badge is if we actually go to this page, or if like someone actually sends us a friend request. So it doesn't display it. Like for example, if I click on, let's go over here. So you can see that only when I actually receive a friend request, I will only see this. Now if I refresh the page, I will not see that anymore. We could actually very easily fix that by just fetching all the friend requests one layer up. Because right now we're only fetching friend requests when we go into the friend request page. But we could just do that one layer up. Would you recommend that over Postman or Swagger? Honestly, I feel like Swagger was more for like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Swagger was more like designed for like customers to be able to test out your API, I think. Because again, you can expose Swagger to the public and let people like test it out with an API key. But this is just really for like development purposes. Like you can just use this instead of having to alt tab between Postman or something else. And Swagger is also for documenting your API as well. So I think they're different things. You have plans to make this Electron distro too? At some point, I would like to make it an Electron app, yes. And that will be like the easiest thing to do compared to using something like Tari. So if I were to do a desktop app, I would definitely choose Electron over Tari. But yeah, I would probably do that though. I think it'd be a lot of fun because I've never really built a desktop app before. Hey Kartik, how are you? I came back and you're still coding, mate. Thanks for your support for this community. Thank you, Shivansh. I appreciate that. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Kartik, yeah, I'm glad to see that you're doing good, man. How's everything been? Yeah, so I think what we'll do, I mean, it's inevitable that we'll need to fetch these things at the top layer in order to get it globally. I mean, we'll have to do the same thing for messages too, to be honest with you. So it's inevitable. So I think we'll just do that. So I think what I'll do is right over here in the friend request page, you see how we're dispatching this friend request thunk? We'll just move it one layer up. So you can see that in our architecture, you can see that the app page is wrapping all of this right now. So basically, app page is kind of like, you know, the highest layer up there. So we can do everything over there. You can think of it like the most root. It's like the most root component if you think of it like that. But yeah, we'll just move that up one. So we'll just take this. I'll just take that, and I'll go into app page, and I'll just move this over here. And then I'll just go ahead and call this. And now, anywhere I am in the application, I will see this badge over here. Okay, I can click here, I can go here and go to groups. If I refresh on groups, I will see the badge. So now it's global, and of course I can go ahead and send more friend requests. So let's try one out right now with a different user. Let's try Zebra. So now you can see it updates to 2. Let's send more friend requests. Let's try. Oh wait, whoops. Wait, hold on. So you see that it is being updated, and I have 5 friend requests right now. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. You still haven't decided its name, right? The name is actually called ChatWatch for the application. Who's your favorite Twitch streamer? My favorite Twitch streamer is Ninja. My favorite Twitch streamer is Ninja. How long have you been coding in JS and TS? Probably, I think, 3 years now. 1 hour and 20 minutes before you can get your sanity back. What do you mean by that? Oh, is that when we're gonna 12 hours? I mean, I'm actually gonna stream again. Like right now, it's only like 5:30 a.m. right now. Ninja quit streaming. He doesn't stream anymore. I thought he still streams. I thought Ninja still streams. Well, that's sad. He officially quit last week. All right, so I guess my favorite streamer then is Tyler1. Tyler1 is my favorite Twitch. No, I'm just kidding. I don't really watch him. Who's my favorite Twitch streamer? I mean, I don't really watch Twitch streamers, to be honest with you. The only Twitch streamer that I really watched was probably Trick2G. I don't know if you guys even know Trick2G, but he plays League of Legends mostly, and I used to watch him a lot, but I don't really watch Twitch that much. He streamed 19 hours ago though. Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. Let me use the bathroom real quick. Let me be right back. Alright, I am back. Trick2G was fantastic. Anton, I was AFK. I don't know if you answered it, but can we think of a name of the app? Yeah, the name of the app is called ChatWatch. I might be wrong about Ninja. I thought he announced he was taking a break from streaming for a bit. Too old to watch him. Yeah, I only really watched him play League of Legends because it was just fun watching him rage and have a meltdown over the game. No, I'm just kidding. But it was pretty fun though, not gonna lie. But that was when I played League though. But then he stopped playing League, so there was no more entertainment. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, let me see. Can you tell what is the extension for anime cursor? I forgot. Sorry. Just go into Visual Studio Code and search up caret cursor, and then you'll be able to find it from there. How do you spell it? ChatWatch. There we go. Yeah, that's the website. That's the website. Alright, let me see something real quick. Okay, I am going to BRB for like about 15 to 20 minutes. I'll be right back. Let's see, what time is it right now? It's 5:30. Okay, yeah, so I'll be right back for like about 15 to 20 minutes. And when I come back, what we'll do is we'll fix up the conversation. So we'll make it so that way you can only send, you can only create a conversation if that person is a friend. And I'll also release the new changes so that way you guys can test it out if you guys want to. But I'll be right back. I'll take like a 15-minute little break. And if you guys want to come back, you guys can. Steve, I think you said you're going to go to bed soon. So if I don't catch you when I come back, I hope to see you tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for chatting with me, man. You have been a great, tremendous help in this stream. But yeah, I'm going to be right back for about 15 minutes. So let you guys know when I come back. So just give me about like 15 to 20 minutes or so. All right, yeah. Good night, Steve. Take it easy, man. Hope to see you. Hope to see you next time. All right. So let me just add a little text so that way people know that I am AFK. Yeah, the name was honestly just for a joke, cause like basically I made the name. I made the name as a joke because it was actually the name of my friend's app, and I told him that I was just gonna steal his name. And obviously we were just joking around, and then I kind of joked with him. I was like, I'm just gonna buy the domain name. Say I won't, and he was like, you won't. And I bought the name, the domain name, and I showed it to him, and we were just both laughing about it. But yeah, I mean, maybe we'll think of a better name though. I mean, who knows? Like, what we could do is we could think of a good name. Maybe we'll have a contest. I think maybe what we'll do is we'll have a community contest. Whoever can think of the best name will win a prize. I don't know what the prize is yet, but maybe we'll host something like that. But I'm gonna be right back, guys. So yeah, give me like about 15 minutes. So BRB. Alright, I'm back. Alright. That was 150 minutes. How long was I gone for? When was the last message sent? I don't even know. Let's see. I hope I wasn't gone for too long. A bit more than 15? Oh, it's all good though. At least I'm here now. I watched 2 videos with somewhere 10 minutes. Alright, let's see. We got a lot of work to do. I got a nice granola bar. My favorite, Nature Valley. I don't know if you guys know Nature Valley. Cam, please. I don't have my camera plugged in. Oh no. Bro, your like count is 369. I know, it's crazy, right? Is there a way to import a GitHub project into Asana? What do you mean by that? We gotta make it 370, guys. If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys like that. Make sure you guys hit that like button. We're trying to get to 400 likes. Yep, I'm back. See? Everyone's coming back now. We divided our view count. It's all good. It's all good. It is okay, my friends. It is okay. We're at 373. Wow, you guys are insane. Already made it to 373 likes. We're going for 400. Well, we're actually going for 500, but I don't think we'll make it by the 12-minute mark. We're at 11 hours right now. I don't think we'll make it to 500 likes, to be honest. Unless if we go real ham. But I'll be streaming for another couple hours, so don't worry though. I won't be going anywhere anytime soon. Think of a mascot. Think of a mascot with the app right now. Trust me, you won't regret it. You mean like an animal? Like any animal? Well, unless someone called Elon Musk comes in with his 100 accounts and likes your vid, I think that's possible. Yeah, you never know. Oh, shit, no! What's my age? 24. Nice. Hey Timothy, how are you? Fish's mascot. Alright. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna restart the stream. Because we're about to hit 12 hours already, and like I said, YouTube is gonna cut us off. So I'm gonna restart the stream, guys. I'm gonna create a new stream, and I want you guys to go to that stream. And I want you guys to make sure you guys like that stream before we get started. And we're gonna go hard for the next couple hours. So let me create a new stream real quick. Yeah, we're about to hit 12 hours, but I'm gonna create another stream because YouTube is gonna, you know. Alright guys, give me 1 second, okay? We're gonna start a new stream. We're gonna start brand new. And we're gonna go hard. We're gonna go ham. So let me just create that stream. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna create it first and I'm gonna share it with you guys. Alright, so I just created it. Alright guys, everyone go to this stream, okay? Everyone go to the stream. I'm only restarting on YouTube. Twitch will restart, but it's okay. Everyone go to the stream. Go to the stream and make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you go hit that like button, okay? Make sure you go to that stream. Wait over there. Hit that like button. And I'll see you guys over there. Yeah, make sure you guys hit that like button. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Alright, I'm signing off from this stream.